At the beginning of the story, a man was resting on his sword in the battlefield. The man looked around and found out that everyone there was dead. The man hears someone speak to him. He was annoyed to see this person because it was his enemy. The man's enemy is a giant called Ahiyuri. It came into the empire 20 days ago alongside 2 other giants. These giants brought destruction and chaos into the world for unknown reasons. The man asked him why he was still alive after destroying half of the empire. Ahiyuri told the man not to worry because he is going to die very soon. The man told Ahiyuri that the other giants are waiting for him to die. He told him that one of the giants was burnt alive by a red dragon while the other giant was sealed for eternity by a man called Lorehorn. Ahiyuri told the man not to be too proud because even though the other giants lost, they killed the people who defeated them, so there is currently no powerful person in the world who can challenge them. The man told Ahiyuri that he is still very strong and healthy. Ahiyuri told the man to not deceive himself. He told the man that he can feel his energy fading away. Ahiyuri was happy that the man was going to die very soon. He told the man that if he had discovered his talent early and worked hard, he would have been a great obstacle to them. The man told Ahiyuri that he knows he lived a messed up life, so Ahiyuri does not need to tell him. Ahiyuri told him to be proud of his achievement. He told him that no human could accomplish what he did, so he should enjoy his victory while he still can because their world will soon be buried by the starlight. After Ahiyuri said this, the man cut off his head. After cutting off his head, the man did his best to move forward. On his way to his destination, he remembered all his friends who are soldiers just like him. After walking for a while, the man saw the dead bodies of his friends. He wondered why they had to die to protect their honor. He told them that they should have ran away and lived their lives. The man wondered why he was the only one that was able to fight the giants because even the strongest swordsman in the empire was not able to hurt them. He believed that his friends would not have died if he had not been pushed to the front lines to lead the soldiers. While the man was thinking, he hears someone call out to him. He was shocked to hear this person's voice. He did his best to pull himself together and walk towards the voice he heard. When the man arrived at his destination, he was shocked to see that his Grand Commander was still alive. His Grand Commander, whose name is Adeshan, was alive, but she had lost her arm. Adeshan asked the man whose name is Ronan if he had successfully killed Ahiyuri. Ronan said he has. Adeshan was extremely happy to hear this. She even cried. Ronan decided to ask her for a favor. He asked her if she could take care of the soldiers' dead bodies. Ronan asked her for this favor because in the empire, the bodies of soldiers are usually burnt or abandoned. Adeshan was surprised that Ronan asked her for such a favor. She asked him why he could not just take care of the soldiers himself since he is feeling okay. Ronan spat out some blood and told Adeshan that he is dying. Adeshan asked Ronan what he would do if he survived his situation. Ronan told her that he would love to attend the academy. Adeshan was shocked. She asked him why he wanted to go to the academy. Ronan told her that Ahiyuri said something to him that made him wonder how different his life would have been if he went to the academy. But the main reason Ronan wanted to go to the academy was because his late sister's wish was to send him there. Ronan felt bad that he was not able to go, but he was happy that he would soon be reunited with his sister and the rest of the family. Adeshan was sad to hear this. She told Ronan not to lose hope because a search party will start looking for them after the rain stops. Ronan told her not to say such stupid things because he was sure that the rain was not going to stop any time soon. While Ronan was talking, the rain stopped. He and Adeshan were very surprised to see this. While they were thinking of what to do, the ground began to shake. When Ronan looked around to see what happened, he saw a being that looked like the giants in the sky. The being possessed 8 wings and it had an odd body. Alongside the mysterious being were more than 100 creatures that looked like it. Adeshan could not believe what she was looking at. She assumed that the war would be over once they defeated the 3 giants. She began to shake and lose hope. While she was lost in thought, Ronan shouted her name. He told her that she should use her telekinesis to push him up so he can fight against the creatures. Adeshan was surprised to hear this. She could not believe that Ronan still wanted to fight in their situation. Ronan brought out his sword and said he is not going to give up until he is dead. Ade-shan was shocked to see that Ronan had not given up. She believed that Ronan could fight against this monsters. She stood up and moved close to Ronan. She moved close to his mouth and put a blue ball inside. Ronan asked her what she put in his mouth. She moved close to his ear and whispered something to him. After saying what she wanted to say, she begged Ronan to tell her to become a tailor if they meet again. She told him that she has done a lot of things but she loves being a tailor. Immediately after she said this, the creature with 8 wings used a mysterious energy to kill them. When Ronan woke up, he called out Ade-shan's name but he did not get any response. When he looked around, he realized that he was back to the village he spent his childhood in. He could not believe that he had returned to the past. After returning to the past, Ronan sat down to rationally think of his situation. He remembered that after Ade-shan put the blue ball in his mouth, she told him that it is an orb that allows someone to travel to the past. It is thanks to this orb that Ade-shan, a normal tailor, was able to become the Grand Commander. Ade-shan told Ronan that the orb allows anyone to travel to the past 4 times, but she has used the orb 3 times, so there is only 1 chance left. She told Ronan that he has the ability to fight the giants, so he has a better chance of stopping the giants' attack and saving humanity. Ade-shan told him that when he returns to the past, he has to improve his ability. She asked him to attend Phil Leon Academy because it is known for producing outstanding people. She begged him to tell her that she should become a tailor. She said that she has done a lot of things before but none of them gave her more joy than being a tailor. After she said this, they were killed. After remembering everything, Ronan still was not sure if he was dreaming. He began to shout and hit a tree. He wondered how he could change the future if he is alone in the past. While hitting the tree, Ronan realized that he is in the past, which meant that his sister is still alive. He picked up a stick and began to run home. While running through the town, he saw some people bullying a boy. What he did not understand was how the bullies were able to hold the boy on the tree upside down without touching him. He realized that the boy was held upside down with magic. He could not believe what he saw because anyone who could use magic was rarely seen on the battlefield, and yet there was someone like that in the village. At that moment he realized that a particular magician was actually here in the past. The person that was using the magic on the boy felt bad for what he was doing. The boy that was being bullied told the bully that he does not have any money. The boy said that the money he has is for his mother's medicine. The bully told the boy that he does not care about his mother's health. He began to slap and yell at him to bring out more money. The bully told the magician, whose name is Asel, to raise the boy to the top of the tree. Asel said that he can't raise the boy to the top of the tree because if he makes a mistake, the boy can fall and die. The bully told Asel that he will put him on tree if he disobey him. Asel was terrified to hear this. He did not know why such a thing was happening to him. He learnt magic because he wanted to show people that he is also good at something. He was very scared and did not know what to do. While he was thinking of what to do, Ronan used his wooden stick to hit him. Immediately Ronan hit him. Asel lost control and the boy fell to the ground. Ronan told him to stop because he might accidentally kill the boy. The bully was angry that Asel stopped. He asked Asel why he would disrespect him. Asel was about to reply but Ronan interrupted him. He asked Asel where he learnt telekinesis magic from. Asel told him that he learned it from a grimoire he bought from a peddler. Ronan was surprised to hear this. He could not believe that Asel was already quite good even though he learnt from a cheap grimoire. The bully got angry that Ronan and Asel were ignoring him. He brought out his sword and rushed to attack Ronan. Ronan wondered where a boy like him could get a real sword. He was disappointed to see the bully rush to attack him because his posture was bad. He easily dodged the attack. The bully was shocked to see this. This was not very shocking to Ronan because even if he returned back to the past, the battle sense which was instilled in him as a soldier will always be with him. The bully told Ronan that he was lucky to dodge his attack. He told him to get on his knees and beg for his life while he still can. He told him that he is going to kill him and take care of his sister. Ronan was shocked when he heard the bully mention his sister. The bully said that he has always dreamt of sleeping with Ronan's sister. When Ronan heard this, he used his wooden sword to remove the bully's ear. The boy screamed in pain. Ronan moved close to him and told him not to mention his sister's name unless he wants to die. The other bullies could not believe what they saw. Ronan was using the same wooden stick just like them, and yet he was able to cut someone's ear off. Ronan told them to leave the money they stole from the boy they bullied and to drop some extra cash for ruining his mood. After collecting the money, Ronan gave it to the boy. The boy told Ronan that the money he received is more than what they took from him. Ronan told the boy that all he wants is the sword and he has no need for the money. While the boy was thanking Ronan for what he had done, Asel pulled himself together and apologized to the boy. He said that he was very scared of the bully, so he had no choice but to do what he wanted. The boy told Asel to not apologize. He understood that Asel was being threatened by the bully. After thanking Ronan, the boy left. Ronan was happy that Asel was not a bully. He told Asel that he has something he wants to do with him, so Asel is to meet him in 4 days' time. He told Asel not to run away because if he finds him, he will beat him up. After saying this to Asel, Ronan ran to his house. When he arrived there, he picked some flowers for his sister because she loves them a lot. He decided to throw the flowers away because he thought that it was a little stupid. As he was about to walk away, he hears his sister come out of the house. When Ronan was a soldier, he always thought about what he would do if he ever meets his sister again. He wondered if he should have apologized for leaving her or if he should tell her that he missed her. The only thing Ronan could do when he saw her was smile. When Ronan entered the house, his elder sister Irel was admiring the flowers he got for her. She cooked Ronan a lot of food to show her appreciation. After eating, Ronan asked his sister how old she is this year. Irel said that she is 22 years old. Ronan was happy to hear this because if his sister is 22, that means he has 10 years to prepare to fight the mysterious creatures. Irel was shocked that Ronan asked her for her age. She touched his head to check if he is sick. Ronan was happy that he had such a sweet and kind sister. He decided to do anything to protect her. Ronan told his sister that he wants to attend an academy. Irel was happy to hear this. She asked Ronan if he was joking because she had always wanted him to go to an academy, but he always declined her offer. Ronan said he is serious about it. After Irel heard this, she searched the house and brought out a huge pot. When Ronan looked inside the pot, he saw a lot of money there. Ronan asked Irel why she has such a large amount of money. Irel said that she has been saving her money in secret so that she would be able to afford sending Ronan to an academy. Ronan thanked Irel for her support. He told her that the money she has won't be enough to enroll him in the academy he wants to attend. Irel asked Ronan which academy does he want to attend. Ronan said he wants to attend the Phil Leon Academy. Irel was surprised to hear this. She screamed in disbelief. Phil Leon Academy is an academy that represents the Empire. It is the best educational institution in the Empire. It has the most outstanding professors in the continent and it is funded by the imperial family. It is prestigious enough to be called the Factory of Heroes. It produced many amazing people like Grand Commander Adeshan, Swordmaster Shulafen and the Winter Witch. The academy is very hard to get into. Even Irel was not sure if Ronan was good enough to attend. After walking for a while, Ronan reached his destination. When he got there, he was surprised to see that Asel actually came to meet him. Ronan told Asel that he wants to check something important with him. He told Asel to use his telekinesis to lift him up. Asel was shocked that Ronan would ask him for such a strange request. He told Ronan that he does not want to do such a dangerous thing. Ronan told him not to worry and do as he is told. Asel used telekinesis to raise Ronan up. Ronan was shocked by how high Asel could take him. While Asel's magic was not as strong as the magic used on Ronan when he fought Ahiyuti, Ronan knew that Asel's telekinesis is important because it was what allowed him to fight Ahiyuti on equal grounds. He knew that telekinesis is a rare magic that most mages do not have, so he considered Asel to be the most important element in his fight against the giants. After holding Ronan up for a while, Asel began to lose control. Ronan told him to hold on for a minute because he wants to test something. He brought out his sword and swung it in the air. Immediately he did this. He landed on the ground. Asel was shocked to see this because he did not lose control and yet Ronan landed on the ground. He was surprised that Ronan cut his magical energy called mana. Asel asked Ronan how he was able to do it. Ronan hit Asel's head and told him not to ask about it. Even when Ronan was a soldier, he did not know how he was able to do things. He aims to understand his ability better in this life. After putting his sword away, Ronan gave Asel his bag and told him to follow him because he is about to do something that is going to be on the first page of his biography, which he calls the Empire's history book. On the way to their destination, Ronan told Asel that he is going to be joining him in Phil Leon Academy. Asel was surprised to hear this because he knew that Ronan was a martial arts genius, but he did not see himself as someone who is talented enough to attend Phil Leon Academy. Ronan asked Asel if he wants to waste his life and talent in this village. He told Asel that he is a coward and a loser. He told him that he will regret wasting his time in this village. Ronan knew the feeling of wasting one's life because he did the same when he was a soldier. Asel was very happy to hear Ronan say this. He believed that Ronan cared so much about him. He told Ronan that he will go to Phil Leon Academy. Ronan congratulated him for making a manly decision. He told Asel that he has to clear his first hurdle to prove he is a real man. When Ronan and Asel arrived at their destination, Asel was surprised that his first hurdle was to defeat a lunar goblin. Ronan told Asel that it is a task that fits him perfectly. Asel understood that Ronan is a crazy person. A lunar goblin is a type of goblin that often appears around that area. Most people differentiate them from normal goblins by their yellow skin and disfigured bodies, but their main characteristic is that they go crazy over gold and other treasures. They gather all the goods they stole and have a festival on a night with a full moon. Ronan told Asel that the reason he brought them there on this night is to steal the treasures from the goblins. Asel was shocked that Ronan knew that the goblins steal treasures and have a festival on a night with a full moon. Ronan told him that he read it in a book. This was a lie. Ronan got this information in his past life. Ronan told Asel that he needs to use his telekinesis to take all the treasures and put it into his bag. Asel told Ronan that he is scared of doing this because if he makes a mistake and wakes the goblin, he and Ronan could be killed. Ronan told Asel that if they want to get into Phil Leon Academy, they need two things. The first is money. They need a lot of money to pay for the crazy tuition fees. The second thing they need is real-life experience. While money is important, having real-life experience is more crucial. Phil Leon Academy is a place that is filled with aristocrats who have received elite training from birth, and the only way to even dream about winning people like that is to gain experience by risking one's life. That is why the lunar goblins are perfect, because they will give them both money and experience. When Asel heard this, he was sad because what Ronan said actually made sense. After calming down, Asel began to use his telekinesis to steal the treasures. He was very careful and focused on what he was doing. After Ronan filled the bags, he thanked Asel for his efforts. He was not actually sure if Asel could do what he asked, so he was surprised when it went as planned. Ronan was very happy that he found a useful slave. When Ronan was packing his bag up, two men were chasing after a bird. They screamed at the bird in anger. Unfortunately for Ronan, a goblin woke up thanks to the scream. When the goblin looked around, it noticed that their treasures were gone. It immediately woke the other goblins and explained their situation. While Ronan and Asel were about to run, the goblins saw them. They rushed to attack them. Asel fell on his knees out of fear. He asked Ronan if they should abandon the treasure and run. Ronan told him to hold on to the treasure because they need it for their tuition. As the goblins were moving close to them, Ronan brought out his sword to check its weight and its hardness. He knew that with the quality of the sword he had, he could only attack 15 times before the sword becomes useless. This was an issue because there are 30 goblins, but Ronan believed that 15 attacks would be enough. When he first swung his sword, he cut the heads of 3 goblins. Asel could not believe what he saw. Ronan killed the first 3 goblins in one strike, then he attacked the other goblins at a crazy speed that made him look like he disappeared. After handling the goblins, Ronan told Asel to get up because they need to return home. On their way home, Ronan felt some pain in his shoulders. He could not believe that his muscles would be sore after he sliced some goblins. He realized that it is probably because his body is still growing. he decided that he needs to do a lot of physical training when he returns to his house. Asel asked Ronan who he thinks made the loud noise that woke the goblins. Ronan said that he does not know who it is, but he will beat up the person if he ever meets them. While Ronan and Asel were walking, someone shot an arrow at Asel. Luckily for Asel, Ronan caught the arrow. Asel was surprised to see this. He wondered where the arrow came from. While he and Ronan were discussing, the two men who screamed at the bird and tried to shoot Asel came to meet them. They apologized for shooting at them. They asked them what children like them were doing there at night. Ronan was very angry that they called him a child. They looked at Ronan's bag and saw the treasures. They were happy to see this. They apologized to Ronan and Asel again. Ronan told them to stop their fake apologies. He asked them who they are. The man brought out a knife and attacked Ronan. He told Ronan that their group's name is Calaboro. When Ronan heard the name of their group, he took the knife away from the man and used it to stab him. When the man's friend saw this, he rushed to attack Ronan, but he is stopped by Asel, who uses a skill called Invisible Hand to hold him down. Ronan thanked Asel for saving him. He took the man's knife and used it to tear him apart. Asel was shocked to see this. He asked Ronan if he killed the man. Ronan told him that he will kill anyone that tries to kill him. He said that this men deserved what they got because the group which this people belong to is responsible for a lot of evil. They commit crimes like poaching, kidnapping and human trafficking. They are known as the Empire's worst poaching group. Ronan told Asel that this men were going to steal their treasures and harvest their organs. While clearing the bodies, Ronan and Asel see the men's bag move. When they opened it, a bird came out of it. Ronan was shocked to see the bird because it had blue feathers. When he looked at the bird's legs, he saw a chain on it. The chain is an equipment used by Calaboro to disrupt a prisoner's mana and restrict their movement. Ronan was surprised that Calaboro would use such an equipment because it is only used to capture mystical beasts. While thinking, Ronan sees a magic circle at the back of the bird and hears the bird speak. Asel was surprised to see this. He assumed that the bird could actually speak. Ronan told him that someone is speaking to them through communication magic. Ronan was shocked that the communication magic worked immediately. The bird came out of the bag. This means that the person speaking has been trying to connect to the bird, but the bag was blocking the connection. The person whose name is Varen is a professor who is researching about mystical beast. Varen said that he is the guardian of the bird whose name is Marpez. Varen said that he was not able to connect to Marpez for a while and he was just about to report to the authorities. He asked Ronan and Asel who they were. Ronan said that they are righteous passers-by. He said that they saved Marpez from poachers. Varen could not believe that Marpez was kidnapped. He thanked Ronan for saving Marpez and asked them how he can repay them. Asel told Varen not to worry about repaying them. He asked Varen how Marpez is going to return back to him because he looks exhausted from being chained up. Ronan asked Varen if Marpez will be able to fly well once he cuts the chain. Varen said that he will. After Varen said this, Ronan broke Marpez's chains in one strike. He told Marpez to return home. When Marpez heard this, he saw Ronan as a shining hero. He shoved his ass in Ronan's face. Varen told Ronan that Marpez wants to see him again and because of this he wants him to pluck one of his feathers. He told Ronan that a dream bird like Marpez can use its feather as a compass to the main body. He told Ronan that he will repay him when he comes to his institution. After saying this, Marpez flew away. After Marpez flew away, Ronan saw something on his hand. A few days later, Ronan took the treasures he obtained to a merchant called Down Carabel. Down is the owner of the Carabel merchantry. Down was happy to meet a customer like Ronan because he brought a lot of valuable things. Ronan was also happy to meet a merchant like Down because he appreciated the items he brought. The other merchants were doing their best to scam Ronan, but Down was honest with him. Ronan asked Down if he could help him appraise an item. Ronan brought out an odd-looking egg and gave it to Down. Ronan first thought that the egg was poop. He was angry that Marpez would do such a thing to him. He threw the egg on a boulder. The egg completely crushed the boulder. That is why Ronan wants to know what type of egg it is. After taking a close look at the egg, Down thought that the egg was horse poop. Ronan was surprised to hear this. he took the egg from the man and decided to keep it for later. Ronan asked Down if he sold books about Phil Leon Academy. He told Down that they are applying to Phil Leon Academy and they need books to read. Down was happy to hear this because his daughter is also applying to the academy. He introduced them to his daughter Maria. Ronan was surprised to see Maria. Down told Maria that Ronan and Acel are important people who he just closed a deal with. Maria was surprised to hear this. She could not believe that kids like them just made a deal with her father. Down apologized to Ronan and Acel that his daughter called them kids. Ronan walked up to Maria. He asked her if her middle name is Sun. Maria said that it is. Ronan was surprised to hear this. He could not believe that Maria looked so similar to someone he knew in his past life. Ronan was confused because the Maria he knew was a man. He moved close to Maria's ear and asked her if she has a penis. Maria was shocked that Ronan would ask her such a question. She slapped his face with a lot of strength. When Ronan felt the slap, he was sure that the only person that could slap him like this is his own Maria. In his past life, Ronan worked as a disciplinary soldier in a place called Armelin. The Maria he knew was in charge of supplies at Armelin. Maria was an easygoing person who got along with everyone, but when the soldiers talk about penis, Maria always got angry and always slapped the people around her. Ronan had always been curious about why Maria behaved like that. He wanted to ask Maria about the issue but he never got the chance because Maria died. Ronan was happy to find out that the reason Maria always acted like that was because she is a girl. Maria thought that Ronan was laughing at her. She decided to hit him again but Ronan stopped her attack and he hit her on her head and told her not to hit him again. He told her that he only allowed her to hit him because he asked a foolish question. Maria was annoyed to hear this. She used her head to hit Ronan's chin. Immediately she did this, she and Ronan began to fight. After they calmed down, Ronan and Maria began to talk like they were friends. Acel was shocked to see this. He thought that they were insane. Maria brought a sword called the Black Iron Sword. She told Ronan that the Black Iron Sword is an amazing sword that even knights want to buy. Ronan told her that he fights in a rough manner and so he needs a sword that does not break easily. Maria assured him that the Black Iron Sword is the best for him. Ronan was happy to receive the sword because it was the same one he used in his past life. After giving Ronan his weapon, she asked Acel what kind of magic does he use. Acel told her that he uses telekinesis. Maria was shocked to hear this. She told Acel that if he performs well on his test, he could be given a scholarship. Acel was very happy to hear this. Maria was sure that she did not need to worry about Acel. She decided to focus on Ronan. She asked him about the technique he is going to present to the judges on the day of the test. She told Ronan that if he wants to enter Phil Leon Academy, he needs to impress the judges with an amazing technique. The school also has a written exam which is difficult but it is not as difficult as the practical one. The practical exam is very important to the extent that if one performs well in it, they could still enter the academy even if they have a low grade in the written exam. Ronan asked Maria about the technique he needs to demonstrate. Maria told him that most nobles usually demonstrate their family's secret techniques but normal martial arts applicant usually demonstrate their personal mana fighting techniques. Ronan was surprised to hear this. He asked Maria if it is possible for martial artists to use mana even though they are not mages. Maria was shocked to hear this question. She told Ronan that anyone who wants to join Phil Leon Academy would have to have been able to sense their own mana and be able to use that mana in combat. She believed that this information was known by everyone and yet Ronan was looking at her like she was crazy. Ronan asked her if sensing mana is similar to sensing aura. Maria was shocked to hear this. She could not believe that someone like Ronan wanted to enter Phil Leon Academy. Ronan told her not to worry. He said that it might be something he already knows. Maria stood up and asked Ronan to join her outside. She took two short swords that belonged to Ronan. Ronan asked her to leave the swords. He asked her what she would do if she damages them. Maria told him that she will give him triple the money he used to buy the swords. She told him to get up immediately because she wants to give him some special training. Mana is the source of the power of nature. It is a natural energy that exists everywhere in the world but not everyone can use it. In order to use it, one has to sense and feel their own energy and be able to use mana sense. To enter this stage, one has to go through various trainings and understand themselves better. It usually takes a year for a normal person to get mana sense. After they practice their mana techniques and they have perfected them, they apply to Phil Leon Academy. Maria told Ronan that the fact that he does not know the difference between aura and mana proves that he is not yet ready to attend Phil Leon Academy. She told Ronan that aura is a type of mana. Even people who are quite talented in using mana train for at least 10 years to achieve aura. Ronan remembered meeting people who could use aura on the battlefield. They often bragged about it and they used an unusual power. But this did not matter to Ronan because most of them ended up dead. Maria told Ronan that she is no longer explaining. She brought out her sword and rushed to attack Ronan. Ronan blocked the attack. He was shocked by her strength. He was surprised to see how skilled she was and how she was able to fight him well with dual blades. Although Ronan could not see if she was using mana, but he could tell that she was using it to fight him. Maria was impressed with Ronan. She originally wanted to defeat Ronan in one round in order to show him the use of mana and make him give up the test on his own. She wanted Ronan to give up because she did not want him to be humiliated at the academy, but to her surprise, Ronan was much stronger than she expected. She could not believe that he did not know how to use mana. While Maria was lost in thought, Ronan used his sword to push her away. He took a deadly stance and told her to dodge his attack. Fortunately for Maria, she listened to Ronan and dodged the attack. After successfully dodging the attack, she told Ronan that he is not a normal person. Ronan told her that she is also quite good. He told her that she is very talented in using her blades, but she is still clumsy in finding her center of balance. He told her that if she can fix this problem, she will improve a lot. After saying this, Ronan put his sword away and turned around. Maria was angry to see this. She told him that the fight is not over and he needs to continue. Ronan told her that she should not forget that she promised to triple his money. Immediately he said this, Maria's dual blades broke. Maria was extremely shocked to see this. Asel told her not to worry, like he never expected her to win Ronan. After saying this, he left with Ronan. Maria could not believe what had just happened to her. She was sure that Ronan is not a human being. The next day, Maria gave Ronan and Asel some books and some materials. She told them that these are books which she personally summarized. Ronan asked her what they are for. Maria was surprised to hear this. She told Ronan that he and Asel need the books because the test is in a month's time. Ronan told her that the books are too much. He brought out his sword and asked her if she is trying to rip him off. Maria told Ronan that she is giving them because she has come to like them and she wishes that they can enter Phil Leon Academy together. She also told him that the books are free. Immediately Ronan heard this. He put his sword away. She told him that she would love to teach them herself, but their group has to move away to another place. She told them to work hard and study a lot so she can see them at the academy. Ronan told her not to worry and focus on herself. After saying this to her, Maria got on the carriage. She told them that she will see them on the test day and they should not lose her books. After Maria left, Ronan noticed that his body was sore from the spar he had with Maria. He knew that it was urgent that he trains his weakened body. He found it funny that he also has to study and work hard to get into an academy. He thought of his situation as an odd one, but he did not hate it. After Ronan returned home, he began to live differently. He ate a lot of food and he hunted monsters constantly in order for him to get used to his body and increase his stamina. He eventually killed all the monsters in the village. At night, Ronan did his best to study. He never imagined he would do something like this in his past life. Ronan continued this routine until a month passed and it was finally the day for the test. When Asel saw Phil Leon Academy, he could not believe that such a structure existed because the academy was like a mini city. Ronan told him to stop staring because he looks like a country bumpkin. Asel was about to apologize when he noticed something about Ronan. He told Ronan that his body has gotten bigger in just a month. Ronan told him to not focus on stupid things like that. Instead, he should enter the academy for the test. While walking, Ronan realized that someone important would also be partaking in this test. That person is the Sword Saint Shulafen, the strongest man in the empire. he is representing the renowned swordsmanship clan called Grangxia. Ronan is sure that he will meet him because Shulafen is the same age as him and so he should be taking the test too. While Ronan was thinking, Asel asked him if he has the feather which he plucked from the dream bird. Ronan brought out the feather when he remembered that Varen's institution was in the capital. When he brought out the feather, he noticed that it was pointing to a tall building in Phil Leon Academy. At the top of the tall building, Marpez and Varen Fanasir, who is the Academy's zoology professor, was rearranging his office in order to prepare to greet Ronan. Varen is a werelion. Varen decided to open the window in order to let some air in. Immediately he opened the window. He saw Ronan's creepy face. When he and Marpez saw this, they screamed. Varen asked Ronan how he got to his window because his office is on the top floor of the building. He asked them if they are after Marpez. Ronan brought out the feather to show Varen. Varen was surprised to see it. He realized that Ronan and Asel were the people who saved Marpez. Varen apologized for screaming at them. Ronan told him not to worry about it. He said that it is Asel's fault that they used the window. Asel was surprised to hear this. He told Varen that the reason they entered through the window was because Ronan said he was too tired to use the stairs, so he asked him to use telekinesis to raise him up. Ronan squeezed Asel's mouth to stop him from confessing the truth. He told Varen that he is surprised that he is a werelion and a professor of Phil Leon Academy. Varen said that he is also surprised that Ronan and Asel are applicants of the Academy. He felt bad that he did not know because he could have written a recommendation letter that would allow them to enter the Academy without taking any test. Ronan told Varen not to worry about them. He told Varen that he wants him to help him look at something. He brought out the egg which Marpez laid. Varen was very surprised to see this. Ronan asked him why he is surprised that a bird laid an egg. Varen said that the egg that a dream bird lays is different from a normal egg. He said that he does not know what will hatch out of the egg. Ronan was surprised to hear this. Varen told him that depending on the environment the dream bird is in, it will absorb unique mana and lay an egg. In an area that is filled with lava, a phoenix will hatch out of the egg. In a monster's nest, the hatched dream bird will look like the monster, and in some circumstances, the hatched dream bird will not take the shape of a bird. Varen said that if he analyzes the mana of the dream bird, he can guess what will hatch out of it, but he cannot really tell what it is at the moment. Ronan was annoyed to hear this. He could not believe that an egg could be stressful to understand. He wondered what place Marpez was in for him to lay such an egg. Varen told Ronan that he wants him to look after the egg. Ronan asked him if it was okay because the egg is quite precious. Varen told Ronan that a dream bird only lays an egg once in a lifetime. The fact that Marpez laid an egg in front of Ronan means that he felt something special in Ronan. Ronan accepted Varen's request because he was also curious about what kind of thing that will hatch out of the egg. Ronan and Asel decided to leave because their test was going to start very soon. Varen told them to wait for him. He brought out a map and told Ronan that it will help them in hatching the egg. After receiving the map, Ronan and Asel went to take their test. At the Galleon Castle where the test was taking place, the martial arts applicants all gathered in one place. An attendant comes out from a room and asked applicant 112 to enter. Ronan realized that after applicant 112, he is next. He had already gotten tired from waiting. Maria told him that all tests are like this. He asked Maria, who was sitting next to him, what she was wearing. Maria told him that Phil Leon Academy is an institution which all nobles attend. She said that she wants to present herself well in case they become her customers in future. While Ronan and Maria were discussing, applicant 112 came out of the room and applicant 113, which is Ronan, was asked to step in. Maria told Ronan to not be nervous. She told him to do his best. Ronan told her not to worry because nothing is going to happen. When Ronan stepped in, he was shocked by the air around the professors. Each one of them was extraordinary, especially the old man in the middle, who is the Academy's headmaster and an archmage. His name is Krava Kratir. Ronan was also shocked by the energy the swordsmanship instructor possessed. This woman's name is Nabiros and she is called the Grand Sword Saint. After Ronan introduced himself, he was asked to fight a magically engineered dummy. They asked about the technique he is going to show them. Ronan told them that he is only going to use a fast cut. The professors were shocked that Ronan was going to use a simple cut without any mana. They thought he was an idiot because the dummy had enough defensive ability to block an aura user and it has a very fast regeneration ability. The professors believed Ronan was stupid because even Shulafen was barely able to scratch the dummy. Krava could not believe that the professors were being rude to Ronan in front of him. He decided to ignore them. When he looked at Ronan, he was shocked. He could not believe that someone could possess such vigor at a young age. The moment Ronan unsheathed his sword, he slashed the dummy. Nabiros was surprised to see this. After the attack, Ronan put his sword away. The professors laughed at Ronan. They could not believe that he only showed them one cut. One of the professors asked Krava how he wanted to grade Ronan, but Krava was not listening because he was shocked by what Ronan did. While Krava was looking at Ronan, Nabiros picked up her sword and attacked Ronan. She asked him where he learned his swordsmanship. Ronan told her that he cannot answer the question. She decided to change her question. She asked him if he saw how she attacked him. Ronan told her that she unsheathed her sword at a crazy speed and she swung her sword 3 times despite the distance between them. Nabiros said that she swung her sword 3 times to show Ronan that his fast cut was arrogant. She told him that she noticed that he made his cut slow so that the professors could see what he had done. She was angry to see this because she considered it to be insulting to the professors. The other professors could not even tell if Ronan slowed the attack. They were very confused. Ronan was surprised to hear what Nabiros said. The only reason he made his cut slower was because he was not sure if his sword could withstand the last attack. Ronan was not sure if he should explain himself considering how angry Nabiros was. After calming down, Nabiros put her sword away. She told Ronan that she will be the one to teach him. Krava was shocked that Nabiros already accepted Ronan as her student. He thanked Ronan for his demonstration and asked him why he came to their academy. Ronan thought about what happened in the past and told Krava that he does not want to have any regrets. Krava was very shocked to hear this. He asked Ronan to step out after hearing his answer. Krava was surprised to hear Ronan's answer. He said that he also wants to teach Ronan. One of the professors was shocked to hear this. He asked Krava what is special about Ronan. Krava said that Ronan has talent. Immediately he said this. The magically engineered dummy that was said to have fast regeneration lost its head. The 2 professors who mocked Ronan were extremely shocked to see this. After Ronan left the room, he wondered if he could have won against Nabiros in his past life. Ronan knew that he has to work extra hard if he wants to catch up to Nabiros. He was happy that he came to Phil Leon Academy because he could learn a lot of things here. After finishing the practical test, people are expected to write their theory exam. Ronan had been studying for a month, so he believed it would be easy. Unfortunately, this was not true. When Ronan came out of the test center, he was shaking in fear. Maria was shocked to find out that Ronan was not able to answer even half of the test. She surprised to hear this because she told Ronan to read the books in the bag. Asel told Maria that Ronan forgot to check the books and materials. Maria told Ronan not to worry because she is sure that he did well in his practical test and he will be accepted by the academy. Immediately she said this, a blue tablet appeared in the middle of the place they were in. The students went to look at the tablet because it contained their results. Asel got first place in the theory exam and he got 12th position in the practical exam of the magic department. Maria took 9th place in the theory exam and she got 9th place in practical exam of the martial arts department. Asel and Maria began to rejoice when they saw their results. Maria was shocked that Asel took first place in the theory exam. She congratulated him. While they were rejoicing, Maria asked Ronan what results did he get. Ronan told her that his result is not there. Maria was surprised to hear this. She told Ronan to stop joking. As Ronan was about to lose hope, an explosion occurred close to them. When they looked at what caused the explosion, it turned out to be a phoenix called the Glory Phoenix. It is a bird that usually appears to call out the salutatorian of each department. The phoenix shot a fireball at Ronan. When the fireball came close to Ronan, it revealed to Ronan that he got first place in the practical exam and he took the 5,712th position in the theory exam, and because of this, he is the salutatorian of the martial arts department. Asel and Maria began to rejoice when they saw this. Ronan was also very happy with the result. Maria could not believe that he is the salutatorian despite his position in the theory exam. While they were rejoicing, Ronan realized that the fact that he took first place in the practical exam means that he stole it from someone very important. When Ronan looked back, a boy was walking towards him. The boy could not believe that Ronan took first place in the practical exam. This boy was the person that was supposed to be first place in the practical exam if Ronan had not shown up. This boy is the Sword Saint Shulafen. Ronan was surprised to see Shulafen. Maria believed that Shulafen wanted to talk to Ronan, but Ronan knew that Shulafen was not like that. Ronan was annoyed to see Shulafen because he knew that he would cause trouble for him. In Ronan's past life, Shulafen was a person who did not like the idea of anyone being better than him at swordsmanship. Ronan knew that he had to avoid Shulafen at all cost. He told Shulafen that he is also shocked that he is first in the practical exam. Shulafen did not believe Ronan. He asked Ronan why he was lying. Ronan said that he is speaking the truth. He told Shulafen that he does not have any proof that he is lying. He asked him to leave him alone. Shulafen knew that Ronan was right. He decided to attack Ronan to get his proof. Ronan successfully blocked the attack with his sword. Asel and Maria were surprised to see this. Shulafen told Ronan that he would not be able to block his attack if he was not first in the practical exam. He told Ronan to show him his skills because he wanted to see what made him get second in the practical exam. Ronan was annoyed to hear this. He decided to attack Shulafen seriously. He created 3 slashes in one attack. Shulafen successfully blocked the attack. After blocking Ronan's attack, Shulafen's hand began to shake. He told Ronan that he understands why he was given such an amazing grade, but he did not believe that the technique Ronan displayed was enough to beat him. He attacked Ronan again. He told Ronan to show him everything he can do. Ronan was annoyed to hear this. He could not believe that there could be someone as crazy as Shulafen. Shulafen told Ronan that he cannot accept the results of the practical exam. He began to attack Ronan at a crazy speed, but Ronan was strong enough to block the attacks. While Ronan was blocking the attacks, he realized that things could turn out really bad for him because of how intense the fight was. He was scared that Shulafen would soon start using his aura. Ronan knew how powerful Shulafen's aura is because he had seen it in his past life. It was an extremely powerful aura known as the Tempest Sword. After realizing how bad the situation was, Ronan stopped fighting and began to run. Shulafen was shocked to see this. He told Ronan that he should never turn his back on his opponent in a fight. He decided to chase after Ronan. He was about to attack Ronan, but Ronan used Asel as a shield. Shulafen was surprised to see this. He told Ronan that he is a coward for hiding at the back of a woman. Asel told Shulafen that he is actually a man. Ronan knew that Shulafen would not attack an helpless woman because he is a proper gentleman. While hiding at Asel's back, Ronan used his sword to attack Shulafen's nose. Shulafen was really hurt by the attack. Ronan told Maria and Asel to run. Shulafen tried to stop them, but they had already gotten far away from him. Immediately after they left, an instructor of the academy came to see why the students gathered. The instructor was surprised to see Shulafen resting on his sword with an injured nose. He referred to Shulafen as Sir Shulafen. He asked him to give him the names of the students who harmed him. Shulafen told the instructor to speak to him informally because he is an applicant that is to be treated as a commoner. Shulafen told the instructor to not worry because the fight he had was a fair match. After getting up and regaining his strength, Shulafen noticed that his sword had cracked. He was surprised to see this because his sword is made from the strongest iron called mithril. Shulafen did not understand how his sword broke because he did not see Ronan's techniques as anything extraordinary. He could not believe what happened to him. He decided that he needs to remember Ronan. The next day, Ronan and Asel went to Shimo Forest, which is at the outskirts of the capital. Asel asked Ronan if they should be searching the forest right now. he told Ronan that Shulifen is the son of a ducal family and his family is the second most powerful family after the imperial family. He told Ronan that he has to be careful in case Shulifen decides to attack him. Ronan told Asel that while Shulifen is crazy about swords, he is actually a good person. In Ronan's past life, Shulifen was known as everyone's role model who protects the weak. Ronan knew him as the perfect noble. Ronan told Asel that Shulifen probably told people that he had a fair match with him because if Shulifen wanted to punish them, he and Asel would already be imprisoned. After searching for a while, Ronan and Asel found the location which Varen showed them on the map. This place is Fernando Spring and it has a mana vein. Mana that hovers around the world usually comes together for an unknown reason and gathers in a single spot to form a puddle called mana vein. Mana is usually absorbed from it by the surrounding matter. A regular rock would turn into the highest grade mana stone and a normal plant can turn into a miraculous herb. Ronan knows that the value of a mana vein is crazy. Most people would want to monopolize it for themselves. Yet Varen gave it to them for free in order to hatch the egg. Ronan asked Asel if this place feels different. Asel said that he has never felt so much mana before. He said that he can cast spells that are much stronger than usual. While looking at the mana vein, Asel noticed that the egg was absorbing a lot of mana. He asked Ronan if this place feels strange to him. Ronan asked him what he meant by that. Asel reminded Ronan that Varen said that because of the mana vein, a lot of fantastical and mystical animals should be there. Even regular animals would love to build their nest there. Asel asked Ronan if he could hear any animal sound. Ronan realized that he messed up. He stood up and told Asel that he should get ready for battle because he can smell blood. Asel asked Ronan what he means by he can smell blood. Ronan told him that this means people came here before them and have noticed their presence. Immediately Ronan said this. A group of men who were wearing animal-shaped masks on the other side of the forest shot their arrows at Ronan and Asel. Ronan easily destroyed their arrows. When he saw the arrowhead, he was surprised. He realized that he had seen it before in his past life. At the punitive force camp, Ronan and his fellow soldiers gathered around a campfire. One of the soldiers was explaining how special the arrow he is holding is. He said that the arrow can destroy the head of powerful creatures like orcs. The soldier asked Ronan, who was their captain, if he wants an arrow. Ronan told him to stop bragging about the arrow because he was caught using it to poach animals. The soldier told Ronan that the arrow is special. He told him that the people that use this arrow are the hunting dogs of the one who has succeeded in over 100 poaching in the Calaboro organization. Ronan was annoyed to find out that the people who shot at them are hunting dogs who work for Calaboro. After stopping the attacks, Ronan told Asel to hide somewhere. He said that he has some things he has to take care of. After saying this, he ran towards the direction of the people who shot at them. The hunting dogs of Calaboro could not believe what they saw. Ronan destroyed all their mana-infused arrows with a single sword. When they saw Ronan running towards them, one of the hunting dogs told the rest to scatter and surround Ronan. Ronan was surprised that the hunting dog could make a quick decision. He knew that this one was different from the ones he met in the forest. He knew that he had to make a plan to catch them all. As the hunting dogs were about to scatter, Ronan stops them by telling them that he is an ally. He told them that he is the youngest hunting dog from the Damas branch. He told them that his name is Ahiyudi. The hunting dogs stopped running and gathered around Ronan. They asked him if he is really a hunting dog. Ronan said that he is. One of the hunting dog who was not wearing a mask told Ronan that he does not believe him. He said that it does not make sense for someone as young as Ronan to join them. Ronan told him to ask the branch wolf if he does not believe him. He told the hunting dog that just because he is not talented does not mean others are not talented too. The hunting dog was angry to hear this. He grabbed Ronan's shirt and told him that he will chop him into pieces. Ronan told him that guys like him always have bad endings. While he was yelling at Ronan, one of his teammates told him to leave Ronan alone because Ronan seemed to know about their organization's rankings and branches, so it will be better for their boss to return and confirm if Ronan is truly a hunting dog. Immediately the hunting dog said this. Their boss came out of the woods. his name is Biam and he is the wolf of Demire branch. When the hunting dog saw his boss, he left Ronan alone and went to explain the situation to him. Ronan was happy to see Biam because if the boss is around, it means that all the hunting dogs in the area are gathered there. Biam told Ronan that he does not know what he is doing here because this part of the forest belongs to their branch. Ronan told them that he does not care because his name is not Ahiyuti. When Biam heard this, he was surprised. Immediately Ronan said this. He used his sword to kill all the hunting dogs that surrounded him in one attack. He rushed to attack Biam. He told him that the name he used felt like it would be perfect for a poacher. After saying this, Ronan cut Biam's head off. Ronan reminded the hunting dog that did not have a mask that guys like him always have bad endings. Immediately he said this. The man's fingers fell off. The man screamed in pain. Ronan told him to stop overreacting. He gave him the map that Varen gave them. He told him that if he does not want to feel more pain, he should write the location of the other branches of Calaboro at the back of the map. The man panicked when he heard this. Ronan thought that the man did not want to do it, so he decided to kill him. The man told him that he will do it. He asked Ronan for a pen to write. Ronan told him to use his bloody fingers to write. After finishing the map, Ronan took a look at it and thanked the man. The man told Ronan that he will be leaving since Ronan promised to set him free once he is done. Immediately Ronan kept the map in his pocket. He told the man that he is not setting him free. He used his sword to split him into two. Asel began to puke when he saw the corpse of the dead animals. Ronan told him to stop overreacting. Asel apologized for the vomit. He told Ronan that the amount of animals Calaboro killed was too much. Ronan told him that it is a crime to let people who work for Calaboro live. When Ronan looked at the corpses, he knew that Professor Varen would be sad to see this. He decided to head back to the capital. As he was about to leave, he noticed that the egg in his pouch was shaking. Ronan asked Asel to look at what happened, but Asel was preoccupied with something. Asel told Ronan to look up. When Ronan looked up, he saw the blood of the dead animals floating in the air. The blood came together and moved close to Ronan and Asel. Ronan decided to draw his sword and attack the blood. As he was about to do this, he noticed his egg floating in the air. The egg moved close to the sea of blood and began to absorb it. Asel asked Ronan what was happening. Ronan said that he does not know, but he is sure that whatever that is inside the egg is not ordinary. After absorbing all the blood, the egg began to hatch. Ronan was extremely happy to see this. He wanted to see what kind of valuable creature that is inside the egg. Immediately the entity hatched. It attacked Ronan's nose. Ronan was shocked that it attacked him. When he looked at the dream bird, he was sure that it is not a bird. Asel said that it looks like a dragon. Ronan also believed that it looks like a dragon. He wondered where Marpez absorbed mana from for it to lay such a unique egg. Ronan told the dragon that it should not have attacked him in the face because this is its first time meeting him. When the dragon heard this, it used magic to fix Ronan's nose. Asel was surprised that a baby dragon could use healing magic and it liked Ronan a lot. Ronan was happy that he got a creature that has different abilities. Asel told Ronan that they need to name the dragon. While they were thinking of names, the dragon sensed something in the surroundings. It rushed towards it. Asel wondered where the dragon was going to. Ronan was impressed that the dragon was able to sense someone was close to them. On the other side of the forest, Balrouse, the errand boy Demire branch, was running away. Balrouse went to run an errand, but when he came back, all the hunting dogs and his boss were dead. When he went to check what killed them, he saw Ronan and Asel standing next to a sea of blood. Immediately he saw this, he began to run. Unfortunately for him, the dragon began to chase after him. Balrouse tripped on a stick and fell. When the dragon caught up to him, it began to drain his blood. Balrouse began to scream when he saw this. Fortunately for him, Ronan told the dragon, who he named Sita, to stop hurting Balrouse. Asel was surprised that Ronan named the dragon Sita. Ronan said that he already had the name in his mind before. Luckily for Ronan, the dragon liked the name. Balrouse remembered seeing Ronan next to the sea of blood. He wondered if Ronan is Sita's owner. Ronan asked Balrouse if he is okay. Balrouse thanked Ronan for saving him. He asked Ronan how he knows his name. Ronan put his sword to Balrao's neck and told him that he does not need to know. He asked Balrao's how he has been and how well he has been poaching as a bloodhound. Balrao's was surprised to hear this. He could not believe that someone called him a bloodhound because he is a common errand boy. Ronan knew that Balrao's will become a bloodhound in the organization because Balrao's was one of the soldiers that served under him. Ronan told Balrao's that he has something he wants him to do for him. After Ronan was done with Balrao's, he filled a tube with the water from Fernando Spring. Asel was surprised to see this. He wondered why Ronan would do such a thing. After he and Ronan arrived at the capital, Ronan sold the water to Maria's father for a high price. Ronan knew that the water would sell incredibly well because it was gotten from a mana vein. Ronan believed that they would not have been able to get such a large amount of money without the help of Professor Varen. He and Asel decided to visit Varen. When they arrived at his door, they saw a sign that said that Professor Varen is out on a business trip. Ronan was sad to see this. He wanted Professor Varen to see Sita because he knew that Professor Varen was curious about what would hatch out of the egg. Ronan was grateful to Professor Varen because thanks to him, he was able to get a map that has the locations of Caliboro's branches and he was able to meet his fellow soldier. When Ronan met Balrao's, he instilled a lot of fear in him so that Balrao's would not dream of betraying him. Asel asked Ronan what he wanted to use his money for because Ronan is exempted from paying school fees since he is the second position in the martial arts department. When Ronan thought about what he wanted to use the money for, he realized that their entrance ceremony will be happening soon. A few days later, Iril arrived at the capital's carriage station. She could not believe how beautiful the capital was. When she arrived, she saw Ronan waiting there for her. Ronan asked her if anything happened after he left. Iril was surprised to hear this. She told Ronan that she is the one who is worried about him. When she woke up in the morning, she saw a fancy carriage outside her house and the coachman told her that he is supposed to give her a ride to the city on the orders of Ronan. Iril asked Ronan how he was able to pay for something like that because he does not have any money. She grabbed Ronan's face and asked him if he is not eating well. Ronan told her not to worry about him. He told her that he is eating well. When Iril heard this, she became calm. She asked Ronan what was on his shoulder. Ronan introduced her to Sita. He told her that Sita will be staying with him for some reasons. After saying this, Ronan grabbed Iril's hand. He told her that he does not have enough time left before he enters the academy. He told her that he has something he really wants to do. Ronan took Iril to a clothing store. When Iril tried on the dresses, she told Ronan that it was too expensive. Ronan told the attendants at the store to pack all the clothes that his sister tried on. Iril was shocked to hear this because she wore a lot of clothes. Ronan told her that it is time for her to receive from him. Iril was very happy to hear this. She began to scream with joy that her little brother was very kind. Ronan did his best to stop her from going outside. After the attendants packed Iril's clothes, Ronan told her that they have to head to the blacksmith workshop to get a brand new sword for him. He told her that his sword was ruined by a crazy person. As he was about to leave the clothing store, he saw Shulafen waiting for him outside. Ronan and Sita were very shocked to see him. Ronan asked him how he knew he was here. Shulafen said that he came to the area to get a new sword because Ronan ruined his former one. He said that he accidentally saw Ronan entering the store, so he decided to wait for him. Ronan told Shulafen that he is a stalker. He told him that his sword was more damaged than his own. He told Shulafen that he will show him whose sword is more defective. When Shulafen heard this, he wanted to fight Ronan. Their fight is stopped by Iril. She told Ronan to stop being rude to Shulafen. Ronan tried to explain himself, but Iril told him not to talk back. When Shulafen saw this, he was shocked. He could not believe that Ronan has an older sister. Iril apologized for Ronan's behavior. When Shulafen saw Iril apologize, he was completely blown away by her beauty. He thought that he was looking at a goddess. Shulafen began to shake because he did not know how to respond. After regaining his composure, he told Iril that he is completely responsible for the misunderstanding. Iril was happy to meet a nice noble man. She could not believe that Ronan had such a kind friend. She asked him to take care of Ronan for her. Shulafen said he will do it. Ronan was completely blown away by Shulafen's behavior. Shulafen told her that he wants to compensate Ronan for his sword. He said that he does not have any gold on him, so he gave Iril his family's proof of identification. He told her that it will be accepted anywhere in the empire. When Ronan saw this, he was extremely shocked. Shulafen told Iril that if she wants to buy a sword, she should go to the blacksmith on the western end of the street. He told her that the blacksmith shop is a special place that commoners cannot visit, but if they have his family's proof of verification, they can enter easily. He told them that they will get an amazing sword there. After saying this, he left. Ronan could not believe what Shulafen did. The Grangxia proof of verification is a tablet that can buy villages, and yet, Shulafen gave it to his sister. He did not remember Shulafen having such a behavior in the past. At the academy's entrance ceremony, Krava greeted the students. He told the students that all of them have amazing skills and boundless talents. He told them that with their talents and the teachings of the professors, they will be recorded and remembered by the empire. After saying this, he congratulated them on entering the academy. Ronan was not interested in Krava's speech, but he was happy that Krava gave a speech because it made his sister proud of him. After Krava was done with his speech, he snapped his finger and everyone felt magic move around them. When Asel saw this, he told Ronan to look up. When Ronan looked up, he saw the sky shattering into pieces. While he was looking up, he and his other classmates got teleported to an arena. Ronan could not believe that Krava could teleport such a large amount of people by just snapping his fingers. Krava told the freshmen that they are about to have a meeting with their seniors. The meeting between the freshmen and the seniors is called senior-junior meeting. It occurs between freshmen and year 2 seniors. It is a process that is known to be intense. It is a process whereby the first and second ranks represent the freshmen and they are told to fight one among the 4 senior who have their own individual fighting styles. Krava told the audience that this event is made so that the students can compete with each other and learn each other's weaknesses. He believed that this is the best way for students to learn. Krava told the students that the freshmen will be given the chance to choose their opponents and they can choose not to duel if they want to. Ronan was angry to hear this. He believed that this event was created so that the freshmen are put in their place. The people that Ronan and Shulafen had to fight were Nasto, who is rank 1 of the martial arts department, Braum, who is rank 2 of the martial arts department, Irina, who is rank 3 of the martial arts department, and Karun, who is rank 4 of the martial arts department. Braum said that he is happy to face the Empire's rising star and the man who defeated the Empire's rising star. Ronan was happy about the opportunity to face this martial artist because he wanted to show Iril that he is strong enough to fight anyone. He also wanted to show her how close he is with Shulafen. While thinking of what to do, Krava asked them to begin the duel. When Ronan heard this, he had an idea. He asked Krava if he could make a suggestion. Krava asked him to go ahead. Ronan told Krava that since they are free to choose who they want to fight, he would like to fight all 4 of the seniors. Krava was shocked to hear this. The seniors were extremely angry to hear this, but what made them more angry was that Ronan asked them to fight him together. Krava asked Nabirose how she wants to take care of this issue. Nabirose told Krava that he should allow Ronan to do what he wants. She said that in their school, if one has skills, he is free to act how he wants. She said that she will interfere if the duel is looking dangerous. After hearing this, Krava decided to let the duel happen. The 4 sophomores were angry about Ronan's arrogance. Irina thought that Ronan was being arrogant because he was ranked 2nd position in the martial arts department. Nasto told the other sophomores to calm down because while Ronan is arrogant, he is someone who defeated Shulafen in the practical exam. He told them to attack Ronan with all their strength. When Iril saw how tense the air around the arena was, she screamed at Ronan. She told him to forfeit the match if he believes he will get injured. When Ronan heard this, he smiled at her to reassure her. After everyone got ready, Krava told the students to begin the match. Immediately the match began. Nasto attacked Ronan at full speed. Ronan was able to dodge the attack. When Ronan dodged Nasto's attack, he could tell that he and the other 3 sophomores were much stronger than Maria. After Ronan dodged Nasto's attack, Irina began to attack him with two short swords. Ronan was able to block the attacks. While Irina was attacking Ronan, Kurun used his spear to attack Ronan from Irina's back. Ronan was surprised by how good their teamwork is. Kurun used his spear to push Ronan away. As Ronan was about to get up, he saw Braum at his back with his giant sword in the air. Braum said that he wanted to fight Ronan alone, but Ronan disappointed him. Immediately he said this, he attacked Ronan. Ronan knew that Braum's attack is supposed to be a strong finishing attack and the other three were going to attack him immediately. He let his guard down. Ronan was very surprised at how coordinated and smart the sophomores were. Before Braum could land his attack on Ronan, Ronan disappeared. Braum and the other three were surprised to see this. Irina was the only one that was able to notice how fast Ronan was. She could not believe what she was seeing. Before she could do anything, Ronan attacked all four of them at a crazy speed. To his surprise, Braum was able to withstand his attack. He could not believe that Braum still wanted to fight after he destroyed the other sophomores. As Braum was about to attack him, he took a stance. When Braum saw this stance, he could not believe that Ronan was able to copy Nebiro's swordsmanship. Ronan attacked Braum with 3 slashes just like Nebiro's showed him at the test. Immediately he did this, he broke Braum's sword and knocked him out. After defeating the sophomores, he thanked them for helping him learn a lot. Iril and everyone in the arena were shocked by what just happened. They began to scream in excitement. The 4 sophomores were surprised that they lost. Nasto said that he has no complaints about how he lost. He wondered where a monstrous guy like Ronan learnt from. When the duel ended, Iril grabbed the man sitting next to her and told him that Ronan is her brother. Ronan was happy to see this because this means Iril won't be worried about him while he stays in the academy. Ronan told his seniors that they performed well. Nasto and the other seniors were surprised to hear this. Ronan told them that he was excited to enter Phil Leon Academy, so he used all his strength to fight. He told them that they are stronger than he expected. He thanked them for accepting his challenge. Asel and Maria were surprised to see this. They thought that Ronan had finally lost his mind. Ronan begged the sophomores to forget the discourtesy he showed them. He told them that he wants to learn a lot of things from them in the future. The seniors did not know how to respond to Ronan's request. While they were thinking of what to do, Braum stood up and told Ronan that he is an excellent junior. He believed that Ronan was rude at first, but now he thinks of Ronan as a well-mannered swordsman. He told Ronan to be proud of his win because he was skilled enough to get it. He took Ronan's hand and raised it in the air to appreciate Ronan. Ronan displayed his social skills so that Iril would not be concerned about him. While Ronan was on stage, a mysterious girl took an interest in him. At night, the students gathered at the dining hall to eat. The students were told that they would be getting an entrance ceremony banquet. Ronan expected it to be a small dinner among students, but to his surprise it was a massive banquet. Maria told him that they are at the most prestigious school in the empire, so a dinner of this level is expected. While Maria was stuffing her face with food, Asel asked Ronan if he has sent his sister back home. Ronan said that he has. He said that Iril did not want to leave him behind because she was still worried. He had to spend some time to calm her down before he sent her off. He asked Sita to follow and protect her. He knew that no monster or person is a threat to Sita. Asel was surprised that Ronan went through such measures to protect his sister. After talking to Asel, Ronan decided to eat. As he was about to taste his meat, Sholofen appeared at his back and asked him if he should be eating comfortably. Ronan was very annoyed to see Sholofen. He asked him if he wants to fight with him again. Sholofen told Ronan that he wants to confirm some important things. Ronan told him to ask his questions. Sholofen asked Ronan if Iril's house is far from the capital. Ronan was surprised to hear this. Sholofen asked Ronan if bandits frequently appear on the road to Iril's house. He asked Ronan if he gave Iril enough security. Ronan did not know how to respond to Sholofen's questions. Sholofen told Ronan that he must have given his sister proper security before she left. Ronan was angry to hear this. He told Sholofen that unless a wyvern attacks his sister will be fine. Sholofen was surprised to hear this. he could not believe that Ronan could not give his sister enough security to protect her from a wyvern. When Ronan heard this, he thought that Shulafen was crazy. He asked Shulafen why he is making such an issue over something that concerns his sister. He asked Shulafen if he believes he means something to Iroh. Shulafen began to shake when he heard this. He told Ronan that he is a knight and that is why he wants a woman to get back home safely. While Ronan and Shulafen were arguing, a young girl and a group of boys walked up to them. This girl is the mysterious girl who looked at Ronan when he was on the stage. The girl was shocked to see Shulafen, who she referred to as the Wolf of Grangxia, talking a lot. Shulafen was angry to see the girl. He asked her what she wanted. The girl's name is Erzabet Akalusia and she is the first place in the magic department. Erzabet told Shulafen that she is not there to see him. She said that she came to talk to Ronan. Ronan was surprised to hear this. Shulafen told her to go ahead because he is done talking to Ronan. As Shulafen was about to leave, he told Ronan that he wants to send some of his family's guards to protect his sister. Ronan was angry to hear this. He told Shulafen to get lost. Asel grabbed Ronan and asked him if he remembers what Erzabet did in the senior-junior meeting. Ronan said he remembered how dominating she was. He believed that Erzabet used too much magic on her opponent. Erzabet said that she just wanted to put the senior in his place. She told Ronan that the talent he displayed in the duel is quite impressive. She told Ronan that she wants to make him an offer that he could not have dreamed of. She put her hand into her pocket and brought out a necklace with a purple pendant. Ronan was surprised to see this necklace because it is the Akalusia's invitation. The Akalusias are different from other nobles who prioritize bloodlines. They prioritize talent above anything else. They have many talented individuals who work for them. This allowed them to be one of the two pillars that support the empire. They offer an opportunity to anyone who displays potential to become a part of their family. The symbol of this invitation is this necklace. Erzabet was surprised that Ronan did not ask her about what she gave him. She asked Ronan if he knew what it meant. Ronan said that someone mentioned it to him before in the past. In Ronan's past life, Grand Commander Adeshan Akalusia told Ronan that she joined the Akalusia family thanks to her necklace. She told Ronan that a test will be given to anyone who wants to join the family by the Patriarch. If the person is talented, they will be able to pass the test easily. She told Ronan that once he makes up for his sins through his accomplishments in this war, he will receive an invitation from the Akalusias. She revealed to him that she believes he is quite talented. Erzabet told Ronan that she hopes he makes a wise decision. She told him that although he is born a beast, if he continues to mingle among the sheep, he will also become a sheep. After saying this, she left. Asel was relieved that she left them. Ronan was surprised that all geniuses have an annoying attitude. He was happy to receive the necklace because he believed that the Akalusias would be helpful to him. Phil-Leon Academy is an educational institution that prioritizes a student ability above everything else. Depending on one's grade, their environment can greatly change. An example of this is the students' dormitory system. Nishia Hall is where the intermediate rank students are assigned to. Each person in this hall gets their own room. They also have a high-grade cafeteria. It is a very nice dormitory that provides everything a student needs. Students who make up the bottom 30% are assigned to Kratir Hall. When the new students saw how shabby Kratir Hall looked like, they began to scream. They told the attendant that they are nobles and they cannot stay in such a place. They asked for a better hall and some servants. The attendants told them that there is no employee that works in this hall. He told them that they are 4 people in a room and the bathrooms are to be shared among them. The new students were shocked to hear this. The attendant said that it is not his fault that they were assigned this hall. He told them that they have to study hard unless they want to stay in this dormitory in the next semester. The students could not believe their fates. The final hall is the hall assigned to the top 10% of students. It is called the Nibardozer Hall. When Ronan stepped into his room, he was completely blown away. He could not believe that they prepared such a room for students. While Ronan was looking around, he saw a paper in the table. The paper contained the amount of classes the academy offers. Ronan was told to select the classes he would like to attend and submit it. Ronan knew that he still had to get adjusted to the academy, so it would be better for him to choose very little subjects, but he did not want to. He wanted to attend all the classes because they all seemed interesting. After sitting down to think about it, Ronan registered for almost all the classes. He believed that since he is in Phil Leon Academy, he should do his best to learn everything. When Ronan attended his first class, which was the Empire Swordsmanship Basics, the instructor Mr. Abar told Ronan that he no longer needs to take his class. Ronan was surprised to hear this. He told Mr. Abar that he just started the class. Mr. Abar told Ronan that he is also very surprised. He could not believe that Ronan already perfected all the basics of the Empire Swordsmanship techniques. Mr. Abar told Ronan that the rules of the academy states that a professor should allow a student leave once the student has completed everything on the syllabus. He told Ronan that he cannot allow him to stay because he would demotivate the other students. He told Ronan to continue to work hard and not become full of himself. Later in the day, Ronan sat near a river and began to moan. He could not believe that he was chased away from other classes like archery and monster hunting. He never imagined his school life to be like this. While he was thinking of what to do, he hears someone ask him why he is not in class. When he turned around to see who it was instructor Nabiros. Nabiros immediately understood that Ronan already completed all his classes. Ronan asked her if all his classes are going to be like this. He told her that he expected more from Phil Leon Academy. Nabiros was very surprised that he actually completed most of his classes, but she believed it made sense because it only took Ronan one look for him to copy her technique. Nabiros said that as an instructor, she has to make sure that Ronan learned something. She asked Ronan to give her his sword. Ronan did not understand what she wanted to use his sword for. Nabiros took his sword off his hand. Ronan was angry about this. He asked her what she wanted to use it for. While he was talking, Ronan felt an explosion in the river. Ronan was surprised to see the explosion. Nabiros was disappointed that Ronan's sword was only able to cause an explosion. She put his sword down. She told Ronan that his sword cannot be called a weapon because it wears the owner down. She told Ronan to look at the technique she is about to use carefully. She brought out her sword in a smooth manner and she used it to split the river into two. Ronan could not believe what he was seeing. When she was done, she put her sword away and asked Ronan if he knows what he is lacking now.
A weapon is a piece of metal that is sturdy and sharp. It is used to fight against one's opponents. It should not break when wielded, and even if it breaks, one can easily obtain a new one. Ronan believed that weapons are expendable until he saw how Nabiros used her weapon. He could not believe what he witnessed. He was certain that he could copy the same slash Nabiros used, but he knew that hers was on a different level. Nabiros told Ronan that he has to be smart about how he uses his weapon because on a battlefield, wasting one's strength can lead to death. She told Ronan that if he is using mana, he has to find a weapon that suits him. She revealed to Ronan that she knows that he cannot use mana. Ronan was surprised to hear this. Nabiros told him that it is amazing that he is able to fight with so much energy despite not having mana. She told Ronan that he will be able to use mana one day, so he has to get a proper weapon to control his power. She told him to attend her class. Ronan was surprised to hear this. He asked Nabiros if he is actually allowed to attend. Nabiros revealed to him that only the second-year students and above are allowed to attend her class, but she is willing to make an exception for Ronan under one condition. She asked him to get a proper weapon. In the next scene, we see Ronan, Asel, and Maria together. Ronan told Asel and Maria what happened with instructor Nabiros. After listening Ronan, Asel understood why Ronan brought them to the forge which Shelafin mentioned. Maria and Asel were surprised when they saw the forge. Maria told Ronan that the forge is too shabby and it looks like it will collapse anytime. She asked Ronan if the Grancia family truly used this awful-looking forge. Ronan told her that they have to step into the forge to know. When they stepped in, they saw a dusty ceiling filled with cobwebs. Ronan could not believe that the inside was more uglier than the outside. He knew that Shelafin would never lie to him about the forge, so he did not understand why it looked awful. While they were looking around, a creature came out of the back room of the forge. The hairy creature asked them who they are. Asel and Maria were terrified to see this creature. Ronan was simply amazed. Ronan was amazed because he never expected that he would see a wolf beastman in a forge. The beastman looked at them with a terrifying gaze and asked them if they're deaf and cannot answer his question. He told them to leave the forge. Ronan showed the beastman the insignia of the Grancia family and told him that he came to buy a weapon. He told the beastman that Shullafin recommended this forge to him because they sell premium weapons. The beastman looked at Ronan and his friends. He noticed the mana that was around Asel and Maria. He told Ronan that the insignia does not mean anything to him. He asked Ronan if he is from Grancia family. He told Ronan that he does not know who leaked the location of their forge, but it does not matter because they don't accept customers like Ronan. Ronan was annoyed to hear this. The beastman licked his teeth and looked at Ronan in a disturbing way. He told Ronan that there is a way for him to get what he wants. He told Ronan to give him Asel's arm in order for him to help him. He revealed to Ronan that he has not eaten for a while, so Ronan would be doing him a favor. Asel was terrified to hear this. He told the beastman that he tastes disgusting. As the beastman walked towards Asel, Ronan looked at the beastman in a menacing way and told him that he has made a big mistake. He used his sword to attack the beastman in the stomach. The beastman got pushed back. Ronan knew that he felt something strange when he attacked the beastman. He asked the beastman how he was able to get an armor. The beastman could not respond immediately because it was still feeling the pain from Ronan's attack. Ronan told the beastman that he does not need to answer him because he will destroy the armor. The beastman got scared when he heard this. He told Ronan that he was just performing a test. Ronan did not understand what the beastman meant. The beastman told him that it is their protocol to verify the skills of people who they have never seen before. He told Ronan that he also wanted to test his invisible armor, so he had to provoke him on purpose. Ronan asked him if he truly expects him to believe such a stupid excuse. The beastman told Ronan that their forge makes weapons for the Grancia family. It would be weird if they did not have a test to verify people's skills. He told Ronan to confirm from Shullafin if he is telling the truth. The beastman apologized to Ronan for going overboard with his provocation. He also apologized to Asel for his prank. He told Asel that he does not eat humans. Asel was relieved to hear this. The beastman introduced himself as Didikin. He told them that he is an apprentice of the forge and sometimes he is the gatekeeper. He told Ronan that the place they are in is the entrance to their forge. The real forge is at the back room. After they entered the back room, Didikin told them to prepare themselves. He pressed a button on the wall and the ground began to go down. Ronan and his friends were surprised to see this. They had never witnessed something similar to an elevator. Didikin told Ronan that this is an elevator made from a magic stone and a pulley. He told Ronan that this is the fastest way to get to the real forge. After moving for a while, the elevator began to slow down. Didikin welcomed Ronan to the largest forge in the empire. This place is called Grand Cappadocia. Ronan could not believe that there was a mini-city under the capital. Didikin told Ronan that he should be excited that he passed his test because he is going to introduce him to the best blacksmith in the empire. The scene shifts and we see a man hitting his hammer on a sword. As Ronan and his friends were walking through Cappadocia, they saw many blacksmiths crafting different swords. Ronan could not believe that such a place actually existed. Didikin revealed to Ronan that the forge only provides weapons to the royal family and the nobles. He tells Ronan that every single blacksmith in this place is skilled. However, the best among them is the Elder Dwarf. The Elder Dwarf is a master who has melted metal for 400 years. Didikin told Ronan that the Elder is stubborn, but his skills are unrivaled, so he respects him. Immediately he said this, he kicked the Elder's door with no sign of respect. He told the Elder that he brought some guest for him. When the Elder heard the voice of the person who was speaking, he immediately knew that it was Didikin. He reminded Didikin that he likes everywhere to be quiet when he is working. Didikin told the Elder that he had to kick the door because there were some weapons in front of it. He told the Elder, whose name is Doron, to clean his shop. Doron told Didikin that he nags a lot for a young person. Doron asked Didikin if his guests are strong because he brought them to him. Didikin told Doron that he has tested Ronan's skills and he is sure that Ronan is amazing. Doron was surprised to hear Didikin's remark of Ronan because Ronan looked like a child to him. He told Ronan to show him his swordsmanship because he could learn a lot just by looking at it. Ronan brought out his sword and was prepared to show Doron his swordsmanship. When Doron saw Ronan's sword, he called it trash and he broke it with his hammer. He asked Ronan if he has been using his sword as a weapon for a long time. Ronan was in shock to see Doron break the sword he worked hard to get. He got angry and asked Doron what he was doing. Doron pointed at the swords on the floor and told Ronan to use any of those swords. He told Ronan that he would not have been able to analyze how skilled he is with his trashy sword. He told Ronan that he will give him any sword he picks for free. He assured Ronan that any of the sword he picks will be 100 times better than his trashy sword. Ronan was surprised to hear this. Didakan nods his head at Ronan to tell him that Doron is telling the truth. When Ronan picked up a sword, he could tell that the feeling of this sword was different, but he was not sure if it would change the outcome of his swordsmanship. Before Ronan displayed his swordsmanship, he warned Doron that he will not be at fault if he ends up destroying something. Doron told Ronan that he does not care if he destroys anything. He told Ronan that he just needs to focus on properly displaying his swordsmanship. Upon hearing this, Ronan decided to recreate the slash he saw Nabirose create. He took his position and was ready to perform the slash. Doron recognized Ronan's movement. Upon taking his position, Ronan recreated the slash. The scene shifts and we see an explosion. The other blacksmiths were scared to hear the horrifying sound. They noticed that the sound came from Doron's shop. They wondered if he had destroyed a blast furnace. We are taken back to Ronan and his friends. It turns out the explosion came from the slash that Ronan displayed. Ronan and Doron were shocked to see how damaged the shop was. Ronan did not understand what he did. He told Doron that he never intended to destroy this much. Doron asked Ronan if he is Nabirose's apprentice. Ronan was surprised to hear this. He asked Doron if he knows Nabirose. Doron revealed to Ronan that he was the one who made Nabirose's sword. Ronan was surprised to hear this. He remembered how smooth Nabirose's longsword was. Doron told Ronan that Nabirose's longsword is called the secret sword, Yurusa. He told Ronan that Yurusa is one of the few masterpieces he made in his life. Ronan told Doron that he never expected his sword to be so much stronger. Doron revealed to Ronan that he thought he was a brat who could not judge his own skills. He hit Ronan and told him that it has been a while since he has met someone as talented as him. Doron told Ronan that being too talented is a problem because it will be hard to forge a sword that suits him. He told Ronan that the sword he just used is already cracking just from a single swing. Ronan asked Doron how he can solve this problem. Doron told him that he will use the highest grade steel and melt it with a special material. He told Ronan that if he can get some byproduct of a wyvern, he might be able to make his sword. When Ronan heard about a byproduct, he brought out Sita's eggshell and asked Doron if the shell would be good enough. When Doron used his hammer that is made of mithril to hit the eggshell, he was very shocked because his hammer was not able to make a dent on the shell. He rushed to ask Ronan if he could really use the eggshell. Ronan told Doron that the eggshell is useless to him. He asked Doron if the shell is enough to make him a sword. Doron, with an excited look, told Ronan that he should come back for his sword in 2 weeks' time. He promised to make Ronan the best sword in the Empire. He told Asel and Maria to go and meet the other masters if they want to get some weapons. Maria was surprised to hear this. Doron told her that he cannot send back the friends of a valuable person empty-handed. He told them to mention his name when they meet the other masters in order for them to be well taken care of. He told them that he would love to make weapons for them, but he cannot do anything until he is done smelting the eggshell. After he said this, he began to hit the egg with all his strength. He was very happy to hear the sound the shell was producing. When Ronan saw this, he immediately knew that this old man is crazy. Underneath Cappadocia, a man wearing a white garment is angry to hear the sound of the blacksmiths hitting iron. He says that he wants to set all the blacksmiths on fire. A woman who is also wearing a white garment tells him to control himself because it is not yet time for them to reveal themselves. While staring at different stone statues, the woman says that it will not be long before they can do as they wish. She said that they will start with the ignorant blacksmiths and from there they will bring the empire to its knees. While looking at a giant statue that is in a crystal, the woman said that the day everything disappears and is buried in light is coming. A few days later, Ronan reflects on how the best blacksmith in the empire is going to make his sword and how his friends are receiving their weapons from other blacksmiths. Ronan knows that the price of their weapons will be quite high, but he did not care because it did not have to pay for it. He used the Grancia family insignia to pay. The only problem Ronan had was that his sword was going to take some time before it is completed. He wondered how he is going to be spending his time. Asel and Maria both had classes, so he had no one to talk to. While walking around the school, Ronan stops to look at the exclusive training and lecture center of the upper-class students. This center is called the Galilean Building. Ronan remembered that instructor Navy Rose also held her classes here too. Navy Rose told Ronan to attend her class when he has a real weapon. Ronan had been avoiding going to her class, but he believes that he can attend now since he has a temporary weapon. While thinking of what to do, Navy Rose appears beside Ronan with a terrifying look. Ronan was scared to see her. He did not know what to say. Navy Rose grabbed Ronan's ear. She asked him why he has not attended her class when he has gotten a weapon. She asked Ronan if he was skipping her class. Ronan said that he wasn't. He wanted to explain himself, but Navy Rose did not give him the chance to. She held his ear and told him to follow her. Ronan begged her to let his ear go because he was in so much pain. While Ronan was screaming in pain, a girl carrying some files stops when she hears Ronan's voice. The girl looked outside the window and wondered who made such a sound. While the girl was looking outside, someone bumps into her. Instead of apologizing, the boy told her not to block the road. The girl began to apologize to the boy whose name is Cardan. The boy told her that she is slow for a teacher's assistant. Cardan called the girl a loser and told her that she should prepare for today's lessons. The girl picked up her files. She told Cardan that she will do it immediately at the first sparring room. The students gather around because Navy Rose wanted to address them. She introduced Ronan to the students and told them that Ronan will be joining their class. Ronan bowed his head to greet his seniors. Some seniors were surprised that Ronan skipped a grade and joined their class, while other seniors thought that Ronan did not look strong compared to the rumors about him. Ronan was annoyed to hear the seniors' gossips. He was also happy that he saw some seniors who he recognized. He was sad to see Shelifin in the class too. While Ronan was looking at the seniors, the teacher's assistant entered the hall. She apologized to Navy Rose for being late to class. Ronan was surprised to hear her voice. He knew that he had heard this voice before. The girl ran to Navy Rose and asked her if she is really late. Navy Rose told the girl to catch her breath and not worry about it. Navy Rose told the girl to introduce herself to Ronan because he has to know the teaching assistant. The girl walked up to Ronan. She told him that she is a second-year martial arts major who is also the teacher's assistant. She told Ronan that her name is Ade-shan with a smile. Ade-shan Akalucia was acknowledged for her incredible ability to command. She was the first woman to rise to the Grand Commander position. She dominated the battlefield with her cool-headed judgment and outstanding leadership. She was known as the Iron Lady. Those who served under her used to say that blood does not run in Adeshan's body, instead iron flows through it. After serving under Ade-shan, Ronan never expected her to have such a lively expression. He could tell that the Ade-shan in front of him did not know anything about the regression. He wondered if he should fulfill Adeshan's last request before she died. While thinking of how to talk to Ade-shan, Ronan noticed something odd about her. The other students were disturbing her to teach them. Some were even sending her in errands. Ade-shan was like a servant in the hall. Ronan did not understand why she was working like an attendant when she is a teacher's assistant. While he was staring at Ade-shan, Cardan walked up to Ronan. He asked Ronan to duel with him. Ronan did not understand why he requested for duel. He believed that it was sudden. Cardan introduced himself to Ronan. He told Ronan that he is a third-year student. He revealed to Ronan that he has heard amazing things about his interview, so he would like to duel Ronan to learn from him. Ronan told Cardan that he has something on his mind right now, so he cannot have a duel with him. Cardan thought that Ronan did not want to duel him because he was not carrying his weapon. He shouted at Ade-shan. He called her a loser and told her to bring his spear. Ade-shan said that she will go get it. Ronan was annoyed to hear this. He could not believe that this dimwit called Ade-shan a loser. He could not believe that this bastard was speaking to Ade-shan as he wished. Ade-shan handed the spear to Cardan, but he got angry. He called her an idiot and asked her why she brought a long spear when he has changed his weapon to a short spear. Ade-shan was surprised to hear this. She apologized to Cardan. She told him that she brought a long spear because that was what he used in the last class. Cardan was annoyed to hear Adeshan's excuse. He began to hit the spear on her head and told her that she should not talk back to him. He told her that she does not have the right to attend their class, but she got in after she begged Navy Rose, and yet she cannot do some little chores. He asked her if she has no conscience or shame. Ronan could not believe what he was seeing. He held Cardan's spear. Cardan was surprised to see this. He asked Ronan what he was doing. Ronan told him that he does not know what he will do, so he accepts. Cardan did not understand what Ronan meant when he said that he accepts. Ronan called him a loser bastard and told him that he accepts the duel with a terrifying look. Cardan was surprised that Ronan was being hostile to him. He asked Ronan if he is accepting the duel because of Ade-shan. He asked Ronan if he knows anything about Ade-shan. He licked his lips in a disgusting manner and asked Ronan if he is protecting Ade-shan because they are both commoners. Ronan gave Cardan his spear and told him to defend himself if he does not want to die. Ronan used a wooden sword to attack Cardan. Cardan was surprised by the weight of the attack. He could not believe that Ronan had so much power even though he was not using mana. Ronan pushed Cardan away with his sword. He told Cardan that because he complained that he did not want to use a long spear, he decided to change it for him. Immediately Ronan said this. Cardan's spear split into two. Ronan asked him if he liked the spear now. Cardan was annoyed to see this. He told Ronan to know his place. He rushed to attack Ronan. He asked Ronan if he believes that he will be fine after humiliating him. The moment he came close to Ronan, Ronan cut his spear into pieces. After cutting his spear, Ronan told Cardan that he will be fine, so he should worry about himself. Immediately he said this. He started beating Cardan mercilessly. He broke Cardan's face and hip. After getting beaten up, Cardan lost consciousness and fainted. Ronan told him that he should be happy that they are in the academy because if they had met outside he would be dead. The other students could not believe that Cardan actually lost to Ronan because he is ranked high among the third-year students. Ronan walked up to the other students and told the mannerless bastard who asked Ade-shan to get her a new towel to wash her towel herself if it smells. With a terrifying look on his face, Ronan asked the student if Ade-shan is her servant. The student freaked out when she saw the look on Ronan's face. Ronan asked the student to come to him because he is going to beat her up. Ade-shan tried to stop Ronan when she heard what he said. She ran in front of Ronan and told him that she does not know why he is doing any of this. She assured Ronan that she is fine. Ronan told her to move aside. He told her that he cannot hold himself back when she is being looked down on, especially by these idiots. Ronan believed that no one in the Empire should be allowed to discriminate and abuse Ade-shan. He moved Ade-shan aside and told her that he will not stop until he beats up every student in this class. Navy Rose told Ronan to stop what he is doing. Immediately she said this. Ronan felt a mysterious energy that held him down, while releasing a terrifying energy. Navy Rose told Ronan that she will not ask him to take responsibility for the fight he had with Cardan because more unfortunate incidents can happen in real battles. However, if Ronan escalates things any further, she will no longer overlook his actions. She told Ronan to drop his sword and walk away. When Ronan heard this, he realized that he was not able to move. He looked back to see Navy Rose, but what he saw was a giant snake that was ready to devour him. Ronan was surprised to see the aura of the unprecedented Sword Saint. Navy Rose told Ronan that what he wants to do cannot be considered as a duel. As the person in charge of the class, Navy Rose informed Ronan that she cannot let the class deviate any further. Ronan told Navy Rose that she must have known what her teaching assistant was going through, and yet she did nothing to help. Navy Rose told Ronan that it is a problem that does not involve him. She informed Ronan that this will be his last warning. She asked him to stop. Ronan told her that it does not matter if she is the unprecedented Sword Saint. He told her to get lost. Navy Rose was sad to hear this. She attacked Ronan with a skill called Grieving Snake. Ronan was terrified to see this attack. The scene shifts and we see Ronan in the past with Grand Commander Ade-shan. Ronan remembered asking Ade-shan why she volunteered to take up the position of commander when everyone declined. Ade-shan told Ronan that one day he will understand that there are some things you cannot force someone else to do because it is your destiny. Ronan always wondered what Ade-shan was thinking when she said this. He was curious about the kind of weight she was carrying on her shoulders alone. Ronan remembered Ade-shan's last moments. He remembered her telling him that she is sincerely sorry for passing her burden to someone else. She told Ronan to not forgive her for her sin. After seeing this memory, Ronan woke up and screamed. He looked around and noticed that he was on a bed. Someone asked him what was wrong with him. The person asked him if he had a nightmare. Ronan was surprised that the person who asked him this question is Ade-shan. Ronan called Ade-shan General when he woke up. Ade-shan was surprised to hear this. She asked Ronan about what he is talking about. Ronan laughs and tells Ade-shan that he made a mistake. He tells her not to worry about it. Ade-shan was very confused by Ronan's behavior. Ronan asked her if he is currently in the clinic. Ade-shan told him that he is. She told him that Navy Rose asked her to bring him here. She revealed to Ronan that Nabirose said that she will correct his behavior in the supplementary classes. When Ronan heard this, he immediately knew that he messed up and Nabirose is going to kill him. After passing on Nabirose's message, Ade-chan asked Ronan if he was angry for her sake when he fought Nabirose. Ronan was startled when he heard Adeshin's question. He looked away from her and told her that the reason he fought is because he is an upright gentleman who values manners a lot. Ade-chan immediately knew that Ronan was lying when he said this. She told him that he is a bad liar. She told Ronan not to hate Cardan and the other students too much. She said that she understands why they treat her like that. Ronan was shocked to hear this, with an angry look on his face. Ronan told Ade-chan that she did not do anything wrong other than working hard as a teaching assistant. He asked her why she is even a teaching assistant in the first place. Ade-chan was surprised to hear this question. Ronan told Ade-chan that he understands the fact that Nabirose allowed the students to misbehave because they are young and they got caught up in the moment, but he will never accept the fact that an instructor turned a blind eye to the evil deeds of her students. He asked Ade-chan if she is not angry with Nabirose. Ade-chan smiled and told Ronan not to misunderstand anything. She told him that the reason Nabirose turned a blind eye to her situation is because she asked her to. Ronan was shocked to hear this. He thought Ade-chan was spouting nonsense. Ade-chan told him that she is enjoying privileges that she does not deserve. She revealed to Ronan that one has to reach the level of sword expert to attend Nabirose's class, but even after taking a 1-year leave from school, she can barely control any aura. Ronan was surprised to hear this. He could not believe that Grand Commander Ade-chan, who had such an incredible aura on the battlefield, also had a time when she was powerless. Ade-chan told Ronan that she asked Nabirose to turn a blind eye to whatever treatment the students gave her. She asked for this favor because she did not want to burden Nabirose, who accepted her as her teaching assistant. She told Ronan that she is enjoying a lot of privileges, so she has to pay the price for it by enduring any humiliation. She told Ronan that she can handle it, so he should not worry. She thanked Ronan for what he did for her. She told him that she used to believe that she had gotten used to the trivial things, but today was a bit painful for her. Ronan asked Ade-chan if the reason she is going through such lengths is because she wants to become a general. Ade-chan was surprised to hear this. She did not understand how Ronan was able to find out about her goal. With a smile on her face, she told Ronan that her dream is to become the Grand Commander of the Empire. She told him that while her dream may sound stupid coming from someone who has not reached the level of a sword expert, she does not plan to give up. She told Ronan that she is confident in military science and tactics, and she is working hard to reach her goal. After saying this, she realized that it is already time for her next class. She told Ronan to take a good rest before going back to class. Ronan thanked her for watching over him. Ade-chan smiled and told him not to worry about it. After saying this, she left. When Ade-chan left the clinic, Ronan remembered her last moments. He remembered Ade-chan telling him that if they ever meet in the past, he should advise her to stop trying to become a general and just focus on tailoring, with a smile on her face. She told Ronan that she has done a lot of things, but she has never tried tailoring. Ronan was in a dilemma. He did not know how to tell Ade-chan to give up on her dream and try being a tailor. A few days later, Ronan, Asel, and Maria all went to the Grand Cappadocia because Doron told them that he wants to see them. When Ronan and his friends arrived at the entrance of the forge, there was nobody there. Ronan was angry to see this because Doron sent him a letter through a carrier pigeon in the middle of the night. Doron wrote that he has created a masterpiece and he wants them to come over to get it. While looking around, Ronan accidentally steps on a helmet. He kicked the helmet away in anger and said that the forge is too dirty. He could not believe that they treat customers so poorly. Maria was surprised by how Ronan reacted. She asked Asel why Ronan is so sensitive these days. Asel said that he has no idea why Ronan is so angry. Ronan told his friends that they have to go to the forge themselves. Asel and Maria were surprised to hear this. Maria asked Ronan if he is allowed to do such a thing. Ronan reminded Maria that Doron was the one who asked them to come see him. He told her to stop talking and follow him. They stepped into the elevator and Ronan pressed the secret button. While the elevator was going down, Ronan said that Doron is an old man with poor customer service. He said that he will deal with Doron once he meets him. Maria and Asel could not believe how insane their friend was. As the elevator moved further down, Ronan saw something that shocked him. The forge was engulfed in flames. Ronan did not understand what was going on. he looked around and found people lying unconscious on the ground. Asel immediately called Ronan's attention to a rock giant. The rock giant was chasing after the blacksmiths. Ronan did not understand why rock giants would be in the forge. Asel asked Ronan for their next course of action. Ronan grabbed Asel by his waist and carried him up. He put his leg on the elevator rails and prepared to jump. Asel was very confused by the situation. Ronan told Maria to go back up and bring any master or soldier she can find. Immediately he said this, he jumped down from the elevator. He asked Asel to use his telekinesis. Asel immediately used a skill called Invisible Hand. The scene shifts and we see the blacksmiths about to get crushed by a rock giant. Fortunately, Ronan jumped over the giant and destroyed its hand. When he landed on the ground, he said that there is a lot on his mind these days and his head is a bit stuffy. With a terrifying look on his face, he told the giant that it chose a wrong day to attack this place. The giant used its other hand to attack Ronan. When its hand got close to Ronan, Ronan dodged the attack and jumped on the giant's hand. He leaped off the giant's shoulder and destroyed its head. The blacksmiths who Ronan saved could not believe that someone as young as Ronan could defeat a rock giant in one blow. Ronan climbed on top of the giant and asked the blacksmiths to explain their current situation. The blacksmiths told Ronan that dozens of rock giants barged into the forge in groups. The blacksmiths said that they do not know why the rock giants attacked them. They came out from somewhere underground and destroyed everything as they saw fit. They killed and captured several blacksmiths, including Doron. After capturing some blacksmiths, they went back to where they came from. The blacksmiths revealed to Ronan that Didikan tried to fight the rock giants, but he failed and got taken. The blacksmiths told Ronan that it will not be long before the captured blacksmiths are eaten. After hearing about the situation, Ronan stood up and asked the blacksmiths if the giant he killed was the last one. The blacksmiths said yes. Ronan ordered Asel to check for other injured people with Maria. He told Asel to heal anyone they find. He asked Asel to take Sita with him to assist him in healing. Asel was shocked to hear this. He asked Ronan what he is going to do. Ronan told Asel that he is going to save the captured blacksmiths, especially since he has something he wants to get from Doron. The scene shifts and we see Doron holding a sword while shaking in fear. He told Didikan that while he is grateful that he came to save him, it will be better for Didikan to run away. Two rock giants were forcing their way through an enclosed space in order to get to Doron and Didikan. Upon seeing the situation at hand, Doron urged Didikan to run away quickly. He told Didikan that he will be able to survive with his invisible armor. Didikan asked Doron to shut up. He told him that things are already tough for him as it is, so he does not need Doron to be spewing some nonsense. With an angry look on his face, Didikan told Doron to swing his sword if he has the strength to say such ridiculous things. Doron told Didikan that he cannot swing this sword because it is his best masterpiece. He said that he does not want to taint the sword with his stupid swordsmanship. Didikan called Doron a crazy old man when he heard this. He told Doron that this is not the moment for him to act crazy about swords. While they were talking, the rock giants broke into the cave they were hiding in. A rock giant tried to crush them with his hand. Doron thought that they were going to die, but to his surprise, Didikan blocked the giant's attack. The moment Didikan blocked the attack, he could tell that all the functions and benefits that his armor provided him got destroyed in one hit. When the giant saw that Didikan blocked the first attack, it decided to attack him again. Before the giant's hand reached Didikan, he began to regret not creating everything he has dreamed about. Before the giant's hand could touch Didikan, Ronan appeared at the back of the giant and cut the giant into pieces. He thanked Didikan for surviving and asked him to leave the remaining giants to him. Doron and Didikan were very surprised to see Ronan standing in their front. Didikan asked Ronan how he was able to get to this place because there is a lot of giants along the way. Ronan smiled and told Didikan that he killed all the rock giants and saved the remaining blacksmiths. Didikan and Doron could not believe what they heard. Didikan wondered if such a thing was possible. Ronan stretched his hand out and asked Doron to give him the new sword because his current sword is already ruined and cannot be used anymore. Doron gave the sword to Ronan. He told Ronan that while the hilt is not yet finished, the sword is still usable. Ronan thanked him for the sword. He took a stance and unsheathed the sword. The moment he did this, more rock giants entered the cave they were in. The giants rushed to attack Ronan. Ronan decided to test the sword by using a light swing. The moment he swung the sword, he destroyed all the rock giants that were close to the cave in one blow. Ronan was completely blown away by the level of power the sword possessed. Didakan was very surprised to see what happened, while Doron was extremely happy with his creation. Ronan wondered about the weapon he was holding. Doron asked Ronan if he likes La Mancha. Ronan was surprised by the name of the weapon. Doron told him that he got the name from his favorite daydreamer. With an excited look on his face, Doron told Ronan that the sword is so light that you can barely feel the weight on your hands, and the material is sturdier than mithril, so it can withstand all swordsmanship. La Mancha began to suck the blood of the dead rock giants. Doron revealed to Ronan that he did not cast any enchantments on the sword, and yet it is able to restore the damage it has taken by absorbing blood. Ronan wondered if the reason La Mancha has this ability is because it is made out of Sita's shells. Ronan told Doron that he is more amazing than he expected. Doron told Ronan that he is glad that he likes the sword. Didakan was confused by the situation. He could not believe that Ronan and Doron were complimenting each other in their current situation. He told Ronan that they are the only blacksmiths left, so it is better they get out of this cave. Ronan was relieved to hear this. He told Didakan to take Doron out of there. He said that he has something he needs to check. Didakan asked Ronan about what he wants to check. With a menacing look on his face, Ronan said that there is a rat hiding in this place, and the rat is very big. The scene shifts, and we see the mysterious man and woman standing next to a gigantic rock giant. Didakan did not understand what Ronan meant when he was talking about rats. He asked Ronan to talk more on it. Ronan told him that the situation does not make any sense to him. He revealed to Didakan that he knows a lot about the habits of rock giants. He told Didakan that rock giants are not known for mobbing. They don't attack people first unless they are angered by humans. They are well-behaved creatures. He placed his hand on the rock giant and told Doron and Didakan that he has never seen such a suspicious mark on rock giants. Doron was shocked to see the mark. He called it a magic circle. Ronan asked him if he recognized the magic circle. Doron told Ronan that he is not well versed in magic, but the reverberation of the mana is quite crafty. He told Ronan that the magic circle is the reason why the rock giants went wild. He wondered about who would do such a horrible thing. Ronan said that he does not know. While looking at the footprints of the giants, he said that he will find the person responsible. The scene shifts, and we see Ronan running in the cave. As Ronan was going deeper into the cave, he became certain that he was on the right path to catch the villains. He was certain that he was on the right path because in the footprints of the giants, he could see the footsteps of humans in them. There was also a defense system type mana stone to stop intruders from entering the cave. Ronan was surprised by how prepared the villains were. As he moved deeper into the cave, he started hearing some people talking. He decided to hide by a boulder to get a look at the crazy bastards who angered the rock giants. When Ronan looked at the direction of the humans, he saw something terrifying. He saw a rock giant that was much bigger than the average rock giants, and its body was covered in crystals. A man and a woman who wore a white garment were standing next to the rock giant. Ronan immediately knew that these people were the ones responsible for the destruction of the forge and the killing of the blacksmiths. But he could not comprehend what he was seeing. This rock giant was much bigger than the other rock giants that it made the rock giants Ronan defeated look like children when compared to it. Due to the fact that the rock giant was not moving, Ronan realized that it has been sealed. He was happy to see this because he did not know what he would do if he had to fight such a terrifying monster. While Ronan was looking at the giant, the woman tells the man that there is an intruder in the cave. The man asked the woman if she is certain. The woman assured the man that she is very certain. She told the man that the brainwashing link that she had cast on the other rock giants have been disconnected. She told the man that the link was disconnected by a third party. The man was annoyed to hear this. He said that the idiotic Imperial soldiers acted fast for once in their life. The man asked the woman for their next course of action. He told her that they do not have any rock giants left, and they cannot operate the crystal rock giant. With a terrifying look on his face, he asked the woman if he should just kill the intruder by himself. The woman told the man whose name is Edwin to not bother himself. She told Edwin that they have already destroyed most of the surrounding facilities, which will greatly affect the output of the Empire's manufacturers. She warned the man that if their identities are revealed, a certain person will be angry. She told the man that it is better for them to leave the cave and retreat. Edwin told the woman whose name is Cyrilla that she is too rigid and careful. With fire coming out of his hand, Edwin asked Cyrilla if he should get rid of the thing. Cyrilla told him to do as he pleased. Edwin turned around and told Ronan to stop hiding. with a creepy smile on his face. He told Ronan that he can smell the sulfur of blacksmiths from him. Immediately he says this, he attacks Ronan with his fire magic. The magic caught Ronan off guard, but he still managed to dodge it. Edwin asked Ronan for his identity. He commended Ronan for being agile enough to dodge his attack. He told Ronan that he is going to tie up his feet first. Immediately he said this. A lot of fire arrows surrounded Ronan. Ronan was surprised to see this. He could not believe that someone was able to quickly materialize magic on such a large scale easily. He immediately realized that Edwin was not an average magician. Edwin removed his cap and asked Ronan about how he was able to get so deep into the cave. He told Ronan that it is not easy for anyone to get through their defense system. Ronan told them that he also wants to know their identities. With a smile on his face, he told Edwin that even if he and the woman were very eager to see each other, they should not be meeting so deep in a cave. Edwin was surprised to see that Ronan could still make a joke in his current situation. He told Cirilla that it will be fun to kill Ronan. Cirilla told him to stop wasting time and just do what he has to do, with a smile on his face. Edwin told Cirilla that it will be good for them to have some fun. He reminded Cirilla that it will not be long before the Empire is buried in the starlight. Ronan's eyes turned red when he heard this. He was extremely shocked to hear this because this was Ahiyudi's last words to him. He asked Edwin to explain what he just said. With a menacing look on his face, he asked Edwin if he understands the meaning of what he just said. Edwin was surprised to see the sudden change in Ronan's mood. He did not understand what could trigger such a change. Ronan told Edwin and Cirilla that they have to come with him because he has a lot of questions that he wants to ask them. Edwin thought that Ronan had gone crazy out of fear. He could not believe that Ronan wanted to capture them. He activated his fire magic on his hand and asked Ronan if he believes that he can actually capture them. He raised his hand and was ready to attack Ronan. Unfortunately for him, Ronan cut off his hand at a crazy speed. Before Edwin could do anything, Ronan cut off his lower body. With a terrifying look on his face, Ronan told Edwin that it is possible for him to capture them, so they should just shut up and receive their beatings. Edwin screamed in pain as his body fell apart. Cirilla was terrified when she realized that even Edwin could not react to Ronan's attacks. Ronan grabbed Cirilla by the neck and told her to obediently answer his questions unless she wants to end up like Edwin. Cirilla immediately mustered her strength and used a skill called Mana Shield to push Ronan back. Ronan was sad to see this. Due to Cirilla's action, he understood that she was not ready to answer him obediently. Ronan noticed that his hand was shaking from Cirilla's attack. He was surprised by how sturdy the shield was. Of course, this did not matter to Ronan. He used his sword to cut her mana shield into pieces. Cirilla did not understand what was going on. She could not believe that someone could cut her mana shield. Ronan pegged Cirilla down with his leg and stabbed her on her shoulder with his sword. Cirilla screamed in pain when this happened. With a terrifying look on his face, Ronan removed Cirilla's cap to see her face. He was surprised to see that Cirilla is an half-elf. He could not understand why a half-elf would be associated with such a magician. He asked her about what they are doing together. While Ronan was trying to question Cirilla, someone fires a magic skill called Explosion at him. Of course, this does not bother Ronan. He used his sword to cut the attack into half. The attack hit the gigantic rock giant which was behind Ronan. Ronan was certain that he cut Edwin's limbs, but he did not understand how Edwin was able to take a new form. Edwin's entire body was covered in vines. He told Ronan to get away from Cirilla. Ronan told Edwin that he has not fully grasped their situation yet. He used his sword to stab Cirilla in the leg. Edwin became scared when he saw how Ronan acted. With a horrifying look on his face, Ronan told Edwin that he and Cirilla are doomed. He brings out his sword from Cirilla's leg and began to stab her in the same location repeatedly. He told Edwin that either they listen to him obediently or he gives Cirilla a taste of amputation. Edwin was terrified to hear this. Ronan asked Edwin if Cirilla's body parts will grow like his after the amputation. When Edwin heard this, he put away his magic and accepted Ronan's demand. Ronan removed his sword from Cirilla's leg and told Edwin that he also does not wish to spill more blood. He told Edwin that it will be bad for him if they die in this place. When Ronan looked down to see how Cirilla was doing, he saw Cirilla smiling like a crazy person. He did not understand why she was smiling. When he looked up, he saw the hand of the crystal rock giant charging towards him. Ronan was in a daze. He did not know when Cirilla activated the rock giant. He immediately used his sword to block the attack. Unfortunately for him, he was pushed back. He got thrown into a boulder. Edwin walked up to Cirilla to check if she was alive. Cirilla told him that she is all right. She thanked him for saving her. She thanked Edwin for diverting Ronan's attention with his attack earlier. She informed Edwin that she would have not been able to hinder Ronan's perception with magic if Edwin had not diverted his attention, and she would not have been able to activate the rock giant. Cirilla informed Edwin that although she was only able to activate the giant's hand, she is certain that Ronan is heavily injured. Edwin told her to head back to the church to inform them about the current situation. He told her that he is going to end Ronan. Cirilla told him to be careful. She told him Ronan is a monster with the face of a child. Edwin assured her that he won't be reckless. Edwin was certain that Ronan is not a child. He believed that if he did not kill Ronan now, Ronan will become a huge threat to them later in the future. He assured himself that he will not lose to Ronan again. Unfortunately for him, the moment Ronan got up, he cut off his lower body parts. Then he cut Edwin into pieces. With a terrifying look on his face, he told Cirilla that he has already informed her that he has a lot of questions to ask her. Cirilla was terrified to see Ronan. She could not believe that a young boy could be terrifyingly powerful. She activated a magic spell and began to panic. She asked Ronan how he is able to move even though he is heavily injured. Ronan told her that he will never let them go. Immediately he said this, he felt a lot of pain in his body. The injuries he had acquired in this battle were wearing him down. He could not understand why his body was not listening to him. Cirilla did not understand how she got into her current situation. She was angry, but she knew that she could not win against Ronan. She decided to head back to her church to report the situation. She opened a portal and told Ronan to prepare himself. With a horrifying look on her face, she told Ronan that she will find out everything about him, and she will take away everything from him. She promised him that she will kill his family, lover, and friends. Ronan was annoyed with himself when he heard what Cirilla said. He finally managed to get a clue about the future. He did not want it to escape from him. He did not want the future to repeat itself. He reached his hand out and began to scream at Cirilla. He asked her to stop moving. While he was screaming, Naby Rose entered the scene and told Cirilla to stop in a terrifying tone. The moment Cirilla heard Naby Rose's voice, she froze in fear. Naby Rose told her that she has a lot of questions for her. Ronan was surprised to see Naby Rose. Naby Rose told Cirilla that she wants to confirm something. The moment she said this, her aura took the shape of a giant snake that was ready to devour Cirilla. With a horrifying look on her face, Naby Rose asked Cirilla what gave her the courage to touch her disciple. Naby Rose told Ronan that she heard about what happened. Ronan smiled and told her that she is good timing. He told Naby Rose that he never expected to see her in this place. Naby Rose ignores him and told him that he must have a lot of energy for him to be talking. With a serious look on her face, Naby Rose told Ronan that she has to take care of Cirilla first. Immediately she said this. We see the giant snake surround Cirilla. Cirilla was stricken with fear. While shaking in fear, Cirilla realized that there is only one person in the world who has an aura that looks like a giant snake. She realized that the unprecedented sword saint was the one behind her. She could not understand why Naby Rose would be in the forge. She knew that she had to run away, but her body could not move due to fear. Naby Rose grabbed Cirilla's mouth. She told Cirilla that she has done something she should not have even thought about. With a horrifying look on her face, Naby Rose told Cirilla that what angers her the most is the fact that Cirilla hurt her disciple. Cirilla was terrified to hear this. She knew that she messed up. Naby Rose told her that she will experience some horrifying things. Immediately she said this. The giant snake opened its mouth and destroyed Cirilla mentally, before Cirilla fainted. She told the star that she was sorry for not completing her mission. Immediately Cirilla fainted. Naby Rose told Ronan that he worked very hard. She told him that after they treat the people who got wounded, they will report the situation to the principal. While on the floor, Ronan asked Naby Rose if the place Cirilla is going to experience the horrifying things is Ronan prison. Naby Rose told Ronan that he is correct. She asked him about why he asked her the question. Ronan became scared when he heard Naby Rose answer his question. He had already heard about Ronan prison in his past life. Ronan prison is also called the Fortress of Screams. It is a prison floating in the middle of the sea. It is where criminals who rebelled against the Empire are imprisoned. The prison is famous for interrogations and being able to squeeze any kind of confession through any means possible. Ronan stood up and asked Navy Rose to allow him join in on Cyrilla's interrogations. Navy Rose was surprised to hear this. She asked Ronan about what he is talking about. She told him that the prison is not a place for him. Ronan grabbed her hand and begged her to do him a favor. He told her that this issue is really important to him. Navy Rose was surprised to see Ronan pleading sincerely. The scene shifts and we see the knights and the priests taking care of the injured people. We see Maria, Estelle, and Sita tired after doing their best to take care of the wounded. Estelle told Maria that Ronan should have returned by now. He asked Maria if something happened to Ronan. Immediately Estelle said this. Ronan came to greet them. Maria and Estelle were surprised to see him. Ronan told them that he heard about what they did while he was gone. He told the three of them that they did a great job. He told Maria that he heard that she searched for reinforcement while Estelle and Sita saved more than half of the buried blacksmiths. Ronan asked them if they got hurt anywhere. Maria told Ronan that he should not be the one to ask such a question. Estelle told Ronan that he is the one who is covered in injuries. With a scared look on Estelle's face, he asked Ronan to sit down and get treated. Ronan told Estelle not to worry about him. He told Estelle that he already got treated on his way up. He told Estelle to take a break. Ronan looks at Edwin's and Cyrilla's bodies with a menacing look on his face. He said that he has some business to take care of. A few hours later, Ronan, Navy Rose, and some soldiers stood at the edge of a cliff. This cliff is called the Cliff of Gringno Forest. It is the rendezvous area for Rodolan convoys. After waiting for a while, the convoy unit of Rodolan arrived. The convoy arrived on a flying griffin with a carriage attached to its back. When the griffin landed on the ground, the members of Rodolan immediately came out to greet Navy Rose. The convoy members were all wearing a creepy crow mask to hide their faces. One of the men stepped up and told Navy Rose that they have received the Empire's calling, and they came to escort the criminals. While looking at the bodies of the criminals, Navy Rose told the man that Edwin has the ability to constantly heal himself, so they have to pay attention when they interrogate him. The man said that their interrogator will be happy to interrogate Edwin. The man said that something interesting will finally be coming to their prison. The members of the convoy picked up the bodies of the criminals. The man told Navy Rose that they will contact her once the interrogations are over. He told Navy Rose that she should continue to work hard for the peace of the Empire. Immediately he said this. The convoy left. Navy Rose told Ronan that it will take a week before Rodolan is able to squeeze any information out of the criminals. She told him that she will let him know when they call her. She urged him to stay on standby so that he can move right away when she calls him. Ronan accepted the instructions and thanked her for helping him. The scene shifts and we see the Grand Cappadocia being rebuilt. The forge was quickly reconstructed thanks to the support of the Empire. Ronan returned to the academy and spent his time taking supplementary classes. A few days later, at Rodolan prison, we see a man using a plier to forcefully remove a prisoner's teeth. While the prisoner was screaming in pain, the interrogator said that he was so immersed in what he was doing that he forgot something important. With a horrifying look on the interrogator's face, he said that it is finally time for some guests to arrive. The scene shifts and we see the interrogator without his mask. The old man who happens to be the interrogator stepped out of the cell to greet Navy Rose and Ronan. He introduced himself as the interrogator of the criminals and as the one who will escort them. With a smile on his face, he told them that his name is Karaka. He asked them if they would like to meet the criminal right away. Navy Rose told him that they would. She told him that she would like to hear about the progress of the interrogations on their way to the cell. Karaka accepted this request. He turned around to show them the way in. Ronan was surprised to see Karaka. He told Navy Rose that he never expected a nice-looking old man to be the interrogator of Rodolan. He told her that he does not really believe that the man is an interrogator. Navy Rose smiled when she heard this. She told Ronan that everyone always says the same thing when they first meet Karaka. She told Ronan that he should not judge a book by its cover. She told Ronan that he will soon find out why Karaka is called the worst nightmare. The scene shifts and we see Karaka escorting Ronan and Navy Rose in a hallway. Karaka told Navy Rose that he will tell her the key points because the cell is not far away. He told Navy Rose that the criminals belong to an organization called Nebula Clagier. Navy Rose told Karaka that she has never heard of the organization. She asked him if the organization is similar to Calibaro. Karaka told her that Nebula Clagier is more dangerous because their identities are unknown. Karaka told them that the Nebula Clagier is responsible for things like the Great Fire that swept the Nalanda Granary and the explosion of Eatman Magic Engineering Institute. Karaka revealed to Ronan and Navy Rose that Nebula Clagier was behind the large-scale incidents of unknown cause that have occurred in the past year. Ronan was surprised to hear this. He could not believe that such a dangerous organization existed in his past life, and he did not know about it. He asked the interrogator if the criminals mentioned anything about a starlight or the arrival of the star. Karaka was surprised to hear this. He told Ronan that it is his first time hearing such words. Ronan told him that he picked up those words from when he was capturing the criminals. He told Karaka that those words seemed to be connected to the purpose of the organization. With an awkward smile on his face, Ronan told Karaka that he has not gotten far in the interrogations. Immediately Ronan said this. He noticed that Karaka had a menacing look on his face. Ronan was terrified to see this look. Ronan was surprised by the change in the atmosphere around Karaka. Karaka put his mask on his head and told Ronan that he understands what he means. He opens the gate of the cell and tells Ronan that he has shown him a poor side on their first meeting. With a horrifying look on his face, he told Ronan that he is very embarrassed with himself. He told Ronan that his heart seems to have not reached his friends. He told Ronan that he has to show his friends more sincerity. Ronan was shocked to see what was inside the cell. He could not believe that the arrogant and proud criminals were reduced to such a terrible state. Karaka told them that Edwin is an interesting friend of his. He said that Edwin keeps on regenerating his body with a unique black magic. He picked up a torture device and told them that the best way to get close to Edwin is to keep on poking at him until he can no longer regenerate. He stabbed Edwin and told them that this is the result he achieved from putting all his heart into cutting Edwin's limbs. He pointed his torture device at Ronan and Nabirose and told them that he and Edwin have become close. With a horrifying look in his eyes, he told Edwin that he thought that they were close. He told Edwin that he is disappointed in him for hiding things from him. He grabbed Edwin's hair and told him that they should open their hearts to each other. Edwin was terrified to hear this. He began to cry. He told Karaka that he has already told him every single thing. Karaka asked him about why Ronan is telling him something about the arrival of the star. Edwin became hesitant when he heard this. Upon seeing how Edwin was hesitant to tell him anything, Karaka told Edwin that he hopes he can get an answer from him. He revealed to Edwin that Cirilla does not have any regenerative ability, so it will be easy to torture her. Cirilla began to tremble when she heard Karaka. Karaka told Edwin that Cirilla will die if she receives any more pain. Cirilla begged Karaka to kill her. Ronan was surprised to see what was happening. He had never seen something as brutal as this even in his military days. While Edwin was trembling from the hot torture device that was about to burn his face, Ronan wondered if it really made any sense that Edwin would take such sufferings just to keep his organization's secrets. It did not make sense to Ronan that Edwin was still hiding any secret after his identity has been revealed. He told Karaka that Edwin might not be refusing to talk. Instead, he is unable to talk. Nabirose was surprised to hear this. Ronan told her that it is occasionally done to a soldier that controls secrets while they are on the battlefield. Magicians cast a sealing curse magic on soldiers so that they do not disclose any content to the enemy. Karaka let Edwin go when he heard this. He told Ronan that he is embarrassed about a lot of things. He could not believe that he missed something as important as that. He told Ronan and Nabirose that he needs to get something important. A few minutes later, Karaka brought a mysterious creature. He told Ronan and Nabirose that the creature is called Kiss-Eye. It is a creature that eats curses. He told them that the Kiss-Eye is useful when interrogating a criminal who is speechless due to various curses. He walked up to Edwin and placed the Kiss-Eye on his head. The Kiss-Eye got into Edwin's skin and began to glow. While it was glowing, Edwin was screaming in pain. After the Kiss-Eye was done eating the curse placed on Edwin, smoke came out of Edwin's body. Karaka walked up to Edwin and asked him about the arrival of the star. Edwin knew that Karaka was going to torture him if he did not answer. He was terrified by this idea. He decided to answer Karaka. He told Karaka that the star is an eternal being. It is the sole blessing that will save the weak beings of the Empire. Edwin said that Nebula Clagier is a torch that is waiting for the arrival of the star that will begin beyond the sky. Cirilla was shocked to hear what Edwin said. Edwin said that it is the organization's lifelong wish to remove everything that will disturb that day. Cirilla screamed at Edwin. She told him to shut his mouth. Karaka told Edwin that what he is saying is too long. He asked Edwin about what is going to fall from the sky. With a deadly glare in his eyes, Edwin told Karaka that the children of the stars are the ones coming. Ronan was annoyed to hear this. He realized that Edwin was referring to Ahiyuti. Ronan walked up to Edwin. With a terrifying look on his face, he asked Edwin if the children of the stars which he is talking about is called Ahiyuti. Edwin was shocked to hear this. He could not understand how Ronan knew something about the children of the stars. He asked Ronan about how he knew about Ahiyuti. Before he could ask Ronan another question, his face began to swell. Ronan was shocked to see this. He did not understand what was going on. Karaka placed his hand on Ronan's shoulder and asked Ronan to step back. He activated a spell. Immediately Ronan got behind him. A bright light came out of Edwin's face and his body exploded. The spell which Karaka activated protected he and Ronan from the blast. Karaka was surprised to see that Edwin's body actually exploded. He never expected Edwin's body to have any issues after the curse was absorbed from him. He was surprised to see that only pieces of flesh remained from Edwin's body. Ronan asked Karaka if such things usually happen during interrogations. Karaka told him things like this rarely happen. He told Ronan that things hardly ever reach such a point during interrogations. He told Ronan that the curse on Edwin's body was cast in 2 parts. The first part is to never reveal anything about the Children of the Stars to someone who is not a member of their organization. Cyrilla began to shake when she heard what Karaka said. Karaka told Ronan that the second part is that the members of the organization will explode if they mention words related to the Children of the Stars or the Star's advent. Karaka placed his hand on Ronan's shoulder and asked him about what Ahiyuti is in a terrifying tone. Ronan was shocked to hear the question. Karaka realized that the word Ronan mentioned is a secret within Nebula Clagier. He asked Ronan about how he was able to know such a confidential information. He activated his magic and told Ronan that he must know everything about the case because he is an interrogator. With a horrifying look on his face, he asked Ronan to tell him what he knows. Ronan became scared when he saw the look on Karaka's face. He told Karaka that he came across the information by coincidence. Karaka asked him to explain himself. Ronan told him that he was the first person to come across Edwin and Cyrilla. He told Karaka that he picked up the word when he eavesdropped on them. He said that he did not think that it was an important word, but he changed his mind after seeing the interrogation. He told Karaka that when he realized that the word was important, he got excited and decided to ask Edwin about it. He removed Karaka's hand from his shoulder and apologized to him for intervening in his investigation. He asked Karaka if his explanation is good enough for him. Karaka was still skeptical about Ronan. It did not make sense to him that Ronan coincidentally acquired information that was crucial. He was certain that Ronan was still hiding the truth, while he did not trust Ronan. He knew that Ronan was not a danger to the Empire thanks to the look in his eyes. He did not know if Ronan's eyes were displaying strong willpower or responsibility. He soon realized that Ronan's eyes were not displaying any of these things. Instead, it was showing a massive amount of anger towards Nebula Clagier. Karaka was surprised to see such a large amount of resentment. While Karaka was lost in Ronan's eyes, Nabi Rose unsheathed her sword and put it near Karaka's neck. She asked him to stop his nonsense. With a look of anger in her face, he asked Karaka if he is actually thinking of questioning her disciple in front of her. Karaka panicked when he heard this. He let Ronan go and told the unprecedented sword saint that he simply wants to double-check. He told her that it is good to be careful. He politely apologized to Ronan for the inconvenience he caused him. Ronan told him to not worry about it. He told Karaka that they were able to clear up the misunderstanding. Ronan was happy that Nabirose intervened. He was terrified of being interrogated by Karaka. Karaka said that he feels bad about losing the cursed eye that died along with Edwin. He said that cursed eyes are creatures that are very hard to kill, unlike most fantastical creatures. Ronan was surprised to hear this. He asked Karaka if cursed eyes are powerful. Karaka told him that they are very powerful creatures. He asked Ronan if he wants to touch the cursed eye. He looked at the cursed eye and noticed something odd. The cursed eye was glowing. Karaka did not understand what was going on. He did not know when the cursed eye absorbed the curse. He was certain that the cursed eye did not go anywhere near Cyrilla. He realized that the cursed eye absorbed the curse from Ronan. He remembered that he touched Ronan when he wanted to use his mana shield. He was surprised that the cursed eye was able to absorb a curse from Ronan in such a brief moment. He grabbed Ronan's hand and apologized for his rude behavior. He placed the cursed eye on Ronan's hand. Ronan was shocked to see this. He asked Karaka about what he is doing. The cursed eye began to absorb the curse from Ronan's body. Unfortunately for the creature, the curse in Ronan was too much for it to handle. The cursed eye exploded. Ronan did not understand what was going on. He asked Karaka about why the cursed eye would explode on its own. Karaka was surprised that the cursed eye was not able to handle the curse. He told Ronan to not be shocked about what he wants to tell him. He told Ronan that he is cursed. Ronan was surprised to hear this. He asked Karaka to explain himself. Karaka asked Ronan if he has ever felt any restrictions in his day-to-day movements. He asked Ronan if he cannot do things like running or holding an object that was made out of steel. He asked Ronan if there is something that others can do but he cannot. Ronan realized that he has never felt a mana circulation in his body. He and Nabirose realized that this might be caused by his curse. When Karaka saw the look in Ronan's eyes, he realized that he was right. He told Ronan that he won't ask him anything about it if he does not want to talk about it. He told Ronan that he also does not have a solution to his problem. With a horrifying look on his face, he told Ronan that he does not know who cast the curse on him, but the curse contains an enormous amount of ill intent. After the interrogation ended, Karaka escorted Nabirose and Ronan to their carriage. He told them that he will inform them about Cyrilla's interrogations as soon as he lifts her curse. He told them that the interrogations will take a while because the curse is very strong. Nabirose told him that she understands. She told him to report anything he finds to her. Karaka noticed that Ronan was quiet. He realized that Ronan was lost in his thoughts. He asked Ronan if he has a lot on his mind. Ronan was surprised to hear this. He told Karaka that he is a little shocked to find out that he has a curse on him. Karaka told Ronan that he should not worry about it too much. He reminded Ronan that he is a Phil Academy student. Ronan was shocked to hear this. He did not understand how such an information was going to help him. He asked Karaka to explain what he means. With a smile on his face, Karaka told Ronan that there is someone who has been in the academy for a long time. This person is the only mage on the continent who knows a lot about curses. This person is Professor Maya's secret. The scene shifts and we see Ronan and Nabirose in their flying carriage. Ronan was itching his eye in the carriage. He did not understand why his eyes and body was feeling uncomfortable. Nabirose asked him if he is feeling weird. She asked him if his eyes are extremely itchy. Ronan told her that his eyes have been itchy ever since the cursed eye drained some of the curse out of him. He asked her if there is something wrong with his eyes. Nabirose told him not to worry about it. She told him that what he is experiencing is a sign that his curse is weakening. She asked Ronan if he truly does not know anything about the person who placed a curse on him. Ronan told her that he does not know anyone capable of placing a curse on him. He told her that he does not know someone who harbors evil intentions against him. He told her that he lived a kind life. Of course, this sentence did not make sense because Ronan had beaten and killed a large amount of people ever since he returned to the past. He proudly told Nabirose that he is someone who is kind enough to not give anyone a reason to hold a grudge against him. He thanked Nabirose for not allowing Karaka to interrogate him. He told her that Karaka's eyes were terrifying and brutal. He told her that if she had not stepped up, he would have confessed to a crime that he did not even commit. Nabirose told Ronan not to thank her. She told him that she was simply fulfilling her duties as an instructor. Ronan was surprised to hear this. He realized that Nabirose was not simply skilled, but she also had a good personality. He became certain that she is a good person, while Ronan was certain that Nabirose was an amazing person. He realized that something about her did not add up. He found it strange that an instructor as powerful as Nabirose did not participate in the war in his previous life. He realized that Nabula Clagier might have done something to Nabirose and the powerful instructors of the academy. The scene shifts and we see that Ronan has returned back to the academy. He went to the dedicated practice space for the magic department. This space is in a place called Sherry Forest. At the entrance of the forest is a place called the Park of Pillars. Ade-shan came to welcome Ronan to the forest. She told him that it has been a long time since she met him. With a bright smile on her face, she told him that she was able to meet him thanks to Nabirose's orders. She asked Ronan if he has been doing well. Ronan was shocked to see Ade-shan. He had completely forgotten about her and her request. He did not know how to respond to her. Ade-shan did not understand why Ronan had such an odd expression on his face. Ronan had forgotten about Ade-shan thanks to the problems related to Nebula Clagier. He was still getting his thoughts together, so Ade-shan did not come to his mind. He decided to awkwardly smile in order to not make their encounter weird. He greeted her and asked her if she has been doing well. Ade-shan told him that ever since the day he went on a rampage, the students who were wary of Cardan have become comfortable when they approach her. She told Ronan that she is a bit worried about Cardan because he gets scared every time he sees her. Ronan became worried when he heard this. Ade-shan told Ronan that instructor Nabirose told her that he wants to break a curse. Ronan told her that he came to meet Professor Secret. He told Ade-shan that he is a bit worried that he has to pass such a dark and eerie place all because he wants to meet her. Ade-shan told him that Professor Secret's office is very unique and no one is able to find it unless they are magic students. She revealed to Ronan that they will be meeting a junior magic student who is her friend. Immediately she said this, we see a mysterious person appear at Ade-shan's front. The person immediately hugged Ade-shan. the person turned out to be Erzsébet. Erzsébet called Adéshán elder sister and told her that she missed her a lot. Adéshán called Erzsébet Airy. Ronan was shocked to see this. He remembered Erzsébet as a proud girl who was talking about beasts and sheep. Adéshán apologized to Erzsébet for disturbing her. She told Erzsébet that something urgent came up. With a look of love and obsession on her face, Erzsébet told Adéshán to not worry about it. She told Adéshán to call her anytime she wants to. Erzsébet asked Adéshán about why she wants to see Professor Secret. Immediately she asked this question. She noticed that Ronan was standing next to Adéshán. Ronan did not know what to say to her. She was extremely shocked to see Ronan. She did not know what to say. She could only look at him weirdly. After regaining his confidence, Ronan greeted her and even called her by her nickname. Erzsébet was surprised to hear this. She screamed out in anger. She could not believe that Ronan was actually standing before her. The scene shifts and we see Erzsébet guiding Ronan through the forest. When they finally arrived at the professor's office, Ronan was shocked. He could not believe that the professor would be staying in a cottage in the woods. Ronan did not believe that a professor's office would be in the woods. He called Erzsébet Airy and asked her if she plans to bury him in the woods because he saw her behave in an embarrassing manner. Erzsébet screamed at him when she heard her nickname. She told him that he is not allowed to call her such a name. She told him to shut up and follow her. Ronan was surprised to see the relationship between Adéshán and Erzsébet. Of course, their relationship did not seem abnormal because Adéshán was also a member of the Akalushia family in her previous life. Erzsébet opened the door of the cottage. When Ronan stepped inside, he saw an old woman. He asked Erzsébet if the old woman is Professor Secret. Erzsébet told Ronan to not jump into conclusions. She told him that there is still one more stage left. Ronan did not understand what she meant. Erzsébet and Ronan walked up to the old woman. Erzsébet raised her hand up and a purple light came out of it. She told Ronan to not interfere in what is about to happen. Ronan was worried to hear this, but he accepted her request. Erzsébet called out a magical spell and asked something to open. Nothing happened when Erzsébet casted the spell. Ronan did not understand what was going on. He asked Erzsébet about why nothing happened. Immediately he said this. The old woman's mouth began to enlarge. The woman's head looked like that of a titan, and she was about to swallow the students. Ronan was terrified to see this. He asked Erzsébet about what he was looking at. Erzsébet told him to keep calm and follow her lead. Immediately the old lady swallowed them. They appeared in a study. Erzsébet welcomed Ronan to the office of Professor Secret. The office is called Sephirakio. Ronan was shocked to see how large the real office was. He did not understand why the professor would have such an odd entrance to her office. While he was looking around, he hears a woman call him. The woman who was floating in midair at the back of Ronan asked him if he is the disciple Nabirose promised to send. Ronan was surprised to hear the voice. He wanted to turn around to see who was talking, but Professor Secret suddenly appeared in his front. She took a look at his eyes and realized that Nabirose was telling the truth. Ronan was extremely shocked to see her. She told Ronan that his curse is quite vicious. This woman is the best curse magic user on the continent. The shocking thing about her is that she is 83 years old. With a smile on her face, Professor Secret told Ronan that he is quite interesting. Ronan was surprised to see Professor Secret. He could not believe that the little girl floating in front of him was actually a professor. When Professor Secret saw how Ronan looked at her, she told Ronan to not be shocked with her appearance. She told Ronan that she has a young body due to some circumstances. She revealed to Ronan that she is actually over 80 years old. Ronan was shocked to hear this. He believed that she was an 8-year-old girl when he saw her. He asked her about how she is able to have such a young appearance despite being 80. Professor Secret told Ronan that she will discuss the details with him later. She told him to focus on his current problem. Immediately she said this. She snapped her fingers and a magic circle appeared under Ronan's feet. Ronan's body produced different ribbons that had mysterious writings on them. Ronan was shocked to see the magical ribbons. He asked Professor Secret about what they were. Serget was surprised to see so many magical ribbons which were curses. She could not believe that Ronan's body was housing so many curses, including ancient curses which are close to their root of origin. She told Ronan that anybody with average skills won't be able to even dream about touching his curses. Ronan became scared when he heard this. He asked Professor Secret if it is still possible for him to remove the curses. Professor Secret asked Ronan to stop worrying. She told him that the curses are more than she expected, but she can still handle them. Immediately she said this. The magic circle under Ronan's feet began to glow. She told Ronan that she will materialize the curses in his body in an imaginary world within his consciousness. She told Ronan that he only has to do one thing. She asked him to find the root of the curse that binds him and cut it down. Ronan was surprised to hear this. He could not believe that Professor Secret wanted him to cut down a curse. He grabbed the curses that were on his body and asked Professor Secret about how he will be able to identify what he needs to cut. Professor Secret smiled and told Ronan not to worry about it. She told him that he will recognize the curse the moment he comes across it. Immediately she said this. She moved close to Ronan and touched his head. A bright light came out of her hand and Ronan fell into an unknown abyss. When he woke up, he found himself in his imaginary world. When Ronan turned around to look at his surroundings, he saw something shocking. He saw his house. He did not understand what his house was doing in his imaginary world. He wondered if the root of his curse was inside his house. While staring at his house, a young girl passed by his side. The girl told her mother that she is back. Ronan was shocked to hear the girl's voice. He was certain that this voice belonged to his elder sister. The younger version of Iroh ran into the house to see her baby brother in his cradle. She was surprised by how cute Ronan was. She turned around and asked her mother about why her little brother is always sleeping. She asked her mother if Ronan is sick. With a bright smile on their mother's face, she told Iroh that babies need a lot of sleep to grow up well. She told Iroh that if Ronan becomes sick later, she will have to take care of him as his older sister. Iroh was happy to hear this. She told her mother that she will protect her little brother forever. Ronan was in shock to see what was happening in front of him. He was certain that this is something that happened back when he had just been born. He could not believe that the baby in the cradle was actually him. Ronan could not believe that he was actually a baby at some point. He always believed that he had grown up from the moment he was born. Ronan could not believe that he was actually looking at his past self. The entire situation did not make sense to him. While he was looking at the cradle, a man with a dark and ominous aura stepped into the house. Ronan was terrified when he felt the man's energy. He noticed that his body could not move at all. He became curious about the man's identity. Iroh and her mother welcomed the man with a smile on their faces. Ronan was able to hear what his mother and Iroh said, but he could not hear anything the man said. The man told Ronan's mother that he wants to see Ronan. Ronan's mother was happy to hear this. She believed that the man must have been curious about Ronan's face. Ronan's mother told the man that Ronan looks just like him. The man raised his hand, which contained a mysterious energy, and said some words to Ronan's mother. Immediately he said this. He used his mysterious power on her. Immediately he did this. Ronan's mother fell down and lost consciousness. Iroh was surprised to see this. Ronan was shocked to see what was happening. While Iroh was crying for her mother, the man moved close to her and used his powers on her. Iroh also lost consciousness. Ronan was extremely shocked to see this. He called out for his sister in anger. He did not understand why the mysterious man was harming his family. While looking at his sister, Ronan noticed something odd. He saw the man standing next to his cradle with the curses on his hand. The man placed the curse into Ronan's body, and a bright light shined from Ronan's cradle. Ronan became certain that the man must be the root of the curse. He decided that he must cut the man down. The scene shifts, and we see Professor Secret and Erzsébet looking at Ronan's body. Professor Secret was surprised to see how powerful Ronan's curse was. She could not believe that it was able to drain her mana even after she prepared for it. Erzsébet was shocked to hear this. She could not believe that even the almighty Professor Secret believed that a curse was too strong. She asked her professor about the amount of curses that are in Ronan's body. Professor Secret told Erzsébet that there are roughly 10 curses in Ronan's body. Erzsébet was shocked to hear this. She told Professor Secret that her mana must have been drained because she is dealing with 10 curses. Professor Secret told Erzsébet that she is wrong. With a serious look on her face, she told Erzsébet that she is currently dealing with one curse. The scene shifts and we are taken back to Ronan. After the mysterious man placed the curse in Ronan's body, the man said some words to him and turned around. He walked past Iroh and her mother. Ronan was annoyed to see this. After the man left the house, Ronan regained his strength. He quickly ran to check on his mother and his elder sister. He called out their names, but no one answered him. After calming down, he realized that Iroh and his mother were simply asleep. He placed his hand on his head and did his best to relax. He believed that there is only one thing to do in this imaginary world, and that is to kill the mysterious man. He cut his door into pieces and ran outside with a look of anger on his face. When he got outside, he noticed something odd. He saw the mysterious man standing outside the house. He asked the man if he was waiting for him. With a serious look on his face, Ronan asked the man if he has any business with him. The man did not respond to Ronan. This made Ronan much more angry. He could not believe that the man actually hurt his family in front of him. He told the man that he will never forgive him. Immediately he said this, he unsheathed his sword and rushed to attack the man. As Ronan moved closer to the man activated his mysterious power. He used his ability to create a sword which he used to block Ronan's attack. Ronan was shocked to see that the man was able to block his attack. He began to attack the man with more energy. Unfortunately for Ronan, the man blocked each one of his attacks. Ronan did not understand what was going on. He could not believe that a mere curse was able to wield a sword. He was more surprised by the fact that the curse was actually beating him. The man used his sword to cut Ronan in different places. After seeing that Ronan was getting weaker, the man used his sword to launch an attack that severely damaged Ronan. Ronan fell to the ground when he received the attack. Ronan could not believe what was happening to him. His sword was not able to even touch the man's skin. Due to the fact that the man did not attack him while he was down, Ronan deduced that the man must not be able to kill him. He realized that the man was asking him to leave the imaginary world. Ronan was annoyed when he understood the man's intentions. He did not want the fight to end in such a horrible manner because he still had a lot of questions to ask the man. He pulled his strength together and tried to get up. After successfully pushing himself up, he screamed at the man. He told the man that he is not yet done with him. Ronan asked the man about why he treated his family in such a horrible way. He told the man that his mother and his sister don't usually show affections to anyone. He told the man that Iroh only has such an expression for people she loves. With a look of anger on his face, he called the man a bastard. He deduces that the man must be his father. He asked his father about why he did such a thing to their family. Ronan's father did not respond to Ronan's question. Ronan became annoyed when his father did not respond to him. A red energy began to cover his body. He could not believe that his father was not trying to explain or make any excuses after he treated his family in such a way and placed a curse on Ronan. Ronan closed the gap between him and his father. He placed the red energy into his sword and used it to cut his father's head off. The head began to slowly fade away after it was cut off. Ronan walked up to the head. Ronan used his sword to stab the head before it could fade away completely. He told his father that he will figure out everything by himself, with a menacing look on his face. He told his father to stay out of his body. After his father's body disappeared, Ronan got transported back to reality. He quickly realized that he was in Sephirakio. Professor Secret came to greet Ronan immediately he woke up. She asked him about how he is feeling. Ronan was shocked to see Professor Secret. He asked her about who she was. After staring for a while, Ronan realized that the old woman standing in front of him is Professor Secret. Ronan did not understand what happened to her. He asked her about how she became old in the short time he left her. He asked her if she is growing old because of him. Professor Secret smiled when she heard Ronan's questions. She told him that her current situation is not his fault. She asked Ronan if he feels anything different now. Ronan already knew that Professor Secret was an unusual person, but now that he is able to see her mana, he realized that she was more outstanding than he expected. When Professor Secret saw that Ronan was able to see her mana, she realized that her plan worked. Professor Secret and Ronan sat down to discuss about what happened in Ronan's imaginary world. Professor Secret was surprised to hear Ronan's experience. She could not believe that the curse in Ronan was based on an old memory which even Ronan did not know about. She was more surprised to find out that the man who placed a curse on Ronan was his father. Professor Secret asked Ronan about how he knew the man was his father when his appearance was blurry. Ronan told her that he could tell by how his mother and his sister behaved towards the man. More importantly, Ronan felt something odd when the man placed his hands on his family. This feeling was something Ronan had never felt in his life. This feeling was an unfamiliar sorrow. Ronan realized that he became more angry and riled up thanks to this feeling. Ronan wondered if he was feeling the same emotions as the man. Professor Secret asked Ronan if he does not have any memories of his parents. Ronan told her that he does not. What was more odd was the fact that he and his sister had never wondered about why they could not remember their parents. It was as if the memories of their parents was erased from their heads. Professor Secret was shocked to hear this. She realized that Ronan's awareness of his existence was sealed alongside his ability to perceive mana. She told Ronan that his father put a curse on him and messed with his memories as well. In the process of placing the curse, some of his father's memories got transferred to him. She revealed to Ronan that magic spells related to memories occasionally have similar side effects. She told Ronan that his imaginary world was naturally materialized with his memories. She told Ronan that the fact that he could use mana to kill the curse is because it became possible for him to perceive mana. which was a reaction to recovering his disconnected cognition upon hearing Professor Secret's explanation. Ronan realized that the shiny strands that he is currently seeing is mana. Professor Secret told him that he is only able to see mana right now, but very soon, he will be able to manipulate it like other students. Of course, this is only possible if Ronan is able to release 2 more curses among the 9 remaining curses cast upon him. Professor Secret told Ronan that it will take some time to remove his curses because all the curses placed on him are of unknown origin and are very powerful. She told Ronan that she will inform him once she is ready to break the curses. She told Ronan to return to his dorm because he has spent an entire day in her office and a new day has begun. Ronan noticed something odd when Professor Secret asked him to leave. Professor Secret had returned back to her youth. Ronan was extremely shocked to see this. He asked Professor Secret if her appearance changes depending on the time of the day. Professor Secret told Ronan that her body also has its own complicated circumstances. Professor Secret knew that the event Ronan witnessed in his imaginary world are a lot for a normal student to bear. She told Ronan to take care of his mind. She advises him to not be tied down by his past because he has more precious days ahead. Ronan was happy to hear Professor Secret's advice. He stood up and gave a bow to his professor. He told her that he will be in her care. The scene shifts and we see a man standing next to the crystal giant underneath the Grand Cappadocia. The man was surprised to see how huge the crystal giant was. He could not believe that a student was able to stop the giant on his own. While the man was staring at the giant, his subordinate, whose name is Dolan, came to greet the man. The man asked Dolan if the restoration of the forge is going well. Dolan told the man that everything is going well. He assured the man that the forge will be operating in a week. Dolan told the man that he was not able to find any additional information about Cyrilla and Edwin. He told the man that he was able to find Ronan's location through the academy. This man is Joseph Ivan de Grancia. He is the head of the Grancia Duchy and a Duke of the Empire. While Joseph was talking to Dolan, the crystal giant came to life. The giant raised its hand and was ready to crush the 2 men. When Joseph noticed this, he asked his boss to move aside. He placed his hand on his sword and told the Duke that he will bring the night troop to fight the giant. Joseph told Dolan to not bother himself. He told Dolan that the knights will be busy. Due to the fact that the 2 men did not make a move, the giant decided to crush them with its fist. The moment its hand got close to the men, Joseph unsheathed his sword and used his aura to cut the giant into pieces. When he was done, he put his sword back and asked Dolan to follow him. With a smile on his face, Joseph told Dolan that they are going to meet the young hero of Philion Academy. At Ronan's hostel, someone knocks on his door very early in the morning. Ronan could not believe that someone came to visit him so early in the morning. When Ronan opened the door, he sees Dolan standing outside. He asked Dolan for his identity. Ronan assumed that Dolan was a salesman. Dolan was annoyed to hear this. He called Ronan a rude bastard. He believed that Ronan was acting arrogant towards him despite knowing who he was due to the way he was dressed. Ronan guessed that Dolan was an official of a noble family. He was not completely certain about Dolan's identity due to how dark Dolan's mana was. Ronan notices that there was something else mixed with Dolan's mana. Ronan did not know what he was looking at, but he was certain that he recognized this thing. While Dolan was staring at Ronan, the Duke comes to warn him. He told Dolan that it is their fault for visiting Ronan without notifying him. Dolan called Joseph Duke and apologized for his behavior. Ronan was surprised to hear that he was in the presence of the Duke. Joseph apologized to Ronan for Dolan's behavior. With a smile on his face, he asked Ronan if he could spare him some of his time. The Duke stepped into Ronan's room and gave him a box. The box contained a sheath for Ronan's sword. Ronan was surprised to see this. He asked the Duke about why he brought the sheath himself. Joseph told Ronan that the blacksmiths in Doron begged him to bring it. Joseph thanked Ronan for saving the Grand Cappadocia. He told Ronan that the House of Grancia and the Grand Cappadocia have been comrades for a long time. He told Ronan that his sword, whose name is Fail Lord, was created by Doron. Joseph put his hand into his jacket and brought out something. He told Ronan that he wants to give it to him as a gift. Ronan was extremely shocked to see what Joseph wanted to give him. Joseph gave Ronan the Grancia Crest of Proof, which has the seal of the family head. Ronan could not believe that Joseph wanted to give him something so precious. This Crest of Proof can buy 3 villages. Joseph told Ronan that he has to treat their savior well so that the honor of the Grancia lives. He told Ronan that his men have also delivered the blacksmith's gifts and Crest of Proof to both Maria and Asel. Ronan could already imagine how Asel and Maria would be behaving right now. After giving Ronan his gift, Joseph asked Ronan to tell him everything about the person behind the incident. With a serious look on his face, Joseph told Ronan that he is very interested in knowing Edwin and Cyrilla. Immediately Joseph said this. Ronan saw a very bright light. Ronan was shocked to see the horrifying manna of the Duke who leads the Grancia family. Ronan told Joseph that Cyrilla and Edwin are crazy bastards. Dolan was annoyed to hear this. Ronan told Joseph that Cyrilla and Edwin are fast and very annoying. While he was talking, Ronan noticed an odd energy in the air. When he looked up, he noticed that Dolan was the one releasing this energy. Ronan was surprised to see this because Dolan had not moved an inch since he stepped into his room, but he started making a reaction the moment Ronan talked about Edwin and Cyrilla. While thinking, Ronan realized that Dolan gives off the same dirty feeling as Edwin and Cyrilla. The Duke asked Ronan about what was wrong with him. He asked Ronan about why he stopped talking. Ronan was surprised to hear this question. He did not understand why the Duke was not talking about the manna which Dolan is exuding. The Duke asked Ronan if he is feeling uncomfortable. Ronan was shocked to hear this question. He knew that Duke Grancia is highly renowned as a strong person in the continent, and yet he was not able to see the manna. Ronan quickly realized that he is the only person that can see this unique manna. He asked the Duke if he has heard about the arrival of the stars. Immediately Ronan asked this question. Dolan's expression changed. Upon seeing Dolan's expression, Ronan decided to throw a bait at Dolan. He told the Duke about Nebula Clagier and their purpose. The Duke was very shocked to hear this. He could not believe that such an organization exists on the continent. Joseph asked Ronan if he obtained all the information by himself. Ronan told Joseph that Cyrilla and Edwin spilled the truth after he cut off their limbs. With a devious look on his face, Ronan told Joseph that he enjoyed seeing Edwin and Cyrilla beg for their lives. Ronan wanted to say more, but the Duke stopped him. He told Ronan that he will confirm the rest of the information from the official document of Rodan prison. He told Ronan that he cannot hear more about the incident because he will lose his appetite. Ronan accepted the Duke's wish. After talking to the Duke, Ronan confirmed his suspicion about Dolan. Ronan realized that Dolan has not been able to control himself at all. Ronan could not believe that the Nebula Clagier was hiding even among the Grancia family. He realized that he needed an emergency measure. Joseph told Ronan that he wants to leave. Before Joseph left, Ronan told him that there is something important that he needs to know about Nebula Clagier. Joseph asked Ronan to tell him. Ronan smiled and told Joseph that it will take a long time for him to explain. He told Joseph that he will organize it in the night and send it to him by mail. He assured Joseph that he will be really amused with the package. With a devious smile on his face, Ronan told Joseph that the package will be interesting, especially because it talks about Ahiyuti. Dolan was shocked to hear this. Later in the night, we see Ronan sleeping. Dolan breaks into Ronan's room and tries to assassinate Ronan. When Dolan hit Ronan's neck with his sword, he noticed that he hit some rocks instead of Ronan's neck. He was surprised to see that Ronan was not on the bed. Ronan was on the ceiling of his room. He called Dolan Rat Bastard number 3 and welcomed him to his room. Dolan was surprised to see that Ronan expected him to come. He turned around and asked Ronan about how he knew about his intentions. Ronan jumped down from the ceiling and told Dolan to turn around. When Dolan turned, he sees someone watching them. Ronan told Dolan that this person is a special guest he invited just for him. Dolan was extremely shocked to see this person. The person turns out to be Dolan's young master Shelafin, with a horrifying look on his face. Shelafin told Dolan to explain the situation to him. A few hours earlier, Ronan went to visit Shelafin in his room. Shelafin was surprised to see Ronan. He never expected Ronan to visit him on his own. He was more surprised to find out that Ronan wanted to ambush Dolan in the night. He believed that Ronan was crazy for suspecting Dolan. He asked Ronan if he has any proof to back up his actions. He told Ronan that Dolan is a knight that possesses great skill and loyalty. He told Ronan that Dolan's loyalty to the Grancia family is quite high among the knight. Shelafin told Ronan that Dolan was chosen as his father's bodyguard after he served their family for 4 years. Ronan was surprised to hear this. He could not believe that Dolan became a bodyguard for the Duke after only serving for 4 years. He believed that 4 years was too short for a knight to serve. He told Shelafin that his family is probably already filled with spies. Shelafin was shocked to hear this. He did not understand what Ronan was talking about. Ronan told him to not bother himself. He told Shelafin that it is not important for him to find out who Dolan is working for. He asked Shelafin to come to his room later in the night. He told Shelafin that he will be saving his family if what he is saying is true. The scene shifts and we are taken back to Ronan's room. Shelafin brought out his sword and pointed it at Dolan. He asked Dolan to explain himself. Dolan was shocked to see this. He did not understand why his young master was in Ronan's room. Ronan laughed at Shelafin when he heard what he said. He told Shelafin that Dolan is not going to answer him just because he asked. He told Shelafin that he is very naive. Ronan believed that Shelafin will not survive in the harsh world if he continues to be nice. Dolan raised his leg up and hit it on the ground. The moment Dolan's leg touched the ground, his body began to release a large amount of mana. Ronan and Shelafin were shocked to see this. Ronan was surprised to see that his body suddenly became heavy. He could not believe that Dolan was using his aura to make his body heavy. While Ronan was thinking about his body, Dolan rushed to attack him. Ronan was able to block the attack with his sword, but he got pushed back. Dolan used his aura to completely suppress Ronan. Shelafin became angry when he saw this. He asked Dolan to give him a reason for his action. Dolan did not answer Shelafin. Instead, he rushed to attack him. The moment his sword touched Shelafin's sword, Dolan told Shelafin that he is too naive. Dolan was relieved that Shelafin was inexperienced in controlling the range of his aura. He knew that Shelafin would not use his powerful technique in a place where other people could easily get swept up in his technique. Shelafin could not still believe that his faithful knight would turn on him. He was very annoyed with the situation. Dolan attacked Shelafin and told him that he is sorry, while pressing Shelafin down with his aura. Dolan told Shelafin that he did not want things to end badly between them. He told Shelafin that his plans got ruined by Ronan. Shelafin was surprised to see the skills which Dolan possessed. He told Dolan that his current skills are different from the ones he is familiar with. He could not believe that Dolan has been hiding his powers for years. He asked Dolan about when he betrayed the family. Dolan was annoyed to hear this. He used his sword to push Shelafin away. With a deadly look in his eyes, Dolan told Shelafin that he was never a knight of the Grancia family. Immediately he said this, he rushed to attack Shelafin. Shelafin was shocked to hear what Dolan said. Upon seeing that Dolan was a spy, Shelafin asked Ronan to do whatever he wants. Immediately he said this. Ronan blocked Dolan's attack. Dolan was shocked to see Ronan. He did not understand how Ronan was still able to move. Ronan ignored Dolan. He called Shelafin a frustrating brat. He could not believe that Shelafin made him struggle all because he wanted to hear Dolan call himself a spy. He asked Shelafin if he is happy with the answer he got. Shelafin told Ronan that the situation was quite serious for him. He begged Ronan to understand his situation. Shelafin picked up his sword and attacked Dolan, with a horrifying look in his eyes. Shelafin told Ronan that a bloodbath will happen in the Grancia family after he is done with Dolan. Shelafin closed the gap between himself and Dolan. Dolan was surprised to see this. He was certain that Shelafin was encroached in his aura. He did not understand how Shelafin was still able to move freely. He was more surprised to see that Shelafin was able to use his heavy sword by simply using mana. Shelafin covered his sword with mana and used it to attack Dolan. Dolan did not understand what was going on. He wondered if Shelafin has been hiding his skills just like him. This did not make sense to him because Shelafin had no reason to hide his skill. Dolan quickly realized that Shelafin adapted to his aura while they were fighting. He knew that Shelafin was a genius that appears once every century, but he never expected Shelafin to be so talented. While Dolan was distracted by Shelafin, Ronan launched a surprise attack on him. He told Dolan to not be relaxed. He told Dolan to not be distracted in a fight. Dolan was surprised to see Ronan. He did not understand how Ronan was able to get close to him. Ronan began to attack Dolan aggressively. Dolan was able to block the attacks, but he was slowly getting overwhelmed by Ronan. Dolan could not believe that Ronan was able to push him back. He realized that Ronan was another talented monster that is as strong as Shelafin. Ronan used his sword to create a large attack. Unfortunately for him, Dolan dodged the attack. Ronan was surprised to see this. He never expected Dolan to be able to dodge such an attack. The moment Dolan dodged the attack, he used his leg to kick Ronan away from him. Dolan realized that their fight has caused a lot of noise. He knew that the professors will soon be coming to check Ronan's room. He realized that he needed to escape. He broke through Ronan's window and landed on the ground. The moment he landed on the ground, he began to run at full speed. Dolan could not believe that things would become so complicated all because he tried to kill Ronan. He realized that he was foolish for thinking that Ronan subdued Edwin and Cyrilla with luck. He decided to hide and wait for an opportunity to catch Ronan. While Dolan was running, Shelafin appeared at his back with a sword in his hand. Dolan was terrified to feel Shelafin's presence. Shelafin told Dolan that he cannot control his storm sword like his father. Dolan was shocked to see Shelafin in the air. Shelafin told Dolan that he is stupid for running away after knowing how powerful the storm sword is. A large amount of wind began to gather around Shelafin's sword. Shelafin told Dolan that no one will get swept up in his technique now. With a serious look on his face, Shelafin told Dolan that he will punish him for being a traitor to their family. Immediately Shelafin said this, he activated the Grancia secret sword art. The technique Shelafin activated is called the Storm Sword. This technique created a large tornado that moved towards Dolan. Dolan was horrified to see this technique. He tried to slash the tornado, but he did not affect it. When the tornado got close to Dolan, he realized that he could not destroy such an overpowered technique, as the wind tore him apart. Dolan closed his eyes and prayed to the star. After finishing off Dolan, the tornado disappeared. Shelafin looked at Dolan's body and told him that no one in the Grancia family will remember him after today, as Shelafin walked away from Dolan's body. He told Dolan that he is not important because he was never a Grancia. Ronan was surprised to see how Shelafin got rid of Dolan. He realized that Shelafin was quite angry to find out that Dolan was a spy. When Ronan looked at Dolan's disfigured body, he told Shelafin that they cannot take Dolan to Rodolan prison in such a horrible state. Shelafin asked Ronan to not worry about Dolan. He told Ronan that he only severed Dolan's tendons to stop Dolan from moving. He assured Ronan that Dolan will not die. Although Shelafin told Ronan that Dolan will not die, he was not certain if he had damaged Dolan's body beyond repair. He told Ronan that Dolan might survive. Ronan was shocked to hear this. He could not believe how stupid Shelafin was. He had expected Shelafin to hold back while attacking Dolan. Shelafin asked Ronan not to bother himself. He told Ronan that he needs to quickly report the situation to his family. With a serious look on his face, Shelafin told Ronan that his family must hunt down and get rid of all the traitors among them. Immediately he said this, he began to run. He asked Ronan to handle Dolan's situation. Ronan was shocked to see how crazy Shelafin was. He never expected Shelafin to leave him alone. He was annoyed with the fact that Shelafin destroyed most of the things in the area and wanted him to take care of everything. While Ronan was yelling at Shelafin, a portal appeared at his back. A swordsman came out of the portal and asked Ronan about the situation. The person asked Ronan about the storm that shook the dormitory. The person asked Ronan if he was ambushed. When Ronan turned around, he was surprised to see a portal behind him. He was more surprised to see the swordsman that came out of the portal. The people that came out of the portal turned out to be Principal Krava, who created the portal, and Instructor Nabirose, who came to assist him. When Ronan looked at Nabirose, the first thing he noticed was her odd but cute pajamas. Ronan was surprised to see this. He never expected Nabirose to wear such a thing to sleep. He gave Nabirose a thumbs up and told her that she has a nice taste in clothes. Nabirose was annoyed to hear this. She told Ronan to answer her questions. Krava told Ronan to answer Nabirose's questions. He told Ronan that Nabirose's pajamas are not important. Of course, he was also surprised to see Nabirose in such clothing. Krava was happy that Ronan was not hurt. He asked Ronan about the disfigured body behind him. Ronan was surprised to hear this question. He did not know how to start explaining to Krava. He told Krava that he will give him a good explanation. Before telling Krava anything, Ronan asked Krava to repeat after him. Krava was surprised to hear Ronan's request. He asked Ronan to tell him what he wants to say. With a look of anger in his eyes, Ronan told Krava to call Ahiyuti an insane bastard. Krava was shocked to hear this. He did not understand why Ronan would want him to say something so odd. Nabirose was not shocked to hear this. She quickly realized that the current situation is related to Nebula Clagier. Krava did not know what to do. He decided to repeat after Ronan. This made the entire situation awkward for him and Nabirose. The scene shifts and we see Ronan and Nabirose in Krava's office. Ronan had just finished explaining the situation to Krava. Krava was surprised to hear that there was a spy among the Grancia family. He realized that Nebula Clagier is a much more deadly organization than he expected. Krava was surprised to see that Ronan was able to take care of Dolan. He thanked Ronan for his efforts. He told Ronan that they were able to prevent a great catastrophe thanks to him. Ronan began to laugh when he heard this. He asked Krava to stop flattering him. Ronan decided to not tell anyone that he could see the unique mana which Dolan was exuding. He did not want to tell anyone about it because he was not completely certain about the nature of the unique mana. Also, Ronan knew that he would be in danger if Nebula Clagier ever learned that he has such a unique ability. More importantly, the people around him would also be put in danger. Krava told Ronan that a large-scale investigation on the Grancia family will be carried out soon. He asked Ronan to not worry about Dolan and Nebula Clagier. Krava realized that the Empire has been indebted to Ronan for a while. Ever since the incident in the Grand Cappadocia, Krava told Ronan that he wants to reward him appropriately as a principal. He asked Ronan if there is anything he wants. Ronan became excited when he heard this question. He believed that this was a perfect opportunity for him to achieve one of his goals. He told Krava that he has something that he wants to do at the academy. He asked Krava if he will give him his approval. Krava was surprised to hear that Ronan wanted to do something that required his approval. He became curious about what Ronan wanted to do. The scene shifts and we see Ronan standing next to a bulletin at the academy's plaza. Ronan placed a paper on the board and called the attention of his fellow students. He asked the students if they are tired of doing limited club activities which are confined within the school. The other students were shocked to hear this. Ronan touched the paper he put on the bulletin board and told his fellow students that he made the club for them. With a smile on his face, Ronan told them that the name of the club is the Special Class Adventure Club. According to the recruitment paper which Ronan put on the board, Ronan wanted to recruit members to his club. Anyone is allowed to apply to the club, but a brief interview will be conducted. A student asked Ronan about the activities of the club. Before the students could say more, Ronan used his hand to block the student's mouth. With a smile on his face, Ronan told the other students that the Special Class Adventure Club is an extremely constructive club that seeks to develop talented individuals who will contribute to the empire. Their focus is to improve students through practical and external activities. According to Ronan, the Special Class Adventure Club is the only club that has the principal's approval for outdoor activities. The other students were shocked to hear this. They could not believe that their principal would actually allow them to have outdoor activities outside the school. Ronan told the students who want to join his club to meet him at the first arena of the Galilean Hall for the interviews. While thanking the students for listening to him, a girl in a hood noticed something in Ronan. While Ronan was smiling deviously and shaking his fellow students, the girl continued to stare at Ronan. The girl seemed to have noticed something unique about Ronan other than his creepy smile. A few days later, we see Ronan at the Galilean Hall. Ronan did not understand what was going on. He did not understand why the students were not coming for his interview. He had expected everyone to rush in after they saw his performance at the plaza. He was quite surprised to see that no student was constant with the interviews other than Maria and Estelle. Maria was surprised to see that Ronan was confused about why the students were avoiding him. She asked Ronan to try to remember the interviews he had conducted in the last few days. She reminded Ronan that he randomly beat up people under the pretense of a spar to test their skills. Also, Ronan was asking the students some suspicious questions. He asked the students if they were prepared to risk their lives for their missions. The other students were shocked to hear this. They did not understand why they would risk their lives for a mere club. Estelle told Ronan that rumors about his behavior have spread throughout the academy. The students began to say that they need 10 lives to join Ronan's club. Ronan was disappointed that the other students were so weak. He believed that he tested them exactly how they test soldiers in the military. Of course, Ronan did not really care about having a lot of students in his club. All he wanted were promising students. Immediately Ronan said this. We see a student struggling to stand up. Ronan asked the student if he feels refreshed now that he is up. Ronan did not understand why the student wanted to spar with him. He already told the student to join their club. Ronan did not see a need to test the boy's skills. The student who was breathing heavily turned out to be Ronan's senior Brown. Ronan told Brown that he passed the test. With a smile on his face, Brown thanked Ronan for allowing him into the club. Ronan told Brown that the club will be quite difficult. He asked Brown to rethink his decision. With a bright smile on his face, Brown told Ronan that he is okay with the club as long as he gets stronger. Upon hearing Brown's response, Ronan told the members of his club to return back to their dorms. He asked them to rest before their club activities fully commences. Estelle asked Ronan about what he wants to do with his time. Ronan told Estelle that there is still time for interviews. He told Estelle that he wants to wait for some time. He told Estelle that a promising student might decide to join them. At night, Ronan realized that no student was coming to his club. Ronan could not believe that no single student even tried to apply. He decided to give up. He told Ade-chan to assist him in packing up. He thanked her for helping him with his interviews. He knew that Ade-chan was busy with her work as a teaching assistant, and yet she still found time to assist him. Ade-chan asked Ronan to not worry about it. While packing up the chairs, Ade-chan told Ronan that she would have applied to the club if she was not busy with her assistant work. Ronan was surprised to hear this. While Ronan liked Ade-chan, he never planned on allowing her to join the club if she applied. Ronan felt bad because he did not know how to tell her such a thing. He realized that he still needs to make a decision about what Ade-chan told him in the past. He did not know how to tell Ade-chan to give up on her dreams of becoming a general, especially after seeing how she was working towards this goal. Ronan realized that he had to give her more time before he could tell her such a thing. While thinking about what to do, the mysterious girl appeared in front of Ronan. She was happy to meet Ronan at the arena. She had expected Ronan to have finished the interviews. Ronan was surprised to see the girl. He did not know when she entered the arena. He could not feel her presence at all. With a smile on his face, Ronan asked the girl if she came to have an interview for their club. The girl was surprised to hear this. She asked Ronan if she can do something once she joins his club. Ronan did not understand what the girl meant. He asked her to speak up because he could not hear her clearly. The girl pulled down her hood, and we see her unique face with her blood-red eyes. She asked Ronan if she can touch something on him when she joins the club. Ronan was shocked to hear what the girl said. He did not understand what she meant when she said she wanted to touch it. Ronan assumed that the girl wanted to touch his body. With an embarrassing look on his face, Ronan told the girl to not do anything shameful. The girl told him that she does not want to do anything to him. She told Ronan that she wants to touch Sita. Ronan was relieved to hear this. He did not understand why the girl could not tell him that she wanted to touch Sita. He told the girl that Sita is always with him. He told the girl that she will be able to touch Sita if she joins the club. The girl was very happy to hear this. Ronan did not understand why the girl was happy. He believed that she was a very strange person. He was more surprised by the fact that he could not sense her presence until she got very close to him. Ronan was certain that the girl in front of him was not an ordinary student. He knew that the girl was much stronger than the average student. The girl asked Ronan about the requirements she needed to join his club. Ronan pointed to a magically engineered doll and asked the girl to demonstrate her techniques on it. He asked the girl for her name and grade. The girl told Ronan that she is a junior from the magic department. She told Ronan that her name is Ophelia DeKnight. Immediately she said this, she activated her magic. A bright light came out of her eyes and a red and dark aura surrounded her. Ronan and Ade-chan were shocked to see this. They could not believe that the girl was using dark attribute magic. This is because this attribute is not common. Ade-chan could not believe that Ophelia was able to perfectly control dark mana because it is very difficult to handle. While Ade-chan was mesmerized by Ophelia's magic, Ronan noticed something that was very shocking about Ophelia's mana. While the energy was quite faint, Ronan could still see it. He could see the blood-red energy that was exuding from the center of Ophelia's mana. Ronan was surprised to see the blood-red energy. He quickly realized that he had seen such an energy before. This mana is similar to the one Sita possesses. Ophelia gathered her energy to her fingertips and activated a spell called Shadow Claw. Immediately she activated the spell. Her mana took the shape of a claw and attacked the magically engineered doll. The moment her magic touched the doll, it blew it up. Ronan and Ade-chan were shocked to witness Ophelia's powers. Ronan told Ophelia that there is no need for them to have a duel. When the dust from the explosion cleared up, Ronan and Ade-chan saw how Ophelia had destroyed the magically engineered doll with her magic. Ronan and Ade-chan were shocked to see this. Ronan told Ophelia that she passed the test. After telling Ophelia that she passed the test, Ronan wanted to ask her about her unique mana. Before Ronan could ask his question, Ophelia already knew what he wanted to say, with the use of telepathic magic. Ophelia asked Ronan if he saw the red blood energy. Ronan was shocked to hear Ophelia's voice in his head. He could not believe that she could also use telepathy. Ophelia put on her hood and told Ronan to not mention anything about it. She told Ronan that she does not want Ade-chan and other people to hear about it. She believed that things would become stressful and annoying if others found out. She asked Ronan to follow her outside. She told him that she also has some questions for him too. After leaving the arena, Ronan told Ophelia the things that she wanted to know about Sita. Ophelia was surprised to find out that Sita is a dream bird. Ophelia found it interesting that Sita was born containing the mana that is in the area. Ronan told Ophelia that she is also interesting to him. Ronan believed that people like Ophelia had left the Empire a long time ago. He could not believe that a vampire was standing before him. Ophelia told Ronan that not all vampires left the Empire. She told Ronan that there is still a small number of vampires in the Empire. Because vampires don't like stressful things, they decided not to reveal themselves to the people. Ronan was surprised to hear this. He realized that the reason Ophelia approached their high-profile club despite not wanting to reveal herself is because of Sita's mana. Ophelia told Ronan that she felt Sita's energy the moment she saw him at the plaza. She could not believe that Sita possessed the energy of blood magic, which is the innate magic of vampires. Ronan was not surprised to hear this. He had always been curious about Sita's unique magic. It made sense to him that Sita was able to use the abilities of a vampire. He told Ophelia that the first thing Sita did after he was born was absorb blood. Ophelia was shocked to hear this. She could not believe that Sita actually used vampire magic the moment he was born. Ronan did not understand why Ophelia was surprised. Ophelia shouted and asked Ronan about the year which Sita was born. She believed that Sita had to be 3 or 5 years old. Ronan and Sita were surprised to see Ophelia's behavior. Ronan told Ophelia that Sita has only been born for 2 months. Ophelia could not believe what she was hearing. She could not believe that Sita had only been born for 2 months, and yet he was already exuding blood mana of such high density. With a perverted look on her face, Ophelia realized that she might be able to achieve something with Sita. She asked Ronan if he could do her a favor. Ronan was surprised to hear this. He never expected Ophelia to ask him for any favors since they just met. Ophelia told Ronan that she only came to see Sita today, but her goals have now changed. She told Ronan that she will work really hard if he completes her request. She told Ronan that she cannot work for the club for now because she needs to carry out a research. Ronan was surprised to hear this. He asked her about what she wants to use for her research. The next day, Ronan and his new club members went to a place called The Nest. This place is the Academy's clubroom area. The team went to check out their new building in the clubroom area. Ronan was surprised to see that the Academy dedicated an entire building to a student's club. He could not believe that the Academy would be so generous to him. Ronan turned around to look at Estelle and Maria. He realized that there was something different about them. When he looked closely, he noticed that they were carrying the weapons made for them by the Grand Cappadoci. Ronan was surprised to see that Maria changed her sword from a dual blade to a great sword. Maria told Ronan that a blacksmith called the Great Commander made a sword that would suit her strength properly. Estelle told Ronan that she received a magical bracelet. The bracelet was made from the approaches of the magic city called Delpium. With a smile on her face, Estelle told Ronan that the bracelet has helped improve her mana control and her speed and power have increased by 2-fold. Ronan was quite happy to see the quality of weapons his friends received. Maria asked Ronan about why he wanted them to come to the clubroom armed. Ronan told her that he will tell her inside. With a serious look on his face, Ronan told his club members that they are here to have an important conversation. After settling down, Ronan told his members that he established the club for only one reason. He told them that he wants to improve their individual latent abilities as fast as possible through real-life experiences. Of course, the real reason was to prepare his club members for the day which Ahiyuti and his friends would invade the Empire. The first place which Ronan wanted their group to visit was one of the mountain ranges which the Empire had not discovered yet. The name of this mountain range is Vadian Mountain. Maria and Estelle were shocked to hear that they were going to a mountain. Brown was very happy with Ronan's choice. Vadian Mountain is known for being quite unusual. Ronan believed that the mountain would be a good experience for them. He told his club members that he also has some personal business which he wants to settle at the mountain. He placed his hand on his sword and told Maria and Estelle that there is a problem which he needs to resolve with them. Maria and Estelle were shocked to hear this. They did not remember ever offending Ronan. Maria asked him to tell her the problem. Ronan told her not to worry about it. He told the members of the club to step outside. With a smile on his face, Ronan told the club members that he wants to fight with them. The scene shifts and we see Ronan, Maria, and Estelle in the hallway. Estelle asked Ronan to explain himself. Estelle and Maria were shocked to find out that the problem Ronan wanted to solve was the early course completion. With a smile on his face, Ronan told Maria and Estelle that the problem is very serious. He told them that their next mission will take at least a week. He reminded Estelle and Maria that they still have classes which will not allow them to travel easily. Ronan knew that it will be difficult for Maria and Estelle to juggle their classes and missions at the same time. He told them that Krava will not allow them to stay in the club if it interferes with their classes. Estelle and Maria realized that Ronan is right. With a smile on his face, Ronan told Maria and Estelle that the only solution for them is to complete their courses early just like him. This will give them the freedom they want. Ronan took Maria and Estelle to a sparring hall which was on the second floor of their clubroom. After the group had armed themselves, Ronan told Maria and Estelle that he wants to check out their skills before he starts giving them private lessons. He told the two girls to face him together. He told them not to be afraid. He assured them that he will not unsheath his sword. With an irritating look on his face, Ronan advised Maria and Estelle to take the spar seriously. He told them that the spar will be boring if they take it too easy. He told them to keep themselves in check. Maria and Estelle were shocked to see the look on Ronan's face. They did not know how to respond to Ronan's request. They told him that they will do their best. With a smile on her face, Maria told Estelle that they should show Ronan their new technique. She told Estelle that it will be best for them to show Ronan how strong they have become. Estelle became excited when she heard this. She activated her magic and told Maria that she will do her best. Maria covered her sword in aura and got in position. She picked up her sword and used it to smash the ground. This created a lot of dust in the air. Ronan was surprised to see what Maria did. He told Maria that she has a lot of power. Although Ronan complimented Maria, he did not understand why she hit her sword on the ground. When the dust in the air cleared up, Ronan saw Estelle controlling the broken rocks with her magic. Estelle told Maria that she is ready to fight. Immediately she said this, she attacked Ronan with the broken rocks. Ronan was very impressed to see this. He could not believe that Estelle was already able to use such high-level telekinesis within a short period of time. Of course, Ronan easily dodged the rocks. He used his sword sheath to destroy the rocks. He commended Estelle on her efforts. The moment Ronan destroyed the rocks, he felt a powerful energy above him. When Ronan looked up, he sees Maria coming towards him with a smile on her face. Maria told Ronan to not try to block her attack. She advised Ronan to dodge her sword. The moment Maria's sword got close to him, Ronan carefully dodged the attack by jumping. Ronan was surprised to see the destruction caused by Maria's sword. He realized that he would have been torn to pieces if he had not dodged the attack. Immediately her sword landed on the ground. Maria picked it up and used it to attack Ronan. Ronan carefully dodged the attack while he was in the air. He was surprised to see how Maria was able to push him back. The moment his legs touched the ground, Ronan attacked Maria with a terrifying force. Maria was surprised to feel the weight of Ronan's attack. She could not believe that he was able to quickly recover his balance. Ronan was surprised to see that Maria was able to take on his attack. While Maria was holding Ronan down, Ronan looks up and sees Estelle coming closer to them with a huge rock which happens to be a piece of the stage by her side. Ronan was surprised to see this. He realized that Maria and Estelle had already surpassed his expectations. The moment she launched her attack, Estelle told Ronan to leave Maria alone. Ronan was able to dodge the smaller pieces of rocks. With a creepy smile on his face, Ronan unsheathed his sword. Upon seeing that Ronan unsheathed his sword, Estelle attacked Ronan with her huge rock. Ronan took a stance and cut the huge rock into pieces. Due to the amount of rocks Ronan cut, the entire stage was covered in dust. The moment the dust cleared up, Ronan noticed that Estelle had surrounded him with more rocks. Ronan was surprised to see this. He told Estelle that she has gotten much better. Ronan was happy to see that Maria and Estelle were not slacking off. He told the two girls that they did well. Ronan told Estelle that she completely surprised him. He congratulated her on her upgrade. Estelle thanked Ronan for his compliment. She asked Ronan if their test is over. With a smile on his face, Ronan told her that it is. He told the girls that their special training should be completed within 2 weeks. Maria and Estelle were relieved to hear this. With a horrifying look on his face, Ronan told the girls that special training will begin immediately. Maria and Estelle were shocked to hear this. Maria told Ronan that they just finished sparring. Ronan told them that it does not matter. He picked up his sword and began to chase them with it. With a horrifying look on his face, Ronan used his sword to chase and attack the girls. Maria and Estelle prayed for someone to save them. From that day on, Estelle and Maria devoted themselves to special training, even at the cost of sleeping less. 2 weeks later, we see Ronan in Krava's office. Ronan placed a paper which contained all his teammates' courses on Krava's table. Krava was surprised to hear that all Ronan's teammates had completed all their courses, with a smile on his face. Ronan told Krava that his teammates completed most of their courses. While Ronan was smiling, we see Estelle and Maria looking drained from their training. Brown did not understand why the two girls looked so stressed. Ronan told Krava that his teammates have not completed all their courses. He told Krava that they have completed enough courses which can grant them a permit to leave school grounds. Krava was surprised to hear this. With a smile on his face, Krava told Ronan that he will give him an outing pass. He wished Ronan luck on his adventures. The next day, the team went to Vadian Mountains for their first club activity. The moment they arrived at the entrance of the mountain, Maria felt a ley line containing mana. Maria was shocked to see this. She could not believe that the mana is already so pure even though they are at the entrance of the mountain. Brown commends Maria on being able to sense mana even though they just arrived. He asked Ronan about their next step. Ronan told him that they are still far from the center of the mountain. He told Brown that he will tell them what they came to do once they arrive at the center. Ronan told his teammates that there is something he wants to find in the mountain. The scene shifts, and we are taken to a temple in the mountains. At the center of the temple, we see an elf standing. With the use of his ears, the elf was able to sense the movements of Ronan and his group. The elf was surprised to hear humans moving in the mountains. He decided to greet Ronan and his friends by himself. After walking for a while, Ronan and his friends arrived at the edge of a cliff. With a smile on his face, Ronan told his teammates that he has found what he is looking for. When Ronan looks down the cliff, he sees a swarm of orcs. Ronan was surprised to see the large amount of orcs in the area. Brown was surprised to see the lifestyle of the orcs. He never expected orcs to live in a village-like setting. He was very impressed with their lifestyle. Ronan told Brown that the orcs usually live in the outskirts because the Empire is not able to secure that area. He told Brown that the amount of orcs in the area are still quite small, but this will change over time. Thanks to the strong breeding power of the orcs, they will eventually increase in numbers and take over the entire mountain range. After taking over the mountain, the orcs will begin to terrorize and destroy private property. Ronan told Brown that they need to take care of the orcs before they can increase their numbers. Ronan turned around and looked at Estelle and Maria. He told the two girls that this will be their first real battle. Ronan told the girls that the mission is easy. Estelle was not very happy to hear about their mission. She began to tremble. Estelle already knew that something was odd when Ronan told them that he was looking for orcs. She never expected Ronan to ask them to fight the orcs. While shaking in fear, Estelle told Ronan that the orcs are large in number. She asked Ronan if it is smart for them to fight the orcs on their own. Ronan told Estelle that orcs are the perfect opponent for them. Although Ronan said this with confidence, he knew that there was an important variable that could disrupt their entire mission. This variable is an ogre. Ogres are the dominant species of the mountain range. Ronan knew that his teammates were strong students, but he was certain that they do not possess enough power to defeat an ogre. Ronan knew that his teammates would lose their lives if they ever came across the leader of the ogres, which is called the Twin-Head Ogre. Even in Ronan's past life, Ronan struggled to defeat the Twin-Head Ogre. Although Ronan was worried about his teammates, he was certain that it will be a long time before the ogres appear in the area. After thinking about the situation, Ronan asked his teammates to begin the operation. Before Ronan and his teammates could do anything, a man appeared behind them and told them to not do anything. The man commended Ronan on having a pure intention. This man turns out to be the mysterious elf who was in the temple. The elf called Ronan and his teammates young adventurers and told them that it is not a good time to fight the orcs. Ronan was shocked to hear the elf's voice. He did not understand what was going on. It did not make sense to Ronan that he could not sense the presence of the elf until the elf spoke to them. Ronan became curious about the elf's identity. With a smile on his face, the elf told Ronan and his teammates to not be wary of him. He told them that he is a priest staying on the mountain. Ronan was surprised to hear this. The elf told Ronan and his friends that he is a priest who worships an old god which possesses the divine name Senial. The elf told Ronan and his friends that it will be better for them to move somewhere else for a proper conversation. While the elf was talking, Ronan placed his hand on his sword and took a stance. The elf told them that their current location is not safe. Before the elf could say anything else, Ronan pulls out his sword and pointed it at the elf. The elf was shocked to see this. He did not understand what was going on. Estelle and Maria were confused with Ronan's actions. Maria asked Ronan about what he is doing. Ronan apologized to the elf for his actions. With a deadly look in his eyes, Ronan told the elf that he has met a lot of lunatics in the past few days. He asked the elf to repeat after him. The elf did not understand what was going on. He did not understand why Ronan was acting so weird. With a serious look on his face, Ronan asked the elf to call Ahiyuti a bastard. Ronan told the elf to say this because he knew that no member of Nebula Clagier would ever insult Ahiyuti. Unfortunately for Ronan, the elf did not understand what he was talking about. This made the situation awkward for Ronan. The elf had no choice but to repeat what Ronan said. After clearing the misunderstanding between themselves, the elf began to guide Ronan and his teammates to his temple. On their way to the temple, the elf told Ronan that he is embarrassed for saying such a vile word. He told Ronan that he does not usually say such things because he is a priest. With an awkward look on his face, the elf told Ronan that this was the most embarrassing moment he has had in the last 200 years. Ronan told the elf that he needed to clarify something important. Immediately Ronan said this. He realized that the elf said that this was the most embarrassing moment he has had in the last 200 years. Ronan asked the elf for his age. The elf told Ronan that he does not remember his age. He told Ronan that he stopped counting a long time ago. He told Ronan that he is around 1,000 years old. Ronan and his friends were shocked to hear this. Ronan realized that the elf has been alive even before the empire was founded. Ronan had heard that elves had long lifespans, but he never expected it to be so long. Ronan did not understand what was going on. He had never heard something so bizarre. After calming down, Ronan asked the elf about why he told them not to fight the orcs. The elf told Ronan that there is something strange about the behaviors of monsters that are around the mountain. He told Ronan that there is an abnormal phenomenon where orcs who are not nocturnal would wander through the mountains every night. Ogres that rarely leave their territory are being discovered on the outskirts of mountain ranges. Due to the fact that the root of this problem had not been discovered, the elf believed that it will be safer for Ronan and his friends to not fight the orcs. After sharing his intentions, the elf stretched his hand out and used mana to touch the air. The moment he did this, a barrier unveiled itself. He placed his hand on the barrier and it began to disappear. Ronan and his friends were surprised to see the large barrier disappearing. After the barrier got released, the elf welcomed Ronan and his friends to Seniel's temple. Brown was surprised to see such an elaborate structure in the middle of nowhere. Brown was surprised that the elf was able to use barrier magic that could cover an entire temple. Acel told Brown that barrier magic of this level is insane. She told Brown that the elf is much more powerful than the instructors of the academy. Acel asked Ronan if he knew about the existence of the temple. Ronan told her that he is also as surprised as her. Ronan was certain that no ordinary elf can be this powerful. He became more curious about the elf's identity. With a smile on his face, the elf asked Ronan and his friends to step into the temple. When Ronan and his teammates arrived at the center of the temple, they saw the god which the elf was worshipping. Ronan was surprised to see that Seniel was an ugly rock. The elf told Ronan that the rock has its own meaning. He told the team that they will get tired when they hear about the story behind the rock. The elf told Ronan and his team to get an empty room in the temple. He asked them to put their luggages down and have some rest. He told them to talk to him if they need anything. Maria had an idea the moment she heard this. She tapped Ronan and told him to ask the elf about what he is looking for. Ronan told the elf that he is looking for the Curse-Eyes habitat. The elf was surprised to hear this. He asked Ronan about why he is looking for the habitat of such a monster. He asked Ronan if he is looking for the Curse-Eye because of the curse cast upon him. Ronan was horrified to hear this. He did not know how the elf was able to find out about his secret. He asked the elf about how he was able to know his secret. The priest was able to confirm his suspicion about Ronan thanks to Ronan's behavior. He told Ronan that he has been curious about his curse because of the strange and dangerous echo around him, with a serious look on his face. The priest asked Ronan to give him some of his time. He told Ronan that he wants to have a conversation with him. The scene shifts, and we see Ronan and the elf in a garden. While preparing some tea for Ronan, the elf tells Ronan that he already knew that Ronan was not an ordinary student from the moment he met him. Ronan was surprised to hear this. He did not know how to react. He could only smile awkwardly. Ronan did not understand what was going on. He did not know when he got swept in the flow of the priest. He quickly placed his hand on his sword in order to not forget his suspicion. Ronan did not know what to do about his situation. He wondered if he was being too sensitive about the priest. He was not completely convinced that the priest was not part of Nebula Clagier. He was certain that the priest was not exuding the same mana as Dolan, and the priest did not have any reactions when he mentioned Ahiyuti. Upon seeing that Ronan was lost in his thoughts, the priest asked Ronan to drink the tea. He told Ronan that the tea will help him. Ronan carefully looked into the cup containing the tea. He was not certain if the priest had poisoned the tea. While thinking of what to do, Ronan gets a scent of the tea. Ronan had never smelt something so unique. He wanted to ask the priest about it. When he looked up, he saw something that shocked him. Ronan saw the priest exuding a unique flow of mana. Ronan had never seen such a vivid flow of mana. He did not understand what was going on. With a smile on his face, the priest asked Ronan if he likes the scent of the tea. Ronan did not know how to respond to the priest's question. He did not understand what was going on. He did not know what he was looking at. He could not believe that mana could be so vivid and clear. The priest told Ronan that the tea allows one to see mana with a brand new set of eyes. Ronan was shocked to hear this. He asked the priest about what he put in the tea. With a smile on his face, the priest told Ronan that the tea is brewed from a medicinal herb that rarely grows in the mountains. The tea rejuvenates the senses by releasing the suppressed energy in one's body. The priest was surprised to see that the tea had taken its effect on Ronan. He told Ronan that most people do not feel the effect of the tea immediately. He told Ronan that the tea must have taken an effect because his energy was being blocked by his curse. Thanks to the reaction Ronan had, the priest realized that Ronan must be seeing a large amount of mana. The priest told Ronan that he will pack the ingredients of the tea for him. He asked Ronan to regularly drink the tea. He begged Ronan to not use the cursed eye to remove his curse. Ronan was shocked to hear this. He did not understand what the priest was talking about. With a serious look on his face, the priest told Ronan that the cursed eye removes curses and takes away some of the user's life force. Using the cursed eye once or twice is not a problem, but if one continues to use it repeatedly, their life will be at risk. Ronan was shocked to hear this. He realized that the cursed eye had also drained Edwin's life force while he was being tortured. He could not believe that the cursed eye was so dangerous, due to the look on Ronan's face. The priest asked Ronan if he did not know the effects of the cursed eye. Ronan told the priest that he was not aware of the cursed eye side effects. He told the priest that he simply wanted to remove his curse. The priest was surprised to hear this, but he understood the reason why Ronan was worried. He told Ronan that he needs to be extra careful. He told Ronan that the consequences for a wrong action can be quite severe. Ronan was surprised to hear this. He knew that the priest was right. He looked down at his cup of tea and remembered that someone else also warned him about his curse. This person was Professor Secret. Ronan remembered that Professor Secret told him that his curse is difficult for her to undo. She told Ronan that she needs to thoroughly prepare before she can undo his curse. Ronan did not understand why he was in such a rush to remove his curse even though Professor Secret was helping him. After thinking about it, he realized that he became impatient because he met the overwhelming shadow of his father. Ronan let go of his sword. He realized that his life could come to an end anytime if he is not careful. He realized that he could die before he gets a chance to fight Ahiyuti. After calming himself, Ronan became more curious about the priest's identity. While staring at the smiling priest, Ronan tried to recollect the priest's face. He was certain that he had never met anyone like the priest in his past life. Although Ronan had never met the priest before, he felt like he knew the priest. Ronan admitted to the priest that he wanted to remove his curse quickly. He told the priest that he wanted to remove his curse because of the crazy fanatics who are acting outrageous. The priest was surprised to hear this. Ronan told him that the fanatics are very dark and nasty people. He told the priest that the fanatics are lying in wait for the arrival of the stars. The priest was shocked to hear this. He immediately knew that the fanatics that Ronan was referring to was Nebula Clagier. He could not believe that Nebula Clagier was active again. At night, we see the priest standing next to the statue of Senial. The priest pondered about the fanatics Ronan mentioned. He realized that Nebula Clagier was planning an evil scheme. This scheme will come in form of a huge disaster that will take the lives of many innocent people. The priest did not know what to do. He wondered if he was just going to watch again as such a thing happens to innocent people. He looked up at the statue of Senial and asked it if Ronan is the answer Senial chose. He asked the statue about what he needs to do. While the priest was trying to communicate with his god, someone steps into his temple. The person calls the priest's name, which was Saranti, and asked him about why he is up. When the priest turned around, he was surprised to see that it was Ronan that was speaking to him. Saranti asked Ronan about what he is doing at the center of the temple at night. He asked Ronan if his bed was uncomfortable. Ronan told Saranti that he simply stepped out of his room to get some water. Ronan looked up and told Saranti that the statue of his god is interesting. He told Saranti that he never expected a rock to be a divine statue. He asked Saranti if the rock has a hidden meaning behind it. With a smile on his face, Saranti told Ronan that once every millennium, his church moves 1,000 rocks to a sacred land in Dakanja, which is at the far corner of the imperial territory. Dakanja is a place where strong typhoons always blow. Most of the rocks there last less than 200 years before withering away and disappearing. Although most rocks get destroyed, there are certain rocks that have withstood the trial for 1,000 years and proven that there will transcend time. The noble soul engraved in such rocks becomes the divine statue of Senial. With a confident look on his face, Saranti told Ronan that he remembers the day which he and his brothers moved the divine rock into the temple. Ronan was surprised to hear this. He realized that Saranti is very old. He did not know how to react. Ronan found out that there was a lot of priests in the temple. He asked Saranti about what happened to the other priest. Saranti told Ronan that most of them left because of individual circumstances. He told Ronan that it is not easy to worship a god. He told Ronan that his brothers could not dedicate their lives to a god who never answers no matter how long they wait. He told Ronan that he also wanted to give up on his faith a lot of times, and there were times when he wanted to be free. However, every single time he tries to leave, he gets a hunch, and that hunch made him continue his service as a priest. Saranti told Ronan that he has a feeling that Senial's will, which is contained in the divine rock, will become a catalyst that will one day save the world. Ronan was shocked to hear this. With a smile on his face, Saranti told Ronan that his duty feels like a destiny that he cannot pass on to anyone. The moment Saranti said this, Ronan saw an image of the older Adeshan next to him. Ronan realized that only Adeshan would say something like this. Saranti placed his hand on Ronan's shoulder and told him that the time which Senial will save the world is drawing closer. The next day, Ronan put Saranti's incomprehensible words out of his head. He and his teammates began to reorganize themselves. Saranti gave Ronan's teammates his special tea. The tea took its effect on them quickly. Maria and Asel were surprised to see the effects of the tea. With the high level of energy available in the mountain, Ronan's teammates enhanced their senses. While his teammates were practicing, Ronan moved around the mountain range with Saranti in order to forage for some medicinal herbs. While they were moving around, Ronan tried to understand Saranti. It did not make sense to him that Saranti would help people he is just meeting for the first time, and even show genuine concern for them. The more Ronan looked at Saranti, the more he thought that he was a strange elf. After picking up some herbs, Ronan and Saranti returned to the temple. Ronan and his teammates spent 2 peaceful days in Saranti's temple. Unfortunately, no matter how peaceful everywhere is, tragedy always creeps through the cracks and leave an ineradicable pain on everyone. This pain will be irreversible. Back in the present, Ronan and his teammates are prepared to subjugate the orc village. Saranti believed that it will be dangerous for them to go against the orc. He asked Ronan and his teammates if they will be all right. He reminded them that they have not discovered the cause of the monster's strange behaviors. With a worried look on his face, he told Ronan and his friends to stay in his temple and prepare carefully. With a smile on his face, Ronan told Saranti to not worry about them. He told Saranti that he and his teammates are going to be fine. He told Saranti that only the monster's behaviors changed. The monsters did not get stronger. Ronan told him that his teammates can take care of themselves. Maria and Braum told Saranti that they can. Asel was still scared of the orcs. Ronan told Saranti that they need to finish their mission because their time limit for going outside is coming to an end and they need to return to the academy. Upon hearing this, Saranti accepted Ronan's logic. Saranti activated his magic and told Ronan and his teammates that he will cast a spell that allows them to enter the barrier. He told them that they can return to the temple anytime they want. Ronan and his friends were surprised to hear this. With a serious look on his face, Saranti told Ronan and his friends that they should return to the temple if they ever encounter anything dangerous. He advised them to never let their guards down under any circumstances. He told Ronan and his friends that the forest is a very dark and dangerous place. The scene shifts and we see the dead bodies of the orcs. These bodies have been brutally torn apart. An elf woman who seems to have killed the orcs wonders why her target is so hard to find. This woman is dressed like Edwin and Cyrilla. The woman realized that she could not draw out her target with the orcs. With a creepy smile on her face, the elf says that she will meet Saranti by herself. Immediately the woman says this. We see the twin-head ogre kneeling next to her. The scene shifts and we see Ronan and his teammates arrive at the orc camp. Ronan was surprised to see that the orcs were wearing human clothes. The orcs also had accessories and jewelries that belonged to humans. Ronan realized that the orcs had already robbed the nearest village to them. Ronan never expected the orcs to already raid a village. He turned around and asked his teammates if they were ready to fight. Maria, Asel and Braum looked at Ronan with confidence in their eyes. With a serious look on his face, Ronan told his teammates that they will have to destroy all the orcs. At the orc camp, we see 2 orcs discussing in their language. The 2 orcs were admiring their stolen accessories. The orc wearing a jacket tells its fellow orc that his necklace looks good. The orc was happy to hear this. He told his friend that the necklace used to belong to a little kid that lived in the village which they raided. With a disgusting smile on his face, the orc told his friend that the child cried and struggled before it died. He told his friend that the child was very annoying. While the 2 orcs were talking, Asel used his telekinesis to safely drop Maria and Braum in the middle of the orcs. The orcs did not understand what was going on. They were surprised to see a human in their habitat. The moment Maria and Braum landed in the orc habitat, They released a large amount of aura and began to attack the orcs. With their bodies brimming with strength, Marya and Braum easily tore apart the orcs that surrounded them. The other orcs were shocked to see this. They became enraged when they saw a human killing their kind. They picked up their weapons and rushed to attack Marya and Braum. While the orcs were rushing to fight Marya and Braum, one of the orcs got his head crushed with a stone. The orc standing next to the crushed orc did not understand what was going on. It did not understand how its comrade was killed with a rock. It called out to its comrade, but no one answered. While the orc was standing, it also gets its head crushed by a rock. These rocks were controlled by Asel with her telekinesis. Ronan commends Asel on having such an amazing accuracy and control of her powers. While holding Ronan and herself on the air, Asel also controlled several rocks. While they were in the air, Ronan asked Asel if she can fully control her ability. Asel told Ronan that she can. While Ronan was talking to Asel, the orc stood in fear due to the large amount of rocks that were floating in the sky. With a creepy look on his face, Ronan told Asel to wipe out the orcs with her rocks. Asel was not very happy with this idea. Although Asel was not very thrilled with the idea, she had no choice but to follow Ronan's order. She waved her hand and launched the rocks at the orcs. The orcs were horrified to see the rocks coming towards them. They began to run for their lives. After the fight ended, we see Ronan and his teammates walking around the orc village. As the dust in the area cleared up, Asel became frightened. Asel saw tons of dead orcs which she killed with her magic. She told Ronan that she will definitely be punished for what she has done. Ronan grabs Asel by the neck and tells her to not worry about it. He told her that she cannot get punished for something like this. He told her that he will join her in receiving the punishment if she is ever punished. Braum told Asel that he will also join her in taking the punishment. With a bright smile on his face, Braum told Asel that she will definitely receive the biggest punishment if they are ever punished. Asel was not happy to hear this. She began to cry. Marya could not believe that Braum actually said such a thing. She told Braum that he was not helpful at all. Braum did not understand what Marya was talking about. He thought his words would cheer Asel up. Ronan smiled when he saw how his teammates bickered. He was very happy to see that his teammates were able to show off their skills in actual combat. He believed that their trip to the mountains has been very helpful to his teammates. Ronan was certain that his teammates will be able to face more dangerous opponents the next time they come to the mountains. While Ronan was thinking, Sita placed his hand on his face. Ronan was surprised to see this. He asked Sita about what was wrong. Ronan noticed that Sita was pointing him towards a particular direction. He asked Sita if there is anything there. When Ronan and Asel walked into the forest, they saw a person tied to a tree. When they carefully looked at the person, they noticed that the person was an elf. Ronan and Asel were surprised to see how wounded the elf was. Ronan and Asel quickly rushed to help the elf. Ronan wondered if the orcs tied the elf up as an emergency food. While removing the rope from the elf's body, Ronan asked Sita to use healing magic on the elf. When Sita activated his magic, the elf slowly began to regain consciousness. Asel told Ronan that the elf is waking up. When Ronan heard this, he asked the elf if she could talk. The moment the elf fully regained consciousness, she was shocked to see Ronan and his friends. She immediately recognized the unique mana that surrounded Ronan and his friends. She wanted to ask Ronan and his friends about the mana. Unfortunately for her, her body was in a terrible state. She spat out some blood before she could say anything. Ronan was shocked to see this. He realized that Sita's magic was not able to heal the elf. Ronan did not understand what was going on. Sita's magic had always worked on everyone. After regaining some of her strength, the elf asked Ronan if he and his friends are coming from the temple. Ronan was surprised to hear this question. He did not understand how the elf was able to know about their movement. The elf placed her hand on Ronan's shoulder. With fear in her eyes, she begs Ronan to take her to Saranti. She tells him that some people are coming for Saranti. She told Ronan that Saranti's life will be in danger if they are too late. Immediately she said this, she lost consciousness. Ronan and his friends were shocked to hear what the elf said. They did not know what to do. The scene shifts and we see Saranti at the center of the temple. Saranti was cleaning the statue of his god. While Saranti was cleaning, someone steps into the temple. This person turns out to be Ronan. While carrying the elf, Ronan called out to Saranti. Saranti was surprised to see Ronan in the temple. He asked Ronan about why he is back so soon. He asked Ronan if he had an accident. Ronan was happy to see Saranti in the temple. He asked Saranti to take a look at the elf. He told Saranti that the elf was a captive who was held in the orc village. He told Saranti that he and his friends saved the elf after they destroyed the orc village. Ronan revealed to Saranti that the elf wanted to meet him. Saranti did not understand what Ronan was talking about. When he carefully looked at the elf, he immediately recognized her. Saranti was surprised to see the state which the elf was in. Saranti called the elf's name, which is Brigia. Saranti reached his hand out to Brigia. He could not believe that Brigia could be in such a terrible state. He wondered about what happened to her. The scene shifts and we see Maria and the other members of the team at the orc village. Maria told Brown that she and Estelle have looked around the area and they did not see anyone. Brown told her that he has also checked around too. He told her that he did not see anyone. Maria, Estelle and Brown looked around the village because Ronan ordered them to. Brown was happy to see that Brigia was the only captive in the village. Maria told Brown that it is better for them to head to the temple. Maria was about to ask Estelle to follow them when she noticed that Estelle was looking at the dead orcs. Maria walked up to Estelle. She asked Estelle about what she is so focused on. She asked Estelle if something is wrong. Estelle told Maria that the bodies of the orcs are a bit strange. She told Maria that something has appeared on the bodies of the orcs. Maria was surprised to see this. She did not recognize this thing. She asked Estelle if she knows about the mark. Estelle told her that she does not recognize the mark. She told Maria that she is just seeing it for the first time. She told Maria that the marks were hidden with double magic. Estelle became curious about the nature of the magic circle which appeared on the heads of the orcs. She wanted to know what the circles were for. The scene shifts and we see Ronan and Saranti in a room. Saranti laid Brigia on a bed. Saranti told Ronan that he is done with the first aid. He told Ronan to no longer worry about Brigia. Ronan asked Saranti if he is feeling well. He told Saranti that healing magic did not work on Brigia. Ronan wondered if Saranti might have accidentally got poisoned by a strange poison while he was treating Brigia. With a smile on his face, Saranti told Ronan to not worry about him. He told Ronan that he will be fine. He told Ronan that he already gave Brigia the antidote to the poison. Saranti told Ronan that he is greatly indebted to him. He told Ronan that Brigia is a precious sister of his. Ronan was surprised to hear this. Saranti told Ronan that Brigia is one of the few believers of Senial who is still alive. Saranti revealed to Ronan that Brigia was once a faithful believer whose faith was much deeper than others. Saranti told Ronan that he does not know how to repay his debt to him. He told Ronan that saving Brigia is truly an amazing thing. Ronan became shy when he heard this. He told Saranti that he did not do anything grand. He told Saranti to not worry about it. Upon realizing how dire the situation was, Ronan asked Saranti to tell him about the people which Brigia was talking about. Ronan knew that this people must be very dangerous for Brigia to be so scared. He asked Saranti if his life is in danger. Saranti's face became grim when he heard this. The scene shifts and we see Ronan and Saranti at the center of the temple. With a serious look on his face, Saranti told Ronan that he does not know the goal of the people which Brigia is talking about. He told Ronan that the mysterious people belong to a religious group that worships an unknown being as their god. This religious group has been committing evil acts without revealing their identity to the world. Saranti told Ronan that the religious group's name is the Church of Nebula Clagier. Ronan was shocked to hear this. He could not believe that Saranti knew about Nebula Clagier. Ronan could not believe that Saranti was being targeted by Nebula Clagier. Due to Ronan's reaction, Saranti realized that Ronan had heard of Nebula Clagier. Saranti told Ronan that Nebula Clagier has sent different people to him over the years. With a smile on his face, Saranti told Ronan that he thought Nebula Clagier had given up on him. He told Ronan that they stopped sending people to him in the past 100 years. Due to this, Saranti assumed that Nebula Clagier gave up on him. Saranti was surprised to hear that the organization wanted to get him again. Ronan was annoyed to hear this. He told Saranti that the issue is a life or death problem. He told Saranti to take the problem seriously. He told Saranti to move to an institution with better security. Saranti immediately refused Ronan's idea. He told Ronan that he cannot abandon the temple. He told Ronan that the souls of his brothers and sisters are in the temple. Saranti told Ronan that he cannot move to another location because of the people who reside in the temple. He told Ronan that he does not want the resident to be in harm's way. Saranti placed his hands on Ronan's shoulder. He told Ronan to leave the forest with his teammates. With a smile on his face, Saranti told Ronan that he does not want his friends to get swept into unnecessary danger. He begged Ronan to be understanding. Ronan did not know what to do. He could tell that Saranti was being honest by the look in his eyes. The scene shifts and we see Ronan and Saranti at the entrance of the temple. Ronan told Saranti to wait for him. He told Saranti that he will bring the strongest woman that he knows. He warned Saranti to keep himself hidden. He asked Saranti to not do anything reckless until he returns. Saranti smiled when he heard this. He told Ronan to not worry about him. He told Ronan that he will keep himself hidden. Saranti clenched his fist and placed something in Ronan's hand. He told Ronan to take this thing as payment for saving Brigida. Ronan was surprised to see the object that Saranti gave him. Ronan did not understand why Saranti gave him a ring. Saranti told Ronan that the ring is an item used as a pass in the Magic Tower. He told Ronan to show the ring to the librarian of the Magic Tower of Dawn. He told Ronan that the Magic Tower will be of great help to him. He told Ronan that he will find information about his curse in the tower. Saranti asked Ronan to be careful when he is going down the mountain. With a bright smile on his face, Saranti told Ronan that the time he spent with him and his friends was a gift to him. Ronan was shocked to hear this. He did not know what to say. With a nervous look on his face, Ronan told Saranti to not say such gloomy things. He told Saranti that they will still see each other later. He told Saranti to take care of himself. He told him that he will be back soon. Immediately Ronan said this. He left. After Ronan left, Saranti became relieved. He looked behind him and asked his older sister if she is glad to see him after a long time. Saranti turned around and called his older sister the assassin of Nebula Clagier. Immediately Saranti said this, we see Brigida transforming. Brigida turns out to be the elf woman who was searching for Saranti, and she is also Saranti's sister. Brigida asked Saranti about why he brought up their past relationship. With a dark smile on her face, Brigida asked Saranti if he has been living a comfortable life. Saranti could not believe that Nebula Clagier sent his sister to kill him. He told Brigida that her church is cruel. Brigida believed that Saranti was an hypocrite for saying this. She reminded him that he used a paralyzing poison on her and called it an antidote. With a serious look on his face, Saranti told Brigida that there is nothing he won't do to survive. He told Brigida that he had a better method than her clumsy acting. He told Brigida that no normal person would believe that Lemmaheim's shadow was captured by an orc. Brigida smiled when she heard this. She told Saranti that she had no choice but to act helpless. She told Saranti that it was hard to find out his location. Brigida revealed to Saranti that she tried to get his attention with the monsters, but Saranti did not fall for the bait. While thinking of what to do, Brigida saw a clue to finding Saranti. This clue was Ronan and his friends. Brigida told Saranti that Ronan and his teammates were exuding so much of his energy. She told Saranti that she wanted to lure him out by cutting Ronan and his friends and scattering their remains across the forest. With a smile on her face, Brigida told Saranti that she did not do anything to Ronan and his friends because of their past relationship as believers. She asked Saranti if he is touched by her goodwill. With a serious look on his face, Saranti told Brigida that he would have never let her do anything to Ronan and his friends. Brigida laughed when she heard this. She told Saranti that she was simply joking. She told Saranti to stop being so serious. After seeing that Saranti was not joking around, Brigida decided to stop playing. She told Saranti that she wants to deliver her church's command to him. Brigida told Saranti that the church ordered her to persuade him. She placed her hand on her sword and Saranti activated his magic. She told Saranti that she is to kill him if he refuses to join them. Immediately she said this, she and Saranti attacked each other. The moment Saranti and Brigida began their fight, the trees in the forest began to shake. The scene shifts and we see Ronan in the forest. Ronan stopped moving when he heard the sound of Saranti and Brigida fighting. Ronan did not know what caused the noise. Ronan had a terrible feeling that something was wrong. While Ronan was thinking, Asel and the rest of the group run to him. Ronan was surprised to see his teammates. He told them that they met him at the perfect time. He asked them if they had thoroughly looked around the orc village. Maria told Ronan that they looked everywhere. She told Ronan that they did not find any captives. She told Ronan that Asel found something fishy. Ronan was surprised to hear this. Asel, who was struggling to catch her breath, told Ronan that she discovered something strange on the orcs shortly after he left. She told Ronan that she had never seen any magic circles like that before. Ronan did not understand what Asel was talking about. He asked Asel to explain more. Before Asel could say anything, a large explosion occurred behind Ronan. Ronan and his friends were shocked to see the explosion. Asel wondered if the explosion came from the temple. With a grim look on his face, Ronan realized that Saranti was in danger. Before Ronan and his friends could take a step, the ground began to shake. Ronan was horrified to see this. He realized that only one thing could cause such a vibration. When Ronan turned around, He was surprised to see the twin-head ogre coming out of the forest. The twin-head ogre easily tore apart the orcs that stood in its path. Ronan and his friends stood in fear when they saw the twin-head ogre. The ogre screamed and terrified the group with its voice. Before the twin-head ogre attacked Ronan and his friends, we are taken to the temple. At the temple, we see Brigida fighting Saranti with her sword. Saranti blocked Brigida's attacks with his magic. As Brigida got closer to him, Saranti activated a spell called Ventus. Immediately he activated the spell. A large tornado appears in front of Brigida. The tornado moved close to Brigida and was ready to destroy her. Brigida smiled when she saw Saranti's spell. She told Saranti that she likes the way he is fighting. Immediately she said this. She imbued a dark energy into her sword. This energy was quite dark and ominous. Brigida laughed like a mad woman as she wielded her sword. With a terrifying smile on her face, Brigida attacked Saranti with a large amount of power. Brigida's dark energy began to push Saranti's tornado immediately it touched it. The dark power canceled out Saranti's tornado. Due to the scale of the attacks, the area was covered in dust. When the dust cleared up, we see Brigida and Saranti staring at each other. Brigida firmly held her sword as she looked at Saranti. Saranti covered his hand with his mana. While Saranti was staring at Brigida, Brigida disappeared in front of him. Saranti was shocked to see this. Before Saranti could take a step, Brigida appeared above him with her sword in her hand. Brigida imbued her sword with her dark energy and was about to cut Saranti. Saranti was surprised to see Brigida in front of him. His eyes began to glow and a barrier appeared in front of him. The barrier blocked Brigida's attack. Brigida was happy to see the barrier in front of her. She was quite excited to be fighting Saranti. Saranti did not understand why Brigida was laughing. He was certain that Brigida had gone crazy. Due to the impact of their powers, Brigida and Saranti got pushed back. The two elves quickly regained their composure and began to stare at each other. With a creepy smile on her face, Brigida called Saranti a fox. She told Saranti that she does not want to kill him. She asked Saranti to join her group. She promised Saranti that he will be given an executive position if he joins their group. While using magic to regain his strength, Saranti declined Brigida's offer. He told her that he also has a religion. He told Brigida that he is too religious to serve a cult. Saranti decided to taunt Brigida. With a smile on his face, Saranti told Brigida that she has gotten rusty. Saranti could not believe that Brigida, who is known as Romheim's shadow, would be so slow. He asked Brigida if her cult teachings do not suit her. Brigida smiled when she heard this. She told Saranti that she is only fighting like this because she is bored. She told Saranti that he has not been paying any attention to her because he is trying to buy time for Ronan and his friends. She told him that she is not taking the fight serious because he is not doing his best. Saranti was shocked to see that Brigida knew his plan. Brigida was surprised to see that Saranti acted like a pathetic person in front of Ronan. She realized that Saranti did not want Ronan to get caught up in their fight. Due to how Saranti behaved, Brigida became curious about Ronan. She asked Saranti about why someone like him who has no interest in the world is doing his best to protect another person. Saranti told Brigida that Ronan and his friends are guests whom he met coincidentally. He told Brigida that they have nothing to do with him. He advised Brigida to not lay a hand on Ronan and his teammates. With a horrifying look on his face, Saranti told Brigida that she will suffer if she does anything to Ronan and his teammates. Brigida smiled when she saw the look on Saranti's face. She licked her lips and told Saranti that she has already done something bad to Ronan and his friends. Immediately she said this. Saranti hears an explosion on another side of the forest. Saranti was shocked to hear this sound. He quickly turned around to see the place which the explosion came from. Saranti was surprised to see the direction which the explosion came from. He was certain that Ronan went in that direction. The moment Saranti let his guard down, Brigida appeared behind him. Saranti was shocked to feel her presence. By the time Saranti turned around, Brigida had already gotten ready to strike him. With a creepy smile on her face, Brigida told Saranti that he left an opening. When Brigida swung her sword, we see that Saranti loses his hand. The scene shifts and we are taken back to Ronan and his friends. Isel, Maria, and Braum all froze in fear as they saw the twin-head ogre. Ronan immediately called out to his teammates. He asked them to regain their composures. He told them that they cannot fight the twin-head ogre. Ronan asked his teammates to get behind him. Although Ronan's teammates heard what he said, they still could not move their bodies. With a creepy smile on its face, the twin-head ogre got ready to attack the team. The ogre used its hand to attack Braum. As the ogre's hand got closer to Braum, Braum still could not move his body out of fear. Braum did not understand what was going on. Before he could do anything, the ogre used its hand to smash him into a tree. Estelle and Maria did not know what happened. When they looked at the tree which Braum hit, they saw Braum's unconscious body. The two girls did not understand what was going on. The ogre walked up to them and got ready to attack them. Estelle and Maria knew that they had to run away, but their body would not allow them to move. As the ogre was about to crush Maria and Estelle with its hand, someone comes to save them. This person turns out to be Ronan. Ronan used the tip of his sword to hold back the ogre. Estelle and Maria were surprised to see Ronan. The ogre was surprised to see a human blocking its attack. Ronan told Estelle and Maria to take Sita. He asked them to also look after Braum. With a look of anger on his face, Ronan told the girls that he will take care of the ogre. Ronan was angry to see the twin-head ogre. He assured Estelle and Maria that he will take care of the monster. Ronan used his sword to push the ogre's hand away from him. He asked Maria and Estelle to quickly start moving. The two girls were still frozen in fear. They quickly put themselves together and ran away from the area. While gritting his teeth, Ronan noticed something odd about the ogre. Ronan saw a magic circle in the ogre's eyes. Ronan realized that he had seen this magic circle before. He remembered that Edwin and Cyrilla used the same magic to control the rock giants. Ronan realized that Nebula Clagier is also responsible for their current situation. While Ronan was thinking, the ogre tried to use its fist to crush him. Ronan was able to dodge the attack by jumping. The ogre smashed the ground and destroyed it. Ronan used one of the broken rocks to push himself higher. While in the air, Ronan used his sword to slash the ogre's chest. Immediately Ronan slashed the ogre's chest. He attacked the ogre at a frightening speed. Unfortunately for Ronan, his attacks did not leave a scratch on the ogre's body. Ronan was annoyed to see this. He realized that the twin-head ogre still has the same endurance that he remembered. The ogre clenched its fist and rushed to attack Ronan. Ronan was surprised to see the attack. He quickly used his sword to block the ogre's attack. Unfortunately for Ronan, he was not able to completely block the ogre's attack. The ogre used its fist to punch Ronan and send him flying. Seeing that he was moving at an insane speed, Ronan quickly pressed his sword into the ground and used it to slow himself down. Ronan's body was trembling due to the pain he felt. He was annoyed to see that the ogre still had the same power as before. The twin-head ogre picked up a tree and an orc. The orc screamed as the ogre held it in its hand. The ogre threw the tree and the orc at Ronan. Ronan, who was bleeding from his mouth, told the ogre that he would have been happy to see it any other day. He told the ogre that he wanted to settle their unfinished business. Ronan told the ogre that it has done something very stupid. He told the ogre that it will regret harming his teammates. Immediately Ronan said this. We see Maria, Estelle, and Sita helping Braum. Ronan could not believe that the ogre had the courage to harm his teammate in front of him. With a look of anger on his face, Ronan cleaned the blood on his lips and called the ogre a crazy bastard. Immediately Ronan says this. We see the tree and the orc coming towards him. Ronan swung his sword and split the tree in half. Immediately he did this, he rushed to attack the ogre. He jumped on a tree and began to run at a frightening speed. As he got close to the ogre, Ronan jumped from a tree and got ready to attack. The ogre was annoyed to see Ronan. It screamed at him. The reason Ronan could not catch the twin-head ogre in his past life was because the ogre had such a tough skin that Ronan could not cut. Due to how strong the ogre's skin was, Ronan could not severely damage it. The ogre stretched its hand up and got ready to crush Ronan in the air. Ronan believed that he could take on the ogre because his situation is now much different. Ronan now had a much powerful sword and techniques which he learnt from instructor Nebiros. While in the air, Ronan took a stance and used the fourth form of Nebiros style. This style is called revolving sword. Ronan was certain that he could cut through the ogre with this technique. Wind pressure gathered around Ronan and he flew past the ogre. When Ronan landed on the ground, he put his sword back into its sheath. The ogre turned around and growled at Ronan. With a horrifying look on his face, Ronan asked the ogre to die. Immediately Ronan said this. The ogre's body tore apart. While holding his sword, Ronan realized that he still had a long way to go before he can become strong. Ronan could not believe that he wasted time fighting a weak loser like the twin-head ogre. Ronan rushed to meet Estelle and Maria. He saw Maria carrying Braum on her back. Ronan asked the two girls if Braum is all right. Maria told Ronan to not be worried. She told him that they have already administered first aid with Sita's help. She told Ronan that they need to take Braum to a professional healer. Maria assured Ronan that Braum will be all right. Ronan was relieved to hear this. He asked the two girls to take Braum out of the mountains. Estelle was surprised to hear this. She asked Ronan about what he was going to do. With a serious look on his face, Ronan told Estelle that he is going to meet Saranti. The scene shifts and we see Ronan arrive at the temple. Ronan was surprised to see the temple in a ruined state. Ronan did not understand what was going on. He was certain that it has not been long since he left the temple. Ronan did not understand how such a destruction could occur in such a short time. While Ronan was looking around, someone walks up to him from behind. Ronan quickly felt the person's presence and turned around. When Ronan turned around, he saw an injured Saranti. Saranti smiled when he saw Ronan. He was happy to see that Ronan was fine. While struggling to move his body, Saranti apologized to Ronan. He told Ronan that he wanted to save him, but his body would not allow him to move. Ronan quickly ran to help Saranti. He could not believe that Saranti wanted to help him even though his body was in such a terrible state. Ronan grabbed Saranti and asked him to tell him what happened. He asked Saranti to tell him the name of the person who hurt him. Saranti told Ronan that he is fine. He asked Ronan to calm down. He told Ronan that he needs to leave the temple. He told Ronan that it is good that he was able to survive. Saranti told Ronan that he needs to leave because he did not know when the Church of Nebula Clagier would come to his temple. While Saranti was talking to Ronan, an attack pierced his chest. Saranti was shocked to see the attack. He spat out some blood and fell to the ground. Ronan was shocked to see this. He did not know what was happening. Ronan's body began to shake when he saw Saranti on the ground. Ronan did not understand what was going on. While Ronan was looking at Saranti, a purple light shined behind him. This purple light was Brigia. Brigia landed behind Ronan and told Saranti that he almost killed her. Ronan was surprised to see Brigia. With a creepy smile on her face, Brigia asked Saranti to tell him why he would use such an attack on his former comrade. The moment Brigia cut off Saranti's hand, Saranti used a powerful spell to create a tornado that sent Brigia flying. Brigia could not believe that Saranti would use such a dangerous skill on her just because she cut off his hand. She told Saranti that she could have died from the attack. Saranti was annoyed to hear this. He could not believe that Brigia was still fine. With a unique aura surrounding her body, Brigia told Saranti that she was able to survive the attack thanks to the blessing of the star. With a creepy look on her face, Brigia was surprised to see that Ronan was alive. She never expected to see Ronan again. Brigia told Ronan that he is skilled for surviving his encounter with the twin-head ogre. Ronan was annoyed to hear this. He asked Brigia to tell him who she is. Brigia was surprised to hear that Ronan did not recognize her. She quickly realized that Ronan had not seen her in her current form. She decided to reintroduce herself. She used magic to turn part of her hair blonde. With a smile on her face, Brigia thanked Ronan for saving her before. Ronan could not believe that he was looking at the weak elf from before. He realized that Brigia was faking her situation. With a smile on her face, Brigia thanked Ronan for helping her get through Saranti's barrier. She told Ronan that she will kill him painlessly for helping her. Immediately Brigia said this. She released a large amount of energy. Brigia swung her sword and sent different attacks at Ronan. Ronan was annoyed to see the attacks. He realized that Saranti was kneeling next to him. When the attacks hit its target, we see the area covered in dust. When the dust cleared up, Brigia was surprised to see that the attacks did not touch Ronan and Saranti. When Brigia looked to her side, she saw Ronan placing Saranti on some rocks. Brigia was surprised to see that Ronan was able to dodge her attacks. She told Ronan that he is a bit different. Ronan was angry to see the state which Saranti was in. He asked Sita to heal Saranti. He told Sita that he must save Saranti. Ronan grit his teeth and called Brigia a bastard. He told her that her organization has destroyed someone's forge and placed a spy in the Duke's family. Ronan unsheathed his sword. With a horrifying look on his face, Ronan told Brigia that her organization has a lot of courage for them to crawl into the temple. Ronan told Brigia that he will destroy Nebula Clagier. Brigia was surprised to hear what Ronan said. She told Ronan that he has met the children of their organization. Brigia remembered hearing about some bastard who is being killing their church believers. Brigia was surprised to see that Ronan was the bastard. While Brigia was thinking, Ronan rushed to attack her. Brigia easily dodged the attack. Ronan was surprised to see that Brigia easily dodged his attack. Upon seeing how Ronan moved, Brigia understood why the children of her church lost to Ronan. Ronan quickly moved back to create a gap between Brigida and himself. Brigida easily closed the gap and moved close to Ronan. She told Ronan that she is gaining an interest in him. Immediately she said this, Brigida attacked Ronan. Ronan was able to block the attack with his sword. Brigida asked Ronan to show her more. Ronan's hand shook when he took on Brigida's attack. Ronan could tell that Brigida was very strong. He was annoyed to see that Brigida was reading his attacks despite not trying hard. Ronan realized that he had to settle the fight quickly. Ronan moved close to Brigida and began to attack her ferociously. Brigida easily parried Ronan's attacks. Brigida laughed as she blocked Ronan's attacks. She told Ronan that she is starting to like him. Ronan was annoyed to see that Brigida was not taking him seriously. Brigida believed that it would be a shame to kill Ronan. She asked Ronan to join Nebula Clagier. She told Ronan that she will take care of him if he joins their church. Ronan told Brigida that she is saying nonsense. Brigida was disappointed to hear this. She told Ronan that he does not actually have a choice. Brigida moved her fingers. Immediately she did this. Different attacks pierced Saranti's body. Saranti screamed in pain as this happened. Brigida told Ronan that she will kill Saranti if he refuses her offer. She told Ronan that she will make Saranti's death as painful as possible. Ronan's head ticked when he heard this. His hand began to tremble. Saranti summoned his remaining strength and asked Ronan to escape. With a horrifying smile on her face, Brigida told Ronan that Saranti's life depends on his choice. With a terrifying look on his face, Ronan told Brigida that his choice is to cut her into pieces. Ronan called Brigida a crazy bastard and used his sword to push her back. Brigida quickly put herself together and rushed to attack Ronan. She told Ronan that his attitude makes her want him more. Ronan was annoyed to hear this. He and Brigida began to attack each other at a frightening speed. As Brigida and Ronan clashed swords, Saranti watched them from afar. As Saranti slowly lost consciousness, he called out Ronan's name. Ronan jumped up and got ready to land a heavy attack on Brigida. Brigida smiled when she saw Ronan in the air. She was quite excited to fight Ronan. She did not remember the last time she was able to clash swords with someone on Ronan's level. When Ronan got close to Brigida, he swung his sword with a large amount of energy. Unfortunately for Ronan, Brigida stopped his attack with her hand. Brigida believed that it would be a waste for her to kill Ronan. Ronan was shocked to see that Brigida stopped his attack. Brigida asked Ronan to stay put. With a creepy look on her face, Brigida told Ronan that she might accidentally kill him. Immediately she said this. Brigida used her magic to pierce Ronan's chest. Ronan screamed when this happened. Brigida let go of Ronan's hand and took a stance. With a creepy smile on her face, Brigida told Ronan that he will see the light of the star the next time he opens his eyes. As Brigida's sword got closer to him, Ronan began to panic. He wanted to move his body, but he could not get up because of how injured he was. When Brigida's sword got close to Ronan's neck, a mana shield appeared in front of Ronan. The shield helped Ronan block Brigida's attack. Brigida was annoyed to see the shield. She tried to use her sword to pierce through it. Unfortunately for her, this did not work. Brigida was annoyed to see that Saranti was using a shield to protect Ronan. She could not believe that Saranti still had the strength to interfere in their fight. Saranti held his hand up as he casted the spell to protect Ronan. With a serious look on his face, Saranti reminded Brigida that he would destroy her if she hurts Ronan. Ronan turned around to look at Saranti. He asked Saranti to stop using his magic. He told Saranti that his body will suffer if he continues to overwork himself. He assured Saranti that he can take care of Brigida. Saranti told Ronan that he has done enough. He told Ronan that he has bought him enough time to make his preparations. Saranti told Ronan that he can take care of the rest. Immediately Saranti said this. A blue aura surrounded Ronan's body. Ronan was surprised to see the aura. He had never seen it before. While Ronan was looking at the energy, Saranti moved his hand and asked Ronan to step back. Immediately Saranti said this. The blue energy dragged Ronan away from Brigida's front. Brigida was annoyed to see this. She told Saranti that she will not allow him to do as he wishes. Before Brigida could take a step forward, she felt a shock in her hand. When Brigida looked at her hand, she noticed that lightning was moving around her body. Brigida quickly realized that something was wrong. She looked up and saw 3 large magic circles. These circles were exuding lightning. Brigida could not believe what she was seeing. She could not believe that Saranti had enough strength to cast such a powerful spell. It did not make sense to Brigida because Saranti was heavily wounded. Saranti held his hand up. He told Brigida that their relationship will end today. He bid Brigida farewell and released his spell. As the lightning descended on her, Brigida could only look in fear. The moment the heavy lightning touched Brigida's body, she screamed in pain. She experienced unimaginable pain when the lightning touched her. Ronan watched as Brigida was getting electrocuted. He could not believe that Saranti possessed such an immense amount of magic. Saranti grit his teeth as he used his spell. He pushed through his pain with willpower and continued using the spell. As blood came out of his mouth, Saranti said that he will end the fight by himself. Saranti was willing to use his entire mana and life force to stop Brigida. While getting electrocuted, Brigida screamed out Saranti's name in anger. Brigida could not believe that a fool like Saranti would try to kill her. She was angry to see this. She told Saranti that he is a fool who believes in a ghost. As Brigida said this, we see the lightning getting nullified by a unique aura. With a large amount of this unique aura surrounding her body, Brigida told Saranti that he is crazy for trying to kill her. After she completely nullified the lightning, we see that Brigida's skin has been badly burnt. Brigida told Saranti that she is a chosen apostle. With a menacing look in her eyes, she told Saranti that no one can stop her as long as she has the blessing of the star. She told him that she no longer needs to recruit him. Saranti was annoyed to hear this. With a horrifying look on her face, Brigida told Saranti that he will need to die for what he has done. Immediately Brigida said this. We see Sita come out to protect Saranti. While slowly losing consciousness, Saranti wondered if he was finally going to die. The scene shifts and we see Ronan using his sword to hold himself up. Saranti reached out to Ronan with telepathy. Ronan was surprised to hear Saranti's voice in his head. As Brigida walked towards him, Saranti told Ronan that he does not have enough time. He told Ronan that he will keep his explanation short. Saranti revealed to Ronan that Brigida is able to neutralize his attacks with a technique called Blessing of the Star. Ronan grit his teeth when he heard this. He realized that Ahiuti was also able to neutralize people's attack due to this blessing. Saranti told Ronan that Brigida cannot move freely because she is heavily injured. As Brigida picked up her sword and got ready to kill Saranti, Saranti asked Ronan to leave the forest. He told Ronan that he needs to survive in order to prepare to fight another day. Immediately Saranti said this, he closed his eyes and got ready to receive Brigida's attack. Before Brigida's sword could touch Saranti's neck, Ronan sent a slash to Brigida. He told Saranti that he cannot yet exchange farewells. Brigida blocked Ronan's attack with her sword. She was annoyed to see that Ronan attacked her. She called Ronan a bastard. Saranti was surprised to see that Brigida was attacked. He could not believe that Ronan came back for him. Ronan asked Saranti to not give up. He told Saranti that the fight is not yet over. While remembering his past self, Ronan told Saranti that he has never ran away from a fight. He asked Saranti to believe in him. Brigida could not believe that Ronan was spewing nonsense in front of her. She was more annoyed to see that Ronan came back after she let him off. She launched multiple attacks at Ronan. Ronan was shocked to see the attacks. He wanted to block the attacks, but he could not move well due to his injuries. As the attacks moved closer to Ronan, Saranti used a spell called Lightning Rain on Ronan. This spell helped Ronan to block Brigida's attacks. Brigida was annoyed to see this. While Brigida was looking at Ronan, Saranti gathered lightning in his finger. Before Brigida could turn around, Saranti attacked her with his magic. Fortunately for Brigida, she was able to neutralize the attack with the blessing of the star. With a look of anger on her face, Brigida told Saranti that he and Ronan are very annoying people. As Ronan ran towards them, Brigida told Saranti that his attack cannot do anything to her. She told Saranti that she has the blessing of the star. Immediately she said this, Brigida raised her sword up and got ready to strike Saranti. As Brigida swung her sword, she told Saranti that he and Ronan cannot touch her. The moment Brigida swung her sword, Ronan ran at his top speed. When Ronan got close to Brigida, he cut off her hand. The moment he cut off her hand, Ronan told Brigida that it is natural for her to believe that nothing can touch her. Saranti smiled when he saw Brigida's hand falling in front of him. Brigida was lost in shock. She could not comprehend what was happening. She asked Ronan to tell her how he was able to break through the blessing of the star. Ronan asked Brigida if she is curious. He told her that he also doesn't know. With a menacing look on her face, Brigida yelled at Ronan. She told him that what he did is impossible. Unfortunately for Brigida, she was fighting the only human who has the ability to break through the blessing of the star. While Brigida was screaming, Ronan attacked her. He made different cuts on her body. Brigida could not believe what was happening. She began to bleed from each parts of her body. As Brigida slowly lost consciousness, she saw Ronan's back. Ronan turned around and glared at Brigida. He told her to get answers from the great star she worships. While Brigida was falling, she realized her life was coming to an end. She could not believe that she was going to die before getting her answer, especially since the day she wanted to get her answer was coming very soon. As her eyes slowly closed, Brigida realized that she has spent an eternity waiting for an answer. Before her head touched the ground, Brigida wondered if Sarani found the answer he was looking for. As Brigida's head touched the ground, we see Ronan resting on his sword. While doing his best to catch his breath, Ronan looked at Brigida when he heard her head touch the ground. While looking at Brigida's dead body, Ronan thinks about how lucky he was. Ronan knew that he would have not been able to defeat Brigida if she had not let her guard down. He was very happy that Brigida relied on the blessing of the star. Ronan remembered that in his past life, no one could touch Ahiyuti and the other giants except for him. Ronan realized that the reason people could not harm the giants is because of their blessing. Their blessing nullifies all attacks. While staring at Brigida's body, Ronan wondered if all the executives of Nebula Clagier possessed the blessing of the star. Ronan grit his teeth. He realized that he will have a difficult time fighting any executive of the organization. While Ronan was looking at Brigida, Sarani called his name. With a shaky tone in his voice, Sarani asked Ronan if he is okay. Ronan immediately replied to Sarani. He asked Sarani if he is alright. Ronan quickly walked up to Sarani. He knelt down next to Sarani and noticed that Sarani was still bleeding. Ronan yelled at Sita. He asked Sita to use his healing magic on Sarani. Ronan asked Sarani not to worry himself. He told Sarani that the fight is over. He told him that he will be fine. Sarani stretched his hand out to Ronan. He grabbed Ronan's hand and called his name. Ronan was surprised to see Sarani holding his hand. With a smile on his face, Sarani apologized to Ronan. He asked Ronan if he can do him a favor for the last time. The scene shifts and we see Sarani resting on Senial's statue. Ronan carefully placed Sarani next to the statue. The moment Ronan did this, Sarani began to cough heavily. Ronan became scared when he saw this. He asked Sarani if he is okay. Sarani looked at his hand and saw the amount of blood he coughed out. He realized that his situation was very bad. He told Ronan that he is ashamed to show him such a terrible side of himself during his final moments. Ronan began to tremble when he heard Sarani say that it is his final moment. He began to apologize to Sarani. Ronan believed that Sarani would still be alive if he had not helped Brigida. Sarani grabbed Ronan's hand. He told Ronan that it is not his fault that Brigida came for him. Sarani believed that it was only a matter of time before Nebula Clagier would have found him. Sarani looked Ronan in the eye. He told Ronan that his fight will be an extremely long and arduous fight. He revealed to Ronan that he will be hurt countless times and experience failure constantly. Sarani told Ronan that what he wants to ask him is very shameless. Sarani felt bad for putting his burden on a young boy. He begged Ronan to keep fighting until the end. With a smile on his face, Sarani told Ronan that he will be able to accomplish his goal. Ronan became emotional when he heard this. He did not know what to say. Immediately Sarani said what he wanted to say. A green bright light began to shine from his body. The light was quite bright and blinding. Ronan had to use his hand to cover his eyes. Ronan did not understand what was happening to Sarani. He looked at Sarani and called out his name. Ronan was shocked to see that Sarani's body was getting covered by rocks. Ronan did not know what to do. Sarani placed his hand on Ronan's face. He smiled at Ronan as his body slowly got covered with rocks. With a smile on his face, Sarani thanked Ronan for becoming his answer. As his hand slowly fell from Ronan's face, Sarani told Ronan that he will be with him until the end by Senial's side. Immediately he said this. A bright light emitted from his body. When Ronan looked at Sarani, he realized that Sarani had become a small rock. Ronan was shocked to see this. As Ronan looked in shock, the sky began to clear up. Ronan looked at the rock and asked Sarani to rest in peace. After Ronan said his goodbye, he and his team returned to the academy and their first mission finally came to an end. The scene shifts and we are taken to the principal's office. Inside the office, we see Krava reading Ronan's report about their mission. Krava was surprised to see what Ronan wrote in his report. Krava told Ronan that he went through a lot of things for his first adventure. Ronan became nervous when he heard this. He knew that Krava would complain about the situation which the other students were in. Ronan told Krava that they got entangled with a crazy lady. He assured Krava that such a thing will never happen again on a mission. With a smile on his face, Ronan begged Krava to not stop their club's activities. Krava was not very bothered about the wounds on Ronan's body. Upon reading about the events that transpired between Ronan and Saranti, Krava told Ronan that the death of someone close to him is not a light matter. With a serious look on his face, Krava asked Ronan if he is truly all right. Ronan clenched his fist when he heard this. He told Krava that he is not actually completely fine. With a smile on his face, Ronan told Krava that Saranti will be sad if he saw him sitting around feeling sorry for himself. He told Krava that he does not need to worry about him. He thanked Krava for his concern. Upon hearing what Ronan said, Krava decided to let the matter go. He told Ronan that he cannot punish him and his teammates for subjugating an orc village and punishing a criminal. He told Ronan that he and his teammates have made a great contribution to the Empire. Krava asked Ronan to not do anything reckless the next time he comes across Nebula Clagier. He told him that he cannot allow his students to get hurt since he is the man responsible for the academy. Ronan smiled when he heard this. He told Krava that he will remember not to fight them. After saying this, Ronan ran towards the door. He told Krava that he needs to leave. He told him that he will visit him again before his team goes on another adventure. After saying this, Ronan left Krava's office. Immediately Ronan left his office. Krava realized that Ronan does not have any classes because he already completed almost all of them. While stroking his beard, Krava realizes that Ronan has not heard that a particular event is starting soon. The scene shifts and we are taken to the club's building. Ronan stepped into the building. Immediately he stepped into the building. He told his teammates that he came to watch them train. Ronan realized that his teammates were not in the clubhouse. Ronan was surprised to see who was at the club's building. He asked the person to tell him when he returned to the academy. This person turns out to be Shelafin. Shelafin was glad to see Ronan. He told Ronan that he came to see him. With a serious look on his face, Shelafin told Ronan that he needs to discuss something important about Nebula Clagier. Ronan and Shelafin sat down to discuss. Ronan asked Shelafin to tell him the news regarding Nebula Clagier. He asked Shelafin if he was able to get rid of the spies who were in his family. Shelafin told Ronan that his family is currently carrying out a large-scale operation to find the spies. He told Ronan that the operation began 15 days ago. According to Shelafin, his family has been able to catch 19 traitors. Shelafin killed 5 among the 19 traitors. Shelafin told Ronan that the rest of the traitors will be transferred to Rodolan prison and will receive better interrogation at the prison. Shelafin revealed to Ronan that a problem came up while they were capturing the traitors. With a serious look on his face, Shelafin told Ronan that the prohibition is no longer working on the traitors. Ronan was shocked to hear this. He could not believe what he was hearing. Shelafin told Ronan that the prohibition stopped working on all 19 traitors after they were captured. This did not make sense to Shelafin. With a serious look on his face, Ronan told Shelafin that Nebula Clagier might have found a way to deal with the prohibition. Shelafin told Ronan that this is the only explanation. Ronan was annoyed to hear this. Ronan realized that the only way for him to find the traitors is for him to look at their mana and single them out. Shelafin stood up and told Ronan that he is done with what he wants to say. He told Ronan that he will share more information with him when he gets it. Shelafin looked at Ronan and told him that he hopes to see him later. Ronan did not understand what Shelafin was saying. Shelafin told Ronan that he hopes to fight him again in their midterm evaluation exam. The midterm evaluation exam was the event which Krava wanted to inform Ronan about. Unfortunately, Ronan did not wait to hear him. Ronan was shocked to hear this. He could not believe that he was going to be having an exam very soon. 2 days later, we are taken to a deserted island owned by Philion Academy. This island is known as Philand. This island is where Nabirose is conducting her advanced Real Combat Swordsmanship test. On the island, we see Nabirose staring at her students. Nabirose made sure that all her students came to the island. After confirming that no student was missing, Nabirose told her students that she will explain the midterm evaluation test to them. Nabirose told them that her classes are aimed to mimic real-life combat. She revealed to her students that she originally wanted to send them to a battlefield in order for them to have the best experience. According to Nabirose, she could not send them to such a dangerous place because of school regulations and guidelines. Ronan was sad to hear this. He believed that it would have been much better for them if they were thrown to a battlefield. The other students were shocked to hear Nabirose's original plan. They were very happy that the school saved them from the battlefield. Nabirose told her students that they will be spread across the entire island and will engage in a battle for survival. There are no limits in this battle. Ronan was shocked to hear that he was allowed to fight without any limitations or restrictions. Nabirose told her students that they do not need to worry about dying. She pointed at a rack which had some bracelets on it and told the students that she has prepared a safety measure for them. According to Nabirose, if the wearer of the bracelet becomes incapacitated, the bracelet, which is equipped with a magic spell, will transfer him or her back to the Academy's plaza. Nabirose assured her students that the best healers are at the Academy. She told them that even the most severe injuries will be treated with ease. With a terrifying smile on her face, Nabirose told her students that they are allowed to fight anyhow they choose in this test. She told them that all methods are acceptable. She asked her students to kill to their heart's content. Ronan and the other students were shocked to hear this. This was Ronan's first time seeing Nabirose so excited. Ronan was certain that an instructor should not be saying anything Nabirose said. Nabirose picked up a bracelet and asked her students to step out as she calls their names. Nabirose revealed to her students that they will be transported to the coordinates predetermined by the bracelet. Once they wear it, the first student which Nabirose called out was Adeshan. Ronan already knew that Adeshan was going to attend the evaluation test. Although he already knew, he was still surprised to see her. When Adeshan stepped out, the other students began to gossip about her. A girl said that Adeshan is really shameless. She told her friend that Adeshan is getting preferential treatment even though she is a repeat student. The girl was annoyed to see that Adeshan was going to get credits for the course. Another girl said that it is a good thing that Adeshan is participating in the exam. With a smile on her face, the girl told her friend that they will be able to avoid getting last place if a flunking student like Adeshan participates. Ronan really hated the words which his classmates used to describe Adeshan. Unfortunately, Ronan knew that these words were true. While staring at Adeshan, Ronan realized that Adeshan would die if she steps into a battlefield with her current skills. Ronan knew that there was another better choice for Adeshan. Unfortunately, he was still not certain if he should tell Adeshan. After putting on the bracelet, Adeshan and the other students got transferred to different locations. The scene shifts and we see Ronan get transferred to a new location. Immediately Ronan arrived at his new location. He looked around. Ronan wondered if he was the only one who got transferred here. With a smile on his face, Ronan said that he is not that lucky. He asked his senior to stop hiding behind a tree. The senior was shocked to see that Ronan discovered his presence. Ronan smiled at his senior and told him that he looks uncomfortable. The senior was terrified to see Ronan. He did not know why he had to meet such a powerful monster at the beginning of the test. The senior picked up his axe and rushed to attack Ronan from behind. When the senior got close to him, he landed his attack and smashed the ground. Due to the impact of the attack, the area was covered in dust. When the dust cleared up, we see Ronan holding his sword to his senior's throat. Ronan told his senior that he is being mean to a junior. The senior did not understand what was happening. He was certain that he was the one who attacked Ronan. He did not know how he got on his knees. Ronan looked around and smiled. He told the seniors who surrounded him that he is quite disappointed. The seniors were shocked to hear this. They could not believe that Ronan already knew their locations. Ronan told the seniors that they are smart for forging a temporary alliance with each other. Immediately they got transferred. The seniors were annoyed to hear this. Ronan smiled when he realized how dangerous his current situation was. He was quite impressed with the fact that the students of the academy were able to quickly respond to a problem. Ronan picked up a rock. While the archer was staring at him from a tree, Ronan threw the rock at his head with great precision. As the archer fell from the tree, Ronan told the seniors that their strategy was not the best one. The moment the archer landed on the ground, he got transported back to the academy. The senior who saw this was shocked. He immediately told his classmates that their ambush failed. The senior asked his classmates to take a stance and get ready. He assured them that they will be able to take Ronan since he is alone. He told his classmates that it does not matter how talented Ronan is, Ronan will not be able to defeat all of them. The 5 seniors took out their weapons and came out of hiding. They believed that their advantage lies in their numbers. All the seniors charged at Ronan at the same time. Although his seniors were about to attack him together, Ronan was not bothered by their attack. The scene shifts and we see Ronan putting his sword back into its sheath. While putting his sword into its sheath, we see the bodies of his seniors all over the place. The seniors were getting transferred back to the academy. Ronan was surprised to see that it took him more time than expected to take care of the seniors. Ronan realized that it was a bit difficult because he was fighting second-year students. While looking around, Ronan wondered if Adeshan is okay. The scene shifts and we are taken to a cliff. At the cliff, We see a girl resting on her sword after fighting 3 boys. A boy carrying a mace tells the girl that he never expected her to last so long. With a scary smile on his face, the boy told the girl that it is over. He asked the girl to give up. This girl turns out to be Ade-shan. While Ade-shan was doing her best to hold on, she realized that she took on too many people. Fortunately for Ade-shan, the 2 boys in front of her let their guard down because they assumed that Ade-shan could no longer do anything. Ade-shan realized that the boys were overconfident because they had the top student of the 3rd-year class behind them. This boy's name is Ian. The boys believed that there was no way they could lose. Ade-shan carefully looked at the 2 boys in front of her. She realized that the boys had gaps in their defense. The boys had these gaps because they were overconfident. Upon seeing the gaps in their defense, Ade-shan grabbed her sword. She decided to make use of the opportunity. Ian noticed that Ade-shan wanted to do something. Ade-shan stood up and used her sword to smash the ground. Her attack created a smokescreen. The 2 boys were startled when they saw Ade-shan's attack. They did not understand what was going on. Before the boys could react, Ade-shan passed through the dust and closed the gap between them. She used her sword to tear the boys apart. The boys were shocked to see this. They could not believe that they were going to lose to Ade-shan. After killing the boys, Ade-shan did not stop running. She wanted to use her momentum to defeat Ian. She wanted to end the fight in one go. When Ade-shan got close to Ian, she saw his mace in front of her. Ade-shan was shocked to see this. She did not understand how Ian was able to react to her. Fortunately for Ade-shan, she was able to block Ian's attack with her sword. Unfortunately for her, the attack was too heavy for her to handle. Ade-shan spat out some blood and flew when she received the attack. While Ade-shan was on the ground, Ian walked up to her. Ian told Ade-shan that he assumed that she was going to do something smarter. He told her that she disappointed him. He called her a pathetic person. Ian believed that Ade-shan was smart. He never expected her to make such a stupid move. With a condescending look in his eyes, Ian told Ade-shan that she can never beat him no matter how much she struggles. Ian smiled when he saw the look on Ade-shan's face. He told her that it is satisfying to see her struggle. While Ian was talking to Ade-shan, we see Ronan watching him from a tree. Ronan was not surprised to see what was happening. He believed that such a thing was expected to happen. Ronan could tell that Ade-shan had already done the best that she could do. Ronan was impressed with the fact that Ade-shan used the terrain to distract her enemies. He believed that she was fast in seizing her opportunity, and she was smart to advance forward with a solid foundation. While Ronan knew that Ade-shan was smart, he also knew that the current Ade-shan could never defeat Ian with her skills. Ronan knew that the gap in skills were too much for Ade-shan to overcome. Upon seeing her situation, Ronan knew that the test was over for Ade-shan. He got up and got ready to leave. Before Ronan could take a step, he hears the sound of weapons clashing. Ronan was surprised to hear this sound. He quickly turned around to see what happened. When Ronan turned around, he saw Ade-shan pressing her sword against Ian's mace. Ian was annoyed to see this. He did not understand why Ade-shan was still fighting. He asked her if she has to do things the hard way. With her mouth covered with blood, Ade-shan told Ian that she has to do her best. She told him that the test is not yet over and she has not yet given up. Immediately she said this, she moved away from Ian and went behind him. Ade-shan tried to attack Ian from behind. Ian easily blocked the attack with his mace. Ade-shan was annoyed to see this. Although Ian blocked Ade-shan's attack, Ade-shan's sword still left a cut on his face. Ade-shan was annoyed to see that she made such a shallow cut. Ian could not believe what was happening to him. He could not believe that a loser like Ade-shan had the audacity to hurt him. He decided to take the fight serious. He used his mace to smack Ade-shan on her back. Ade-shan screamed in pain when she received the attack. She fell to the ground and lost control of her body. Ian could not believe that he was hurt by a poor student. He believed that his reputation would go bad if people ever find out. Ian used his mace to raise Ade-shan's head up. He asked Ade-shan to tell him the reason why she is working so hard. Ian had always been curious about the reason why Ade-shan works so hard. He told Ade-shan that she does not have any backings or skills. He told her that she does not have any talent like Ronan, and yet she still keeps struggling. Ian asked Ade-shan to tell him why she does not want to give up. Ronan was also interested in hearing Ade-shan's answer. Ian and the other students knew that Ade-shan was hopeless. He told Ade-shan that she must know that she does not have any hope in the department. He asked Ade-shan to tell him why she is going so far. With a look of despair in her eyes, Ade-shan told Ian that she has to do her best. Immediately she said this, we see younger Adeshan in front of a grave. She was being hugged by a man. The man was crying as he hugged her. Adeshan seemed to be terrified when she saw the grave. We are taken back to the present, and we see Adeshan kneeling. Adeshan told Ian that she has to work hard in order to become the great commander. Ian was surprised to hear this. He believed that Adeshan was being too unrealistic. Adeshan told Ian that she cannot give up because she believes that her dream cannot be replaced by anyone. Ronan was shocked to hear this. With a serious look on her face, Adeshan told Ian that her dream cannot be replaced by anyone because it is her destiny. Ian believed that Adeshan was being delusional. He told Adeshan to stop dreaming without knowing her place. Immediately he said this, he picked up his mace and decided to crush her. Ian swung his mace at Adeshan. With a look of anger on his face, Ian told Adeshan that he can no longer listen to her nonsense. As the mace came closer to her, Adeshan glared at Ian and picked up her sword. Before Ian's mace could touch Adeshan, someone cut it into two. This person turns out to be Ronan. Ronan apologized to Ian for interfering in his fight. He told Ian that the fight is over. He commended Ian for his hard work. Ian did not understand what Ronan was saying. He did not understand what Ronan was doing in the area. Before Ian could take a step, Ronan used his sword to cut him down. Ian screamed in pain as he slowly disappeared. Adeshan did not understand what was happening. She could not comprehend the reason why Ronan came to save her. Ronan placed his sword into its sheath and asked Adeshan if she is all right. Adeshan told Ronan that she is fine. She thanked him for saving her. Adeshan did not understand what was going on. She asked Ronan to tell her why he came to the cliff. Ronan told Adeshan that she does not need to bother herself with such details. Ronan stretched his hand out to Adeshan and told her that he needs her to lend him some of her time. Adeshan was surprised to hear this. Ronan told her that he wants her to tell him something. Ronan asked Adeshan to tell him the reason why she wants to become the Grand Commander. Adeshan was surprised to hear this. She did not understand why Ronan was curious about her goal. She asked Ronan to tell her why he wants to know her reason. Ronan told Adeshan that the reason is very important to him. He begged Adeshan to tell him. Adeshan was shocked to see how curious Ronan was. She decided to tell him her reason. With a sad look on her face, Adeshan asked Ronan if he has heard about the Night of K9. Ronan immediately remembered the event which Adeshan was referring to. He asked her if she is talking about the invasion incident that took place 10 years ago. The invasion was carried out by the Werehumans. Adeshan nodded her head at Ronan. She told him that the invasion was the first battle between the Empire and the Werehumans. The battle took place because the Empire was trying to expand her territory to the north and the Werehumans blocked the expansion. With a sad look on her face, Adeshan told Ronan that she lost her family during the night of the battle. The scene shifts and we see a younger Adeshan being held by her father. Adeshan looked up at her mother and brothers and asked them about where they were going. Adeshan's mother and brothers were startled when they heard Adeshan's voice. They did not know what to say to her. Adeshan's mother put herself together and moved close to her daughter. She told Adeshan that she and her sons have urgent work they need to attend to. Adeshan did not understand why her mother was acting weird. She urged her mother to tell her about the work. She asked her mother if she can join them. With a smile on her face, Adeshan's mother told Adeshan that she cannot come with them. She apologized to Adeshan. The woman stood up and asked her husband to take care of Adeshan. After saying this, the woman let go of Adeshan. Adeshan wanted to follow her mother, but her father held her back. The woman and her sons turned around and walked out of the house. This was the last time Adeshan spoke to her family. After that day, the Knights of Adeshan's town were deployed to protect the breached castle walls because of a strategy the Empire came up with. Adeshan realized that the tactics the Empire used could not be called a proper strategy. The Empire simply drove the Knights to their deaths. The strategy failed because the Empire failed to understand the strength of the Werhuman coalition forces. The Knights did their best, but it amounted to nothing. Adeshan's mother had to watch as her children were being ripped apart by the Werehumans. As the wind blew around her, Adeshan told Ronan that the Empire and the Werhuman coalition forces had a ceasefire negotiation after the battle. The Empire promised to give the Werehumans their land and the Werehumans were incorporated into the Empire's forces. She told Ronan that even though her village was sacrificed to achieve the ceasefire, the Knights were only given useless memorial monuments at a cemetery. Younger Adeshan stared at her family's grave with tears in her eyes. Adeshan noticed that a man next to her was shaking. The man who appears to have lost one of his hands burst into tears as he looked at his comrade's grave. The man did not understand why his comrades had to die if the Empire always planned to have a ceasefire agreement. The man screamed in pain. People referred to the battle as a noble sacrifice, but Adeshan disagreed. With a look of anger on her face, Adeshan told Ronan that nobody should have died. Adeshan believed that the Empire could have had the negotiations from the beginning. She told Ronan that there are a lot of strategies the Empire could have used if they wanted to win the fight. She told him that the Empire could have taken advantage of the geography to gain a favorable position. Adeshan clenched her fist and told Ronan that the deaths that occurred in the battle were not noble sacrifices. She told him that the deaths were unnecessary sacrifices that took place because of the incompetence of superior officers. Adeshan could not accept such an unfair reality. She revealed to Ronan that she cannot accept such a terrible truth. Ronan was surprised to hear this. He did not know what to say to her. Adeshan told Ronan that she is going to become the Grand Commander in order to stop unnecessary sacrifices. With a determined look on her face, Adeshan told Ronan that she will become a perfect Grand Commander. Adeshan believed that if she becomes a Grand Commander, no memorial monument will be created for people who should have lived. Ronan did not know how to respond to Adeshan. Adeshan noticed that she said some very heavy things. She quickly apologized to Ronan for spoiling the mood. Ronan told her that her topic was not cheerful. He thanked Adeshan for telling him the truth. Ronan told her that he finally understands her. Adeshan was confused when she heard this. She asked Ronan to tell her what he is talking about. Ronan stared at Adeshan. He finally understood that he could never make her give up on her goal. Ronan did not like this realization because Adeshan's current path was going to lead to her death. Ronan believed that it would not be right for him to simply watch Adeshan go down the same path again. Ronan did not want to experience the same pain he felt when he lost Saranti. While Ronan and Adeshan were talking, a heavy wind blows past them. When the two looked up, they saw a large tornado in the forest. Adeshan was shocked to see a tornado in the middle of the forest. She quickly recognized the mana of the person who created it. Ronan was surprised to see that his main opponent had already arrived. He believed that his opponent was impatient for him to be using his tornado. Ronan realized that he and Adeshan did not have enough time left. He asked Adeshan to listen to him. Adeshan was surprised to see that Ronan was not bothered by the tornado. Ronan asked Adeshan if she has ever heard about shadow mana. Adeshan told Ronan that she has not. She asked Ronan to tell her what it is. Ronan told Adeshan that shadow mana is something that is quite tricky to awaken. He told her that if she is able to fulfill the conditions for the awakening, she will be able to get significantly stronger. Ronan told her that someone he knows named the power herself. He told Adeshan that she reminds him of the person. The person who named the power is the older Adeshan. Ronan walked up to Adeshan and told her that she will be able to use the power too. He told her that he will need to make some research about it. He placed his hand on Adeshan's shoulder and asked her not to worry. With a bright smile on his face, Ronan assured Adeshan that he will help her. He told her that he will support her properly. He asked her to also do everything in her power to become the Grand Commander. Adeshan was shocked to hear this. She had never heard someone say something positive about her dream. Adeshan asked Ronan if he is serious. Immediately she asked her question. Ronan pushed her off the cliff. Adeshan was shocked to see this. She did not understand what was happening. She called out Ronan's name. With a smile on his face, Ronan told Adeshan that they have spoken enough for the day. He congratulated her on dying as the third place. As Adeshan slowly disappeared, Ronan told her that he will see her once he returns to the academy. Ronan was happy to see that he had taken care of one problem. He decided to take care of his next problem. Ronan turned around and asked his opponent if they are the only ones left on the island. Ronan's opponent came out of the forest. Next to him were the bodies of several students. As expected, Ronan's opponent is Shelafin. With a smile on his face, Ronan told Shelafin that his entrance was flashy. He asked Shelafin if he has taken care of all the other students on his way to the cliff. Shelafin told Ronan that he did. He told Ronan that they are the last two students on the island. Shelafin drew his sword and asked Ronan if he needs to explain the situation to him. Ronan also drew his sword and told Shelafin that he understands him. He told Shelafin that they can now have a proper fight. Ronan told Shelafin that they need to see who the strongest psychopath in the school is. Immediately Ronan said this. The two boys rushed to attack each other. The moment their sword clashed, the ground shook and a heavy wind blew. Ronan smiled as he and Shelafin pushed each other back with their swords. In the next scene, we see Adeshan lying on the ground. She quickly stood up and looked around. Adeshan was shocked to see that she had returned to Philion Academy. At the academy, the rest of the students watched Ronan and Shelefin's fight from a big screen. Our girl was surprised to see that her body had already healed up. She realized that she had been eliminated from the contest. Before Adeshan was pushed off the cliff, she remembered Ronan telling her that she took the third position. As Adeshan and the other students expected, only Ronan and Shelefin were left to face each other. The scene shifts and we are taken back to the boys. Shelefin used a tornado to push our boy back. Ronan quickly ran into the forest. Shelefin ran after him with his sword, ready to strike anything down. As Ronan ran through the forest, Shelefin became angry and decided to attack our boy. With a horrifying look on his face, Shelefin gripped his sword and launched an attack. He sent 2 tornadoes at Ronan. Ronan was shocked to see this. He could not believe that Shelefin actually split his storm sword technique into 2 different trajectories. Ronan called Shelefin a crazy bastard. As the tornadoes got closer to our boy, he stops running. While Shelefin's technique was dangerous, the power of his tornado has been divided by half. Ronan could now analyze this technique. Our boy grabbed his sword and ran into the tornadoes. With a serious look on his face, Ronan used one of Nebiro's techniques. This technique is called Long Sword. The technique created a huge slash that clashed with Shelefin's tornadoes. The long sword and the tornadoes canceled each other out. The attack created a lot of dust and heavily destroyed the ground. As the dust slowly cleared up, we see Ronan hiding behind a boulder. Ronan was shocked to see that he actually managed to block the attack. Ronan knew that he would have lost if Shelefin had used the full force of his aura. Our boy did not understand what was going on. Shelefin was much stronger than he expected. After Ronan caught Dolan, Shelefin had become more proficient in using his storm sword. Almost everything about Shelefin had become better. Ronan used to be much faster than Shelefin, but now they are evenly matched. This did not make sense to our boy. He could not believe that Shelefin could still become much stronger than he already was. Ronan realized that the current Shelefin is much stronger than the past Shelefin of the same age. While Ronan was hiding behind the boulder, Shelefin openly searched for him. While doing his best to catch his breath, Shelefin says that Ronan is amazing. He could not believe that our boy was actually able to cut through his storm sword technique. Although Shelefin had suppressed the technique, he believed that it would be impossible for Ronan to get through. He was surprised to see that Ronan could actually cut through mana. While looking at a cut on his chest, Shelefin says that Ronan is incredible for mastering Nebiro's techniques. Shelefin always believed that he was superior to Ronan when it came to techniques. He was surprised to see that Ronan was already closing the gap between them. Shelefin took a deep breath. He realized that he was reaching the limit of using mana to increase his speed. He understood that he needed to use an ultimate attack to end the fight. While hiding behind the boulder, Ronan realized that he will be in danger if Shelefin completely adapts to his movements. Our boy knew that he would lose because he could never beat Shelefin when it came to pure skills. Ronan understood that he could no longer let the fight drag on. Our boy and Shelefin held their sword tightly. They decided to end the fight with one last attack. Ronan came out of hiding and Shelefin sensed his presence. The 2 boys rushed to attack each other. Their swords clashed and created a huge wave of energy. The 2 pushed each other back with their swords. Ronan quickly took a stance and rushed to attack Shelefin. Upon seeing that Ronan was coming closer to him, Shelefin took a stance and used his storm sword technique. Our boy was terrified to see the technique. He smiled nervously. The area got covered in dust after the attack. When the dust cleared up, we see Shelefin standing. Shelefin was shocked to see the state of his body. He knew that Ronan would try to dodge the attack, but he never expected our boy to still be able to damage him badly. He was more surprised to see that Ronan landed such an attack while dodging the tornado. Shelefin turned around and looked at our boy. He saw Ronan rushing to attack him. With a smile on his face, Shelefin asked Ronan to tell him why he continues to surprise him. Ronan smiled when he heard this. He could not believe that Shelefin was still able to smile even after he was cut by a sword. As Ronan got closer to Shelefin, he called the future sword saint an original crazy bastard. Shelefin was shocked to see Ronan so close to him. He quickly picked up his sword and defended himself. The 2 boys used their swords to cut each other at the same time. They both spat out some blood. Instead of falling, our boy and Shelefin pushed through the pain and attacked each other. They pressed their swords against one another. The clashes from their swords destroyed the surroundings. Ronan and Shelefin laughed as their swords clashed against each other. The other students at the academy could not believe what they were seeing. They could not believe that such overpowered monsters were actually first-year students. They were not sure if they were actually watching a match between first-year students. One of the students suggested that Ronan and Shelofin should have a separate test in order to make things fair for the other students. Another student could not believe that Ronan and Shelofin had already changed the landscape of the island. This is shocking because not even a war can change the terrain of a place. Adeshan was shocked to see how powerful our boy truly was. Nabirose laughed as she watched her students fight to death. She was very happy to see that our boy and Shelofin had greatly improved. Although Nabirose was enjoying the match, she could tell that the boys had reached the limits of their stamina. This means that the winner of the fight will be determined by the next attack. Ronan and Shelofin pressed their swords against each other. While heavily bleeding, Shelofin commended Ronan for being a good rival. Shelofin never expected that he would find someone who could rival him. He was very happy with the fact that he came to the academy. He told Ronan that coming to the academy was the best choice he ever made. While Shelofin was enjoying the fight, he knew that he and Ronan were reaching their limits. With a smile on his face, Shelofin told Ronan that it is time for them to end the fight. Ronan laughed when he heard this. He told Shelofin that it will be good for them to end it. He told him that he will become attached to him if the fight goes on. Immediately he said this. The two boys used their swords to push each other back. Shelofin took a stance and told our boy that he wants to end the fight without any regrets, as a huge amount of aura flowed out of him. Shelofin asked Ronan to attack him with everything in his arsenal. Our boy gripped his sword and took a stance when he heard this. With a smile on his face, Ronan told Shelofin that he is a certified lunatic. Our boy smiled as he stared at Shelofin. He knew that he had to get Shelofin to come to his side. While Ronan wanted Shelofin to be with him, he still wanted to set an hierarchy between Shelofin and himself. Ronan took an unusual stance and got ready to attack. He looked like he was about to run a race. The two stared at each other and waited for someone to make a move. Before Shelofin could take a step forward, Ronan disappeared. Shelofin was shocked to see this. Before he could react, our boy reappeared in front of him and attacked him. Shelofin was barely able to block the attack. He turned around and looked at our boy, but he could not see anything. Shelofin could not understand what he was seeing. He did not understand how Ronan became faster. Our boy moved around at a speed which the blue-haired monster could not sense. Shelofin could not comprehend how Ronan was moving with his injuries. Shelofin smiled when he understood his situation. He realized he could not keep up with Ronan's speed. Although Shelofin could not keep up with our boy, he was certain that Ronan's body could not withstand such a high-level speed. Shelofin knew that such a crazy power-up would take a huge toll on our boy's body. Shelofin could not believe that Ronan would use such a technique even though he understood its risks. As Ronan rushed to attack Shelofin, Shelofin took a new stance. He told Ronan that he has learnt something from him. With a smile on his face, the crazy monster asked Ronan to come at him. Immediately he said this. Shelofin raised his sword and put it into the ground. The moment he did this, his sword began to release a large amount of energy. This energy got targeted at our boy. Ronan easily used his sword to cut Shelofin's aura. Ronan was annoyed to see this. He could not believe that Shelofin would actually use such a technique. The crazy monster understood that he could not keep up with our boy. He decided to scatter mana blades in front of himself. Thanks to Shelofin's injuries, it is impossible for him to control his mana precisely. His own technique was also harming him. Shelofin grit his teeth and took the pain head-on. Ronan could not believe that Shelofin was taking such damages simply because he wanted to win. Unfortunately for the crazy monster, Ronan was also crazy about winning. Our boy tightly gripped his sword and rushed to attack Shelofin. He planned to finish the fight. Ronan used his sword to slowly clear a path for himself. Our boy knew that both he and Shelofin had reached their limit. He did not want their fight to have a boring conclusion, especially after they wasted so much time. Our boy decided to end the fight in one go. With a serious look on his face, Ronan rushed to attack Shelofin. He swung his sword and hoped to end the fight with his attack. Before the sword could touch Shelofin, the crazy monster told Ronan that he already knew he would come. He told our boy that he met his expectations. Immediately Shelofin said this. He began to gather a large amount of energy around his sword. He told our boy that he will put his best into the attack. Shelofin gathered his energy and released his storm sword technique. The moment he did this, a bright light shined and a huge tornado appeared. The tornado destroyed and reshaped the terrains. After the tornado cleared up, the whole area was covered in dust. A large hole formed on the land which Ronan and Shelofin stood on. Inside the hole, we see Shelofin using his sword to hold himself together. while our boy was in the air. We see that his body took a lot of damages. Ronan was annoyed to see that he fell for Shelefin's trap. He could not believe that Shelefin would use the full force of his aura. He believed that Shelefin should have used the technique alone if he wanted to kill himself. Our boy never expected that the crazy monster would willingly hurt his own body to such an extent. Ronan completely understood why Shelefin was crazy about swordsmanship. With a crazy smile on his face, Ronan says that he also made the best decision by coming to the academy. While his sword was releasing a red energy, our boy rushed to attack Shelefin. He told Shelefin that one of them must lose. The two boys held their swords tightly and rushed to attack each other. Back at the academy, the students were shocked to see what was happening on the island. They had never seen a fight that was on such a crazy scale. Ade-shan held her hand together in anticipation. She could not guess who would win the fight. With a smile on her face, Nabirose said that the fight is finally coming to an end. The scene shifts and we are taken back to the boys. The two boys screamed out as they got close to each other. Their sword clashed and released a huge amount of energy. This energy destroyed the surroundings more. When the dust from the destruction cleared up, we see Ronan and Shelefin standing in front of each other. Shelefin lost his energy and fell. He told Ronan that he has nothing left to give. As Shelefin slowly fell, our boy loses his stamina and lost control of his body. While falling, Ronan smiled and told Shelefin that the state of his body is bad. He told Shelefin that he won the fight based on the amount of injuries he gave him. Immediately Ronan said this, he fell to the ground and lost consciousness. The bodies of the two boys laid next to each other. The students who were watching the fight could not believe what they saw. They began to scream with excitement in their voices. After the battle of the two top students concluded, the midterm evaluation test came to an end. In the next scene, Ronan wakes up in a bed in the infirmary. Our boy was surprised to see himself on the bed. When Ronan opened his eyes, he saw Nabirose and Ade-shan next to him. Ade-shan asked our boy if he is all right. Seeing that he was with Nabirose and Ade-shan, Ronan realized that the midterm test had come to an end. Nabirose told our boy that he and Shelefin destroyed a large part of the island. She told him that it will take a while for the school to clean up. She looked at Shelefin, who was sleeping on the other side of the infirmary, and told Ronan that he and Shelefin had an amazing fight. The Sword Saint told our boy that their fight was worth the destruction. Nabirose told Ronan that he has a better stamina than Shelefin for waking up earlier. Our boy was surprised to hear this. He began to laugh like a crazy person. He told his instructor that he won Shelefin. The Sword Saint quickly corrected Ronan. She told our boy that it is a different thing for them to decide who won and who lost. Nabirose revealed to our boy that both him and Shelefin returned to the academy at the same time. Thanks to this, their match has been judged as a tie, and they will have to share the position of the first place. Our boy was shocked to hear what happened. Oddly enough, Ronan easily accepted the result. Nabirose was surprised to see this. She had expected our boy to complain. She thought that Ronan would make a fuss about the ambiguous result. She assumed that she would have beaten our boy when she shared the news. Ade-shan told our boy that she is also surprised. Ronan was annoyed to hear this. He could not believe that Nabirose and Ade-shan saw him in such a terrible way. Our boy told them that he had a feeling that the match would end in such a way, especially since Shelefin was much stronger than he expected. Ronan felt like the result was quite obvious. Our boy let Nabirose know that he will train harder to defeat Shelefin. He told her that he will not settle for a draw next time. He assured her that he will win the match next time. Nabirose was happy to hear what our boy said. She realized that Ronan had become more mature and calm. Nabirose told her student that he has no reason to be angry, especially since the match was a good experience for him and Shelefin. She told our boy that he gained a lot from the fight since he was finally able to use mana. Ronan was shocked to hear this. He asked Nabirose if she is sure about what she is saying. Nabirose found Ronan's question to be odd. She reminded our boy that he used mana in his final confrontation against Shelefin. Our boy was shocked to hear this. He looked at his hand and remembered what happened at the battle. Ronan remembered that he felt something different in his final attack. The instructor told her student that what he used was aura. The only people who can activate aura are people who can handle mana. Nabirose explained to our boy that what he has been doing before was simply mimicking aura. She told him that the attack he used against Shelefin had a depth of a whole other level. Seeing that Ronan was confused about his aura, Nabirose realized that our boy had not fully grasped the sensation of his aura. The instructor told her student that they need to take actions immediately. This is because Ronan was different from other students. Neighbors believe that it will be smarter if they take actions immediately because Ronan's body might impose a new restriction on him. Neighbors ordered Adeshan to take Ronan to someone she calls a useless bastard. She told her to take Ronan the next day. When Adeshan heard the term useless bastard, she asked her instructor if she is referring to Instructor Jaredin Stonesong. The next day, we see Adeshan and Ronan walking to the instructor's office. While walking to Jaredin's office, Adeshan told our boy that it has been a while since she last saw Instructor Jaredin. Ronan was surprised to hear about the instructor. He believed that Jaredin must be quite impressive if someone like Neighbors asked him for help. Adeshan explained to our boy that Instructor Jaredin is the best in the mana utilization sector. Thanks to this, a lot of instructors often ask him for help. According to Adeshan, in some classes where mana is being used, a student's mana might get severely tangled and their core will harden. When such a thing happens, instructors meet Jaredin for his help, and he easily resolves the issue. Ronan was surprised to hear what Jaredin does. Our boy understood that Instructor Jaredin is an impressive person. He could not comprehend why Neighbors would call him a useless bastard. He asked Adeshan to tell him the reason why Neighbors does not like Jaredin. Adeshan was surprised to see that our boy noticed Neighbors' hatred. She told our boy that Neighbors and Jaredin might have issues because of their different personalities. She revealed to Ronan that Instructor Jaredin is a bit unique. Our boy did not understand why Adeshan was trying to sugarcoat the situation. While Ronan did not understand the reason, he did not really care because he was more focused on the fact that he could now use mana. While watching Adeshan from behind, Ronan realized that Instructor Jaredin might be able to find out about Adeshan's unique mana. Shadow mana is a different type of mana that was not very popular in Ronan's previous life. Our boy did not know much about the mana. He decided to ask Instructor Jaredin to help Adeshan. Adeshan turned around and asked Ronan about his meeting with Shelafin. She asked our boy if Shelafin agreed to his offer. With a smile on his face, Ronan told his Grand Commander that he gave Shelafin an offer that he could not refuse. The scene shifts and we are taken back to the past. We see Ronan and Shelafin at the clubhouse. Due to the fact that Ronan asked to see him the moment he was discharged, Shelafin believed that Ronan had the same idea as him. He grabbed his sword and took a stance. He told our boy that he cannot accept the fact that the match ended in a tie. He asked our boy to fight him in the training room. Ronan asked Shelafin to calm down. He told the sword maniac that he also doesn't like the result. He explained to him that he called him for a different reason. Shelafin was shocked to hear this. Ronan stretched his hand out and shoved a paper in Shelafin's face. He asked the sword maniac to join his club. Shelafin could not understand what was happening. Our boy explained to him that he will be able to leave school and gain real-world experience. He assured Shelafin that he will not be bored if he joins the club. Shelafin could not comprehend what our boy was saying. He did not see a reason to fraternize with an enemy he plans to defeat. With a look of anger on his face, Shelafin told Ronan that he does not like wasting his time. He turned around and decided to leave. Upon seeing that Shelafin was walking away, Ronan decided to release his secret weapon. With an evil smile on his face, Ronan told Shelafin that it is a shame that he cannot join the club. He told Shelafin that his club members are going to have a housewarming party. He explained to the sword maniac that he has perfectly timed the housewarming party with the time his sister moves to the Imperial City. Shelafin snapped when he heard this. He clenched his fist in anger. He quickly turned around and asked Ronan if Irol is truly moving to the Imperial City. Shelafin ran back to Ronan. He asked our boy to tell him more about Irol. He asked Ronan if his sister is moving to a safe neighborhood. He asked our boy if he has prepared guards that will help his sister in moving. With a petty look on his face, Ronan told Shelafin that he cannot share personal information with someone who is not a club member. He told the sword maniac that he might share the information if he joins his club. The moment Ronan said this, Shelafin took out a pen and signed the paper at a frightening speed. The ink splashed all over the room when Shelafin signed the paper. Some of the ink got on Ronan's face. Seeing that he had fulfilled Ronan's condition, Shelafin asked our boy to finish what he was saying. The scene shifts and we are taken to the present. Ronan could not believe that Shelafin actually signed a contract because of a girl. Our boy did not understand how Shelafin eventually became a duke in the future. After walking for a while, Adeshan stopped moving. She told our boy that they have arrived at their destination. When Ronan looked up, he saw a huge tower covered in dark clouds. Adeshan referred to the tower as the 41st Tower. Our boy was shocked to see such a gloomy tower. The entire surrounding felt eerie to him. Ronan realized that Instructor Jaredin might actually be worse than Professor Secret. While Ronan and Adeshan were staring at the tower, someone walks up to them. The person recognized Adeshan. The person called her the student of the long-sword scoundrel and asked her about what she wants. Adeshan was surprised to see the person. She greeted the man known as Instructor Jaredin. The instructor carried a large backpack and he had the appearance of a scavenger. Adeshan told Jaredin that Ronan came to see him because he is having issues manifesting his mana. She revealed to the instructor that Nabirose asked them to see him. Jaredin was surprised to hear that Nabirose asked a student to see him simply because of mana manifestation. He realized that Ronan must be a promising student. Our boy wanted to greet the instructor. Jaredin asked him to not waste his time. He asked Ronan to tell him the amount he has prepared. Our boy did not understand what Jaredin was saying. The instructor told our boy that he does not do volunteer work. He explained to Ronan that he must accept a fee for working outside work hours. With a serious look on his face, Jaredin stretched out his hand and asked Ronan if he has prepared money. Ronan was shocked to hear the instructor asking him for money. He asked the man if he will truly accept the money. Jaredin told our boy that he will accept 10 gold for 1 hour. He explained to Ronan that the 10 gold will only allow him to see one person. Ronan and Adeshan were shocked to hear this. Our boy could not believe that an instructor would behave in such a way. He assumed that Jaredin was joking. When Ronan looked into the instructor's eyes, he saw signs of gold in Jaredin's eyes. Our boy quickly realized that Jaredin was being serious. He could not believe that Jaredin actually wanted to rip a student off. Ronan smiled and told his instructor that he does not have any money. He asked Jaredin if there is any other way for him to solve their problem. The instructor told Ronan that the only way he has left is to return back to his department. Jaredin asked our boy to get 10 gold coins from the long-sword scoundrel. As Ronan walked forward, Jaredin sensed a unique mana in the area. The instructor was shocked to see the mana. When he turned around, he saw that Ronan was the one emitting the unique mana. Before our boy could get far, Jaredin told him that he now has a way to solve his issues. He turned around and asked Ronan to follow him. While looking at the ring which was releasing the unique mana, Jaredin told Ronan that he has an offer for him. On the way to his office, Ronan answered Jaredin's questions regarding the ring which Saranti gave him. After walking for a while, the group arrived at the office. Our boy and Adeshan sat down and looked around. Jaredin put down his bag and searched through it. Jaredin's office was not only neat, but it was quite empty. Ronan was shocked to see this. He had never seen an office that looked like a prison. While sitting down, our boy noticed something odd. He noticed that he could not hear any sound from outside since the moment he arrived in the office. He wondered if Jaredin casted a blocking spell on the entire tower. Ronan noticed that the door was held together with chains. Our boy realized that the locks on the door were all enforced with magic. Our boy could not comprehend what Jaredin was thinking. He could not understand why the instructor would need so much security. Jaredin sat down and told our boy that he wants to see the item. Ronan placed his hand into his pocket and took out the ring. He stretched his hand out and told Jaredin to handle the ring carefully. He told his instructor that the ring is quite valuable to him. Jaredin asked our boy to not worry. Upon taking a closer look at the ring, the mana instructor became more certain that he was looking at the right item. He explained to Ronan that the pristine mana which the ring is exuding belongs to a dragon who has dedicated himself to almost all elemental magic for at least 2,000 years. Immediately he said this, Jaredin corrected himself. He told Ronan that the mana actually belongs to an elf. Our boy was surprised to see that Jaredin learned so much from an item. The instructor told our boy that one needs to be able to do such things before they can become an instructor of the academy. Jaredin told our boy that his offer is simple. He explained to Ronan that he wants to extract a small amount of mana from the ring. Our boy was surprised to hear this. Jaredin explained to him that he needs mana from a long-living race who have been handling mana for a long period of time. He told our boy that he needs the mana for his experiment. He told Ronan that the academy actually also have high elf mages, but their mana cannot even be compared to Saranti's. Jaredin commended our boy for making a wonderful connection outside the school. Immediately he said this. Ronan remembered his time with Saranti. He thanked Jaredin for his compliment. Jaredin told our boy that he will do his best to help him if he grants his wish. Ronan told the man that his offer is not bad. He explained to him that he also has to help Adeshan with her problem in order for him to accept the deal. Adeshan was shocked to hear this. She could not believe that Ronan was trying to involve her in his deal. Jaredin had a grim look on his face when he heard this. He explained to our boy that he only needs a small amount of mana. He told Ronan that it is unfair to add a bonus to their deal. Ronan stood up when he heard this. He told the instructor that it is time for him to leave. Jaredin asked our boy to calm down. He told him that he has not declined the offer. He asked Ronan if he can give Adeshan a 50% discount. Our boy asked Adeshan to leave with him when he heard this. Upon seeing that Ronan was good at haggling, Jaredin accepted his deal. He told our boy that his negotiation skills are amazing. He called Ronan a promising student. Ronan smiled confidently when he heard this. He thanked the instructor for his compliment. Jaredin stood up and told our boy that he will check his condition first. The instructor believed that Ronan's problem must be quite serious for Adeshan to send him to his office. He pointed at a glowing magic circle and asked Ronan to stand above the magic circle. Ronan and Jaredin stood above the magic circle. Jaredin placed his hand on our boy's back and began to examine his body. The instructor was able to deduce that Ronan recently activated his senses. Jaredin was shocked to see that Ronan had no traces of mana in his body. He asked our boy if he has never used mana in his life. Our boy revealed to the instructor that he is only able to see mana. He told him that he has never used it because some bastard placed a curse on his body. Jaredin explained to our boy that he has an abnormal curse. He told Ronan that his curse is slowly trying to close his open mana path every minute. The instructor explained to our boy that he will have to inject his own mana to forcefully widen his mana path. He told Ronan that the process is quite painful. He told him that he will feel like someone is stabbing his spine. He asked Ronan if he can take the pain. Our boy was surprised to hear this. He wanted to ask some questions, but Jaredin did not give him the chance to. The instructor pushed his mana into our boy's body. Ronan began to scream. He had never felt such excruciating pain at once. Jaredin closed his eyes and a small part of his soul stepped into Ronan's body. The instructor was surprised to see that his mana went into Ronan's body without a lot of resistance. He believed that he will be able to quickly finish up on Ronan. While pushing his mana into our boy's body, Jaredin felt something approaching him. Inside Ronan's body, Jaredin felt a horrifying and sinister energy surrounding him. The instructor began to tremble. He saw a giant eye staring at him. Jaredin was horrified to see the eye. He did not know what he was looking at. While looking at the eye, his body began to slowly wither away. Jaredin could not believe that Ronan could have such a terrifying thing in his body. The mysterious mana pushed the instructor out of our boy's body and pushed him out of the magic circle. Jaredin screamed when he fell. The instructor stood up and began to vomit a large amount of blood. Ronan and Adeshan were shocked to see this. They quickly ran to him. Ronan asked the instructor about what happened. While vomiting some blood, Jaredin pulled himself together and activated a magic spell. Immediately he activated the spell. He asked something to open. Ronan was shocked to hear the spell. He was certain that he had heard it before. He remembered that this was the spell Ezrabet casted in order to open Instructor Secret's door. The moment Ronan remembered this, the giant head from Instructor Secret's office appeared and swallowed them. The scene shifts and we see Instructor Secret floating in the air. Secret was shocked to see that Jaredin activated a spell to open her door. The moment the group arrived at her office, Ronan called out to the instructor. Upon seeing Jaredin on the floor, Instructor Secret appeared in front of him and activated her magic. She told Ronan that he will explain the issue later. Although Instructor Secret was using her magic on him, Jaredin was still vomiting a large amount of blood. Secret immediately understood what happened. She asked our boy if Jaredin injected his mana into his body. Ronan told her that he did. He explained to her that Jaredin was trying to widen his blocked mana path. Secret was not surprised to hear this. She knew that Jaredin was capable of doing something so reckless. She explained to our boy that part of his curse has transferred to the instructor through mana. Ronan was shocked to hear this. Instructor Secret told our boy that his curse is so brutal that he is the only one who can handle it. While using her magic on the instructor, Professor Secret told our boy that Jaredin will die if he continues to vomit. Ronan was shocked to hear what Secret said. He could not believe that Jaredin was actually going to die because of his curse. While trying to comfort the instructor, Professor Secret told our boy that Jaredin will only die if they do not solve his issue immediately. Secret placed her hand on Jaredin's head to check the state of his body. She revealed to our boy that the curse has not rooted itself completely in Jaredin's body. She told Ronan that she can still take out the curse. Immediately she said this, Ronan placed his hand on his sword. Secrets activated her mana and her hand began to glow. While the professor was using her magic on the instructor, something slowly pressed his lungs and began to choke him. When Jaredin opened his mouth to spit out the entity, a horrifying creature with multiple eyes came out of his mouth. Immediately the creature showed its head. Professor Secret used her hand to completely drag it out of Instructor Jaredin's mouth. She pulled the monster's head and dragged out its tentacles. The creature screamed as Professor Secret dragged its head. The moment she took out the monster, she threw it at our boy. She asked him to tear it apart. Our boy immediately took out his sword and cut the monster into tiny pieces. The pieces of the monster turned into smoke and disintegrated. The moment the monster died, Adeshan ran to Jaredin. She was surprised to see that the instructor was no longer spitting out any blood. Jaredin cleaned the blood that was on his mouth and thanked Professor Secret for helping him. The professor told Jaredin that he is alive because of his ability to make a quick decision. Secret revealed to Jaredin that if the curse had gone deeper into his body, she would have not been able to take it out. She reminded the instructor that she told him about a student who possesses the worst curse which she has ever seen. Jaredin realized that Professor Secret was talking about Ronan. Ronan quickly ran to the instructor when he dealt with the curse. He asked Jaredin if he is alright. Adeshan helped the instructor up. Jaredin told our boy that he is fine. He thanked Ronan for allowing him to experience something new. Jaredin could not believe that such a horrifying curse actually exists. He realized that Ronan has quite a messed up life. The instructor revealed to our boy that he kept his promise. Ronan was surprised to hear this. He did not understand what Jaredin was talking about. Jaredin asked Professor Secret to check the condition of Ronan's body. When Secret took a look at our boy's body, she was shocked to see what had happened to him. Professor Secret told Ronan that he has mana flowing in his body. Secret ran to our boy to check his body. Although Ronan's mana vessel was weak, it was definitely open. The professor could not believe what she was seeing. She asked our boy if he has done something to lift a part of his curse or if he fell into a pit full of curse eyes. Ronan was shocked to hear this question. He told the professor that he has not done anything at all. Secret was surprised to hear this. She told Ronan that the curse which has been blocking his mana vessel has weakened. According to Professor Secret, a strange power is helping our boy cut his curse. The professor told our boy that she does not recognize the power. She told Ronan that the state of his body is odd. She explained to our boy that it is as if rain and wind are weathering down a boulder. Although Ronan's curse has weakened, it was still trying to close his mana vessel. Thanks to the unknown power in his body and Instructor Jaredin widening his mana vessel, the curse will not be able to close our boy's mana vessel. Ronan became excited when he heard this. He asked Professor Secret if he will be able to fully use mana now. The professor told our boy that it is theoretically possible. She reminded our boy that his curse is constantly trying to take over his mana vessel. She told him that it will take some time before he can freely use mana. Secret told our boy that if he continues to train diligently, he might be able to use mana in the next 20 years. Ronan lost all hope when he heard this. He told the professor that 20 years is a long time. He explained to her that he cannot wait for such a long time. Secret told our boy that the fact that he is able to use mana is already a miracle. She explained to him that if he does not completely remove his curse, the only way he can solve his problem is by training. While the two were talking, Jaredin moved closer to them. He told them that there is a way to shorten the training time. Ronan and the professor were surprised to hear this. Jaredin explained to them that the result of the method he wants to use may vary depending on Ronan's efforts. He assured our boy that his method will shorten his training time. With a serious look on his face, the instructor told the two that Ronan can shorten his time if he uses the mana technique which he invented. Ronan and Jaredin sat in a lotus position. Jaredin placed his hand on our boy's back. He explained to Ronan that his current mana vessel can only handle a small amount of mana right now. He told our boy that his mana vessel is extremely narrow when compared with that of other students. Ronan became worried when he heard this. The instructor told Ronan that if he is able to master his technique and train diligently, he will be able to widen his mana vessel and increase the amount of mana he can control. Although Jaredin's technique seemed perfect, it still depended on one's talent. According to Jaredin, our boy will be able to control the same amount of mana as other students in 5 years' time if he is talented. Ronan was not happy to hear this. 5 years was still a long time for him. After explaining to him, Jaredin activated his mana. He told our boy that he is going to infuse his mana into him and show him the path of his mana vessel. Jaredin explained to Ronan that the method he is about to use is not the best, however. Since our boy's curse has been weakened, the method should work. Ronan thanked the instructor for his help. Immediately Ronan thanked him. Jaredin infused his mana into his body. Our boy felt a large amount of pain when the instructor did this. He grit his teeth and did his best to endure the pain. While pushing his mana into Ronan's body, Jaredin told our boy that his mana technique is different from others. He explained to Ronan that he needs to precisely control and adjust the speed and direction of the mana in every path. While Jaredin was talking, our boy was doing his best to endure the fusion. The instructor told our boy that he must not rush the process. He asked Ronan to carefully guide his mana's movement. He explained to Ronan that he has to reinforce the paths that have become weak and fragile after being suppressed for a long time. He asked our boy to follow the path which his mana is going through. He told Ronan that once he continues to do this, mana will become his own. After explaining the process to our boy, Jaredin asked him if he understands what he taught him. With a confident look on his face, Ronan told the instructor that he does. Our boy pulled the mana around him and told Jaredin that he will try it on his own. The instructor was shocked to see what was happening in front of him. He was certain that he only guided our boy once. He could not believe that Ronan was already familiar with the path. He was extremely shocked to see that Ronan was perfectly using the navigations. Instructor Jaredin began to laugh like a crazy person. He finally understood why Ronan was Nebiro's star student. After Ronan finished practicing, the instructor told him to repeat the same thing every day. Immediately Jaredin said this. Our boy looked at his hand. He saw a red energy around it. Ronan could not believe that he was looking at his own mana. Our boy realized that he is continuously changing from his past self. In the past, Ronan never even dreamed of using mana. Our boy was happy to see his progress. Ronan turned around to thank Jaredin. He realized that the instructor had a reason for charging him. Before our boy could express himself, Jaredin fell to the ground. Ronan was shocked to see this. The instructor pulled himself together and stretched out his hand. He grabbed our boy's clothes. He reminded Ronan that he has kept his promise. He asked our boy to honor his part of the deal. Ronan did not have a problem with doing this. He was more concerned about the instructor. He told Jaredin that he needs to first take care of himself. The instructor yelled at our boy when he heard this. He told him that his body is not important. He explained to our boy that there is something very important that he has to obtain. He told Ronan that he is willing to give up his life to get it. Immediately Jaredin said this. The scene shifts and we are taken to a lab. We see a dead goblin on a table. The goblin appears to have been dissected. In front of the goblin was a large tube. The tube was surrounded with flowers. Inside the tube was a woman wearing a white dress. The scene shifts back and we see Jaredin grab Ronan. With a terrifying look on his face, Jaredin asked our boy to hand over his ring. When our boy stared into Jaredin's eyes, he could tell that his instructor had lost his mind. Professor Secret immediately recognized the look in Jaredin's eyes. She was already wondering why Jaredin was acting off. She told Ronan that Jaredin is suffering from momentary impulsive disorder. Secret realized that Jaredin needed Ronan's ring for his research. With a sad look in her eyes, Professor Secret looked at Jaredin while he was on the floor. She asked the instructor about why he is still shackled to the past. The scene shifts and we see Ronan and Adeshan teleport back into Jaredin's tower. Our boy carried the instructor on his back. Adeshan turned to Ronan and asked him to follow her. She told our boy that the nearest infirmary is at the lection hall. She told him that they will reach the infirmary in 5 minutes if they run. The moment the group reached the door, a huge magic circle appeared before them. The magic circle was in the shape of a lock. Adeshan was shocked to see this. She could not believe that the door's security magic was being strengthened. The moment he said this, we see Jaredin's hand glowing. The instructor mumbled some words while he was on Ronan's back. He said that he was going to return to something. Immediately he said this, Jaredin turned his hand and pointed at a wall. The moment Jaredin's hand shined on the wall began to split apart and a secret path revealed itself. Ronan was shocked to see the secret path. He reminded Jaredin that the path is not the exit of his tower. He asked the instructor to open the door that has a security spell on it. Jaredin moved close to Ronan's ear and whispered to him. He told our boy that he has to return to the lab before the last roses he prepared for a woman withers away. Ronan and Adeshan decided to go into the secret path. The two went down into the basement of the tower. Adeshan gasped when she stepped into the basement. She asked Ronan to tell her what they are looking at. With a nervous look on his face, our boy told Adeshan that he has no idea. While staring at the torn body of a goblin which was on a table, Ronan told Adeshan that he does not know where they are. Ronan looked at the body of the woman in a large tube and told his Grand Commander that they have seen something that they should not have. Our boy immediately realized that Jaredin was making a fuss because of the woman in the tube. Adeshan told him that it is very possible that the woman in the tube is the reason why Jaredin was acting crazy. Ronan placed his instructor on the tube and asked Adeshan to help him. He stood up and told her that he wants to check around to find something which can help them. When Ronan looked around, he saw different suspicious-looking materials in the lab. Our boy was surprised to see traces that proved that Jaredin had conducted biological experiments on monsters. Although Ronan was not a scientist, he could tell that Instructor Jaredin was not performing an ordinary experiment. Our boy never imagined that someone would go through such lengths to perform an experiment. While looking around, Ronan found a book on a table. Our boy immediately realized that he was looking at a journal. Ronan looked at Jaredin with curiosity in his eyes. He wondered about what the instructor had been doing. While Jaredin was resting on the tube, he called out to a woman named Suanya and told her that he is almost done. In Jaredin's journal, the instructor wrote that he was able to preserve Suanya's body before it decomposed. The scene shifts, and we see a younger Jaredin crying while staring at Suanya's body. The man believed that the body is the vessel that contains the soul. He was certain that if he is able to maintain the body, he would be able to revive his wife one day. Everyone told Jaredin that resurrection magic has never been successful. This did not matter to the man because he was never going to give up. Jaredin's journal was his record of the battles he has to face in order to save his wife. During resurrection trial number 54, Jaredin obtained an ogre's heart from the northern black market. Unfortunately, this did not yield any results. As time went on, the man slowly reached his limit. It became difficult for him to manage his work at the magic tower and carry out experiments. During resurrection trial number 76, the magic tower took notice of Jaredin's attendance. They decided to remove him from his position. Without a salary, Jaredin could not continue to carry out his experiments. The man realized that he needed a way to get more money. With the help of the principal, Jaredin was able to get a job as a professor of the academy. After getting the job, the man moved his wife's body to the basement of the academy's magic tower. Jaredin hated teaching. He disliked having to explain things to foolish people. However, he had no choice but to accept the job because he could finally continue his experiments. Jaredin continued to carry out his trials relentlessly. At trial number 134, the man recorded that he has seen no form of progress. Our boy was shocked to see what he was reading. He finally understood why the instructor was so obsessed with money. He could not believe that Jaredin had such a tragic backstory. When Ronan looked around again, he realized that most of the ingredients in the lab were quite rare and would be very difficult to find. Our boy was certain that Jaredin got his hands on the ingredients through a bad route. He was surprised to find out that Jaredin was going through such stress because of love. In Ronan's past life, he also saw humans who threw away everything because of love. While thinking, our boy realized that there is also another idiot around him that is also in love. This person is Shulafin. With the experience he had, Ronan knew that it never ends well for people who do everything for the sake of love, especially if other people take advantage of them while they are in a vulnerable state. The moment Ronan thought of this, he saw an ominous small letter in Jaredin's book. Below the letter, Jaredin said that he had to accept the help of a particular disturbing group because he was not making any progress. Ronan was surprised to see this. He wondered if the disturbing group was also the one who sent Jaredin the suspicious-looking letter. Our boy wondered if the group Jaredin is in contact with his nebula Clagier. While Ronan was thinking, Jaredin called out to him. Ronan was shocked to hear the instructor's voice. Adeshan helped the instructor to stand up. With a look of anger on his face, Jaredin asked our boy if he is messing with his things. Ronan became nervous when he heard this. He closed the instructor's journal and turned to him. With a smile on his face, Ronan told Jaredin that he was simply looking around to see if he can get anything to help with his healing. Our boy reminded his instructor that he can barely sense mana. He told him that he would not know what he is looking at even if he was to search the lab. The moment Ronan said this, we see that he has hidden the letter in his jacket. The scene shifts and we are taken to a cave in the forest. Inside the cave, we see a man wearing a hood reporting to his superior. The man told his superior that his meeting proceeded without any issues. He told his boss that the person he had the meeting with hesitated for a bit. He assured his boss that it is only a matter of time before their deal is complete. Inside the cave, we see different humans whose heads were covered with sacks and their bodies were tied with ropes. While they laid on a table, the humans in the cave trembled in fear. The humans were on a table in front of the superior. The subordinate told his master that the person will accept the deal because he is the only one who can provide the fresh blood essence that the person needs. In front of the master, we see a glass cup filled with blood. The master laughed when he thought about the situation. He could not believe that a woman was going to lead to the downfall of someone like Jaredin. While cleaning the blood on his lips, the master said that humans are quite foolish. The master turns out to be a vampire. After Jaredin was done with the extraction, he returned the ring to Ronan. Our boy inspected the ring to see if anything was wrong with it. Ronan was surprised to see that the mana in the ring was still the same. He asked the instructor if he actually did anything with the ring. Jaredin reminded Ronan that he only took a small amount of mana from the ring. He told our boy that the ring has an enormous amount of mana, so it will not make any difference if someone takes a little out of it. The instructor thanked Ronan for giving him the ring. He explained to our boy that the mana he got from the ring will greatly help him in his next experiment. Our boy put the ring away. With a smile on his face, Ronan told the instructor that he is also grateful to him. He explained to Jaredin that he would have never seen any improvements without his help. Jaredin knew that Ronan and Adeshan must have already figured out his situation after seeing his basement. The instructor bowed his head and begged the students to keep the basement a secret. Ronan asked the instructor not to worry. He told Jaredin that he has no interest in getting involved in other people's problems. Jaredin thanked Ronan for cooperating with him. The instructor looked at Adeshan and told her that they need to set another time for him to assess her issue. Adeshan was surprised to hear this. Although Adeshan's issue was not as complicated as Ronan's, Jaredin could still sense a strange power from our girl. The instructor could see a dark energy around Adeshan's body. After leaving the tower, Adeshan and Ronan went their separate ways. As Adeshan walked away, our boy let out a huge sigh. He was relieved that he was able to steal the letter away. Our boy took out the letter to see what was inside. Ronan wanted to check if the letter connects Jaredin to the Church of Nebula Clagier. He wanted to see if Jaredin was in cahoots with the church. Our boy was willing to end his instructor if he found the wrong things in the letter. When Ronan opened the letter, he saw some blood on it. Our boy did not understand what was going on. He immediately realized that the blood might be a hidden letter that is only activated by magic. Our boy did not like this problem at all. He decided to take the blood to a cell. Before Ronan could take a step, the blood came out of the paper and began to float in the air. Our boy was shocked to see this. He did not understand what was going on. While it was in the air, the blood scattered and widened. Our boy was surprised to see this, while Ronan was staring at the blood. Someone tells him that the letter was written with vampire magic. When Ronan turned around to see who was talking, he saw a girl wearing a hood. The girl had Sita on her shoulder. The girl told our boy that she came to the area the moment she sensed the blood magic. The girl never expected to see Ronan in the area. Ronan was shocked to see the girl's face. He never expected to see Ophelia. With a smile on her face, Ophelia greeted our boy. The scene shifts and we are taken to the clubhouse. Inside the clubhouse, we see Ronan and Ophelia sitting together. Our boy told his senior that she surprised him. Ronan remembered that Ophelia asked him to lend her Sita for research. After lending Sita to her, our boy did not see Sita and Ophelia again. Ronan did not bother to look for the vampire because he assumed that she was busy. Ronan asked the girl if her research is going well. While tickling Sita, Ophelia thanked Ronan for lending her Sita. She told our boy that she has made a lot of progress. As a compensation for helping her, Ophelia taught Sita some blood magic. The girl revealed to Ronan that Sita is more talented than she expected. She assured Ronan that he will be surprised when he sees Sita use the magic later. Ophelia decided to focus on her main reason for seeing Ronan. She asked our boy to tell her how he has a blood letter. Ronan did not understand what Ophelia was saying. He quickly realized that Ophelia was referring to the letter. Blood letter is one of the most basic blood magic. It can compress a large amount of information in one drop of blood. Vampires use it when they want to talk discreetly. Ophelia poured some mana into the blood. The moment she did this, the blood began to float. It displayed some words. According to the letter, someone told Jaredin that he has to visit a particular location if he wants fresh blood essence. The letter was written to Jaredin by Blood's Hook. Ronan was shocked to see the content of the letter. He remembered that fresh blood essence was the ingredient written in Jaredin's journal. Our boy remembered that Jaredin said that he needs the fresh blood essence for his next experiment. Ronan was relieved to see that the group which Jaredin was in contact with was not Nebula Clagier. Our boy became curious about the identity of the Blood's Hook. Ophelia was surprised to see that Blood's Hook sent the letter. Ronan asked her if she knows the organization. Ophelia revealed to our boy that the Blood's Hook is a new organization that is made up of young vampires who are less than 200 years old. The vampires in the organization go around killing people in all sorts of cruel ways. They do this in order to revive the glory days of vampires. Ophelia referred to the vampires of the organization as a bunch of immature children. The girl found it strange that the blood's hook would have the fresh blood essence, which is a very rare item for vampires to have. Ophelia asked our boy to tell her the original receiver of the letter. Ronan was hesitant to do this. He did not want to reveal Jaredon's identity. Upon seeing that Ronan was hesitant, Ophelia revealed to him that the receiver of the letter can lose something more important than his life if he accepts the offer recklessly. Ronan was shocked to hear this. He decided to share the truth with Ophelia. He told the girl that he found the letter in Instructor Jaredon's lab. Ophelia was shocked to hear this. She could not believe that Ronan actually found the letter in Jaredon's lab. She asked our boy if he is referring to Jaredon's Stonesong, the instructor who is the former tower mage of the Full Moon Magic Tower. Our boy was surprised to hear that Jaredon was a tower mage. He asked Ophelia if Instructor Jaredon is someone amazing. The vampire revealed to Ronan that Jaredon's magic is highly regarded and respected even among vampires. In the entire continent, there are only a handful of people who are on Jaredon's level. Ronan became relieved when he heard this. He told Ophelia that they no longer need to worry since Jaredon could easily wipe out the organization and take the item. Ophelia told Ronan that Jaredon can easily wipe out the organization with a few flicks from his fingers, but it will be a different story if he wants the fresh blood essence. According to Ophelia, the fresh blood essence is formed from the congregation of mana that is unique to vampires who have practiced blood magic for a long period of time. It is a unique item that has absorbed an immense amount of blood energy. It has excellent effect depending on how it is used. Ophelia explained to Ronan that the owner of the essence needs to unseal its power themselves through blood magic. Otherwise, the essence is simply a red stone. It is therefore impossible to obtain the essence without the cooperation of the vampires. Ronan was surprised to hear this. He realized that Jaredon would have no choice but to accept the vampire's offer. Due to the fact that the organization approached Instructor Jaredon among the numerous instructors, Ophelia was able to guess their request. She shared the details with Ronan. The scene shifts and we are taken to the base of the Blood's Hook. We see some vampires standing outside waiting for someone. After waiting for a while, the vampires saw the new exclusive candidate which their master spoke about. This candidate is Jaredon Stonesong. A vampire with white hair asked his colleague if Jaredon is actually amazing. He told him that he cannot feel any special energy from Jaredon. The colleague told him to not let his guard down. He explained to the man that Jaredon was able to compete with Nabiros, who was the former sword saint in his prime. Jaredon walked up to the vampires. He asked them to tell him where their master is. The man who appears to be the leader told Jaredon that their master is inside. He asked the instructor to take off his hood. He explained to Jaredon that they must confirm his identity before taking him in. The instructor glared at the man. He told the men that they behave like cowards even though their organization is called Blood's Hook. The moment he said this, Jaredon took off his hood. After seeing Jaredon's face, the leader of the group thanked him for cooperating. The leader asked the instructor to follow him. The moment he said this, he noticed something odd. The leader saw a sword on Jaredon's waist. The man was certain that Jaredon is a mage. He did not understand why a mage had a sword on him. What was more odd was that the sword belongs to Ronan. Upon seeing that the man had seen the sword, the instructor placed his hand on the sword and closed the gap between himself and the man. He told the man that he has seen it already. The man did not understand what Jaredon was saying. He asked Jaredon if something is wrong. Before the man could take a step, Jaredon cut off his head with the sword. He used the sword to tear the other vampires apart. With a smile on his face, the instructor asked the vampires to enjoy their journey to the afterlife. Immediately he said this. We see that Ronan is the one who is actually talking and he has disguised himself as Instructor Jaredon. The scene shifts and we are taken back a few days. We see Ronan and Ophelia talking. The vampire took out a potion and told Ronan that the shape-shifting potion is complete. She explained to our boy that the potion will only last for 30 minutes. She assured him that he will look exactly like Instructor Jaredon once he drinks the potion. Although the effect of the potion only lasts for a short time, Ophelia assured Ronan that the potion will allow him to fool the Blood's Hook members. Ronan accepted the potion with a smile on his face. Our boy knew that it would have been a bit tasking for Ophelia to make the potion. He thanked her for helping him. The vampire was not comfortable with Ronan going to the base of the Blood's Hook alone. She asked our boy if he will be fine. Ophelia reminded Ronan that the vampires of the Blood's Hook are over 100 years old. Ophelia already knows how strong Ronan is, but she did not feel comfortable with letting him go alone. She told our boy that she will go with him. Ronan stopped the girl when he heard this. He asked her to not think about following him. Our boy told the vampire that she might get into a troublesome position if she clashes with her clan. With a smile on his face, Ronan assured Ophelia that he will be fine. He told her that he cannot guarantee the safety of the vampires. The scene shifts and we are taken back to the entrance of the base. We see that Ronan has killed 3 among the 4 vampires at the entrance. The moment Ronan killed the men, the leader's head fell to the ground and rolled over to the 4th vampire. The vampire was horrified to see his leader's head on the ground. He immediately realized that the man that killed his leader was not Jaredin. Before the vampire could take a step, Ronan stretched out his hand and grabbed his head. Our boy grabbed the vampire's head and slammed him to the wall. He asked the man to shut up. Ronan forcefully opened the man's mouth. He placed his sword on the man's lips. The vampire began to tremble. With a horrifying smile on his face, Ronan asked the vampire to only speak the truth. He told him that he will tear him apart if he lies. The scene shifts and we see our boy walking inside the cave. Ronan was surprised to see that there were no traps inside the cave. He could not believe that the gatekeeper was telling the truth. He never expected the gatekeeper to be honest. Our boy felt bad that he actually killed the gatekeeper even though he was telling the truth. Unfortunately for the gatekeeper, he brought his death upon himself. While our boy was walking inside the cave, he noticed that the place had been redesigned as a temple. While Ronan was walking, he noticed something strange about the temple. Something about the temple felt familiar to him. Our boy wondered if it was because of the patterns on the walls and the atmosphere. Ronan got a sense of déjà vu. He was certain that he had seen the temple somewhere. While our boy was looking around, he got a scent of blood in the air. The moment Ronan smelled the blood, he snapped back to the present. Our boy remembered that he had more pressing matters to settle. After walking for a while, Ronan arrived at a giant door. Our boy was shocked to feel the aura which the door was given off. He did not like the intense rancid smell of blood that was leaking out of the room. As the door slowly opened, Ronan wondered about what the vampires were doing for there to be such a strong smell of blood. The moment the door opened, Ronan's eyes widened. He could not believe what he was seeing. Inside the room, our boy saw a vampire drinking blood from a hand that was cut off. Another vampire drank his blood in a glass while the others sucked the blood directly from the humans. A blonde boy who appears to be the leader of the vampires welcomed Ronan to his place. He assumed that he was talking to Jaredin. He told our boy that he has worked hard for him to be able to reach the temple. Ronan did not respond to the vampire. He could only look at the room in horror. While holding a glass containing blood, the leader introduced himself as Zwei von Arnschtafel. Zwei told Ronan that he is the leader of the Blood's Hook. Zwei placed his glass down and apologized to Ronan for showing him an unrefined side of the organization. He told our boy that he came later than expected. Due to the fact that he was late, Zwei and other vampires decided to have a quick snack. Zwei asked Ronan if he wants to join them before they start the ceremony. Upon hearing Zwei's offer, Ronan snapped back to reality. Our boy noticed that all the humans are dead. He knew that it was too late to save anyone. He decided to focus on his original goal. He refused Zwei's offer and told him that he feels a little sick. Ronan looked around and asked Zwei about why a lot of his people came to join them for a single deal. Zwei asked our boy to not feel uncomfortable. He told Ronan that he has to bring people when facing incredible talent. He told our boy that it has been a long time since the entire members of the Bloodhook gathered for a meeting. He assured Ronan that the organization is very serious about the deal. Our boy was surprised to hear that all the members of the organization are in the room. Ronan told Zwei that he does not care as long as he gets the fresh blood essence. He asked the vampire to state his condition for the deal. With a smile on his face, Zwei told Ronan that his condition is simple. He asked our boy to accept a blood pact that puts his life at stake. He told him that the pact will allow him to become one of them. Our boy told the leader that he is crazy. He could not believe that Zwei was asking him to become his slave. Zwei shook his head when he heard what Ronan said. He told our boy that he will not be getting a lowly position with a crazy speed. Zwei appeared behind Ronan. He told our boy that he is offering him an opportunity to escape his lowly human body. He explained to our boy that he will be obtaining the honor that a human could never dare to dream of. Zwei places his hand on Ronan's hand. He revealed to him that the organization is going to bring a new wave to their clan. In order to do this, Zwei plans to completely overturn the older generation who are deep in pacifism. The insane vampire spread out his hand and told our boy that he is giving him the opportunity to stand at the forefront of such an historic moment. With a creepy smile on his face, the leader explained to Ronan that he will witness the moment as a proud warrior in the crusade for the revival of his kin. Zwei told our boy that he is offering him an honor that no human can dream of. Ronan glared at the leader. He told the insane vampire that he has lost his mind. Zwei laughed when he heard this. He believed that our boy could not understand his profound intentions because he is human. The leader activated his magic and took out the fresh blood essence. With a smile on his face, Zwei told Ronan that this is his only chance to obtain the fresh blood essence. The leader explained to our boy that he will never get another chance to get the fresh blood essence if the deal fails. This is because the fresh blood essence is a rare item that most vampires can never obtain. Upon seeing the mood in the air, Ronan realized that Zwei was never going to let him go if he declined the offer. He asked the crazy vampire if he will not allow him to go. Zwei commended our boy on figuring out his intentions. He told Ronan that he has an extraordinary intuition. The vampire walked back to his table and snapped his fingers. The moment he snapped his fingers, the other vampires in the room surrounded our boy. Zwei asked our boy if he will be able to think clearly now that he is surrounded. The leader told Ronan that he should not bother resisting. He revealed to our boy that the mana flow in the room is abnormal. Zwei believed that Ronan must have noticed this because he sees him as Jaredin. He explained to Ronan that the magic tools installed in the room are of superior quality. He told him that it will be difficult for him to use magic as long as he is human. He revealed to our boy that his core will be destroyed if he forcefully uses magic. If one's core is destroyed, one will not be able to use mana again. Zwei picked up his glass and asked Ronan to think positively. With a cocky look on his face, Zwei asked our boy if he wants his beloved wife to become as torn as the corpses on the ground. Two vampires moved closer to Ronan and got ready to subdue him. Zwei asked our boy to accept the pact. He assured him that it would be over in an instant. Ronan laughed when he saw how things had become. He called the vampires bastards and commended them on their preparations. Our boy took down his hood and told Zwei that there is no way for Jaredin to resist in such a situation. Zwei was surprised to hear this. The moment Ronan took off his hood, his face began to revert to its original form. With a confident smile on his face, Ronan told the leader that it is a relief that he came in place of Jaredin. Zwei did not understand what was going on. He asked our boy for his identity. He asked Ronan about how he was able to come to their temple. Before Zwei could ask any more questions, our boy drew his sword and tore the vampires that surrounded him apart. The leader was shocked to see this. He did not understand what was going on. Ronan told Zwei that his questions will not change the situation. Our boy took off the cloth on him. We see that Sita is on his shoulder. With a smile on his face, Ronan called Zwei and the other vampires mosquitoes. He asked the leader to shut up and stick out his tongue. Our boy told Zwei that today is Extermination Day. With a look of anger on his face, Zwei asked Ronan to reveal his identity. He could not believe that a pathetic human did not know his place. He told Ronan that he has a lot of courage for him to come to their place. The moment he said this, Ronan disappeared in front of him, before the boy could take a step. Our boy reappeared next to him. Zwei could not believe that he missed Ronan's movements. The insane vampire panicked and tried to use his blood magic. He gathered blood in his hand. Before he could fully activate his spell, Ronan cut off his hand. Our boy seemed to be extremely pissed off. He did not stop at cutting one hand. He cut off both Zwei's hands and legs. The vampire's veins popped out and he screamed out in pain. He never expected to be in such excruciating pain. Zwei called Ronan a damned human. He told our boy that he will never be able to get out of the temple alive. Ronan used his sword hilt to hit the idiot on his face when he said this. Zwei got slammed into a wall. The vampire screamed out in pain and fell to the ground. Ronan asked Zwei to shut up and stay where he is. With a horrifying look on his face, our boy told Zwei that he will take care of him, especially once he is done. The other vampires in the temple were shocked to see what Ronan did to their leader. Although they knew that their boss was not prepared, they never expected him to get torn apart by Ronan. A vampire with white hair warned the other members that Ronan is not an ordinary human. He asked them to prepare for battle. The other vampires immediately surrounded our boy. Ronan looked around him to see the vampires that surrounded him. He remembered that Ophelia told him that vampires used blood as weapons. Upon seeing how the vampires used blood to create weapons, Ronan realized that Ophelia was right. The vampires rushed to attack our boy. A vampire with yellow hair activated a spell known as Blood Bog. The moment he activated the spell, a large amount of blood gathered below Ronan's leg. The blood held our boy's legs down. Ronan was surprised to see this. He He did not understand how the blood puddles was holding him down. Our boy found the spell to be annoying. A vampire told his friends that Ronan's legs are being held down. The other vampires used this opportunity to gang up on our boy. A vampire tried to attack Ronan with his weapon. Our boy easily blocked it. He used his sword to push him back. Another vampire tried to strike Ronan with his sword. Our boy easily blocked the attack and used his sword to pierce the vampire's shoulder. The moment he pierces his shoulder, our boy tore him apart. Some vampires tried to attack Ronan from behind. Our boy used his sword to tear their bodies into pieces. More vampires rushed to attack Ronan. Our boy was annoyed to see how fast the mosquito bastards were. He was more annoyed to see how quickly they were regenerating. The vampires which Ronan tore apart were putting themselves back together. While some vampires were attacking Ronan, another one of their members gathered blood in his hand. The vampire activated a spell known as Bloodshot. The moment he activated the spell, the blood in his hand got released at Ronan. The blood moved at an insane speed. Our boy was able to easily dodge the attack by bending his head. The attack hit the ceiling and created a hole in it. Ronan did not like the fact that the vampires had magic abilities that can rival intermediate rank mages. After he was done analyzing their organization's power, the vampires rushed to attack him together as a group. Although the vampires were strong, Ronan did not see them as a threat. As one of the vampires got close to Ronan, she asked our boy to die. The moment she said this, our boy cut her head into two. Ronan used his sword to tear apart all the vampires that surrounded him. He tore their legs, hands, and limbs. The last vampire in the temple watched as his comrades' bodies fell to the ground. The vampire could not understand what he was seeing. He could not comprehend how our boy was able to fight in a room where humans could not use mana. The poor guy assumed that Ronan was using mana. He was more shocked by the fact that Ronan could still move even though his legs were held down by magic. The vampire could not believe that our boy was actually human, while different body parts were falling next to him. Our boy asked the vampire to tell him the reason why he is simply standing instead of attacking him. Ronan told the vampire that he is the only one left. The moment he said this, the poor vampire looked around. He realized that Ronan was right. He was terrified to see this. Our boy commended the vampire on their efforts to tie him down. He explained to the vampire that he was simply pretending like he was stuck because of the efforts they put in. Our boy placed his sword into the blood pool. La Mancha began to suck the blood. The vampire was horrified to see this. He realized that he had to run away. He quickly turned around and began to run, unfortunately for him. Our boy got out of the spell early. Ronan jumped out of the blood pool and swung his sword. The moment he swung his sword, it tore the vampire's entire body apart. When our boy landed on the ground, he turned to the vampire and called him a bastard. He told the vampire's body that it is not good to leave his friends behind. Upon seeing that he had taken care of the mosquitoes, Ronan turned to Zwei. With a horrifying smile on his face, Ronan said that he has to finish his conversation. Unfortunately, the unconscious Zwei did not know what our boy plans to do to him. The scene shifts and we see Zwei slowly open his eyes. The vampire did not understand what was happening. He did not know why his thigh was hurting badly. The boy felt as if a needle was piercing his thigh. When Zwei fully opened his eyes, he noticed that his legs were gone and Ronan's sword was in his thigh. Ronan moved close to Zwei's face, with a terrifying smile on his face. Our boy told the vampire that he is relieved that he is alive. He assumed that Zwei had already died. Zwei could not comprehend what was happening. The vampire took a look around. He could not believe that a single human managed to take out all his comrades in such a brief period of time. While the vampire was trembling, Ronan apologized to him for his friend's condition. Our boy told Zwei that he could not amputate the vampires because they kept regenerating. He told the vampire that he had to finish them off. With a smile on his face, Ronan asked Zwei to take out the fresh blood essence. He told the vampire that he will end up like his friends if he does anything stupid. Zwei was horrified to hear this. The vampire screamed and called out to someone. He asked the person to tell him why he let Ronan act as he wished. He told the person that the situation would not be so bad if he had intervened. The vampire told the person that he could have saved all the members if he wanted. He asked the person to tell him why he let such things happen. Ronan was surprised to see this. He did not understand what was happening. He wondered if Zwei had lost his mind. He asked the vampire to tell him who he is talking to. The moment our boy asked this question, a man appeared behind him. Ronan was shocked to feel the presence of someone behind him. He immediately turned around when he sensed the man's presence. With a terrifying tone in his voice, the vampire called Ronan a human and asked him to move away from Zwei, without any hesitation. Our boy immediately moved away from Zwei. With a look of shock on his face, Ronan took a careful look at the man. Our boy placed his hand on his neck. He realized that he would have died if the man had shown any killing intent. The man told Zwei that he is quite disappointing. He reminded the boy that he promised him that he would bring Jaredin into the group. The vampire could not believe that Zwei would show him such a pathetic state after doing his best to recruit him. With a cold gaze in his eyes, the man called Zwei the child of the Arnschaffel family and told him that he is quite brazen. The man called the boy a pathetic person who cannot see reason. Zwei began to tremble when he heard this. The man raised his hand and a small amount of blood began to gather around it. The vampire told Zwei that he will be taking back the fresh blood essence because he has failed to carry out the plan. Ronan was surprised to see what was happening. He did not know why Zwei's comrade was acting so weird. As the blood around the man's hand began to enlarge, Zwei began to beg for his life. He asked the man to give him one last chance. Unfortunately for Zwei, the man had drained him of his blood completely before he could talk more. Zwei's body shriveled up and his face changed to that of an elderly person. After killing Zwei, the man gathered the vampire's blood and condensed it. He turned the blood into the fresh blood essence. Immediately he did this, Ronan called out to him. He told the man that he cannot simply interrupt him and take what he wants. The man was surprised to see that our boy spoke to him. With a serious look on his face, Ronan told the man that he needs to cooperate with him if he is the true owner of the fresh blood essence. He warned the man to cooperate with him if he wants to return home in one piece. The mysterious man told our boy that his arrogance is boundless. He was surprised to see that Ronan was threatening him. With a terrifying look on his face, the man asked our boy to tell him what he will do if he refuses. Ronan told the man that he simply needs to beat him up. The moment he said this, our boy rushed to attack the man. He easily closed the gap between himself and the man. He managed to land his attack on the man. To Ronan's surprise, the man blocked the attack with his hand. The man realized that Ronan was more dangerous than expected. He could not believe that our boy managed to damage him even though his body had already been covered with the manna of blood. With a smile on his face, the man told Ronan that he is worthy enough to impersonate Jaredin. The vampire became curious about Ronan. He wondered if our boy had any more skills to show him. He gathered blood in his hands and told our boy to show him his best. Ronan was shocked to see the man gathering blood. He quickly took a defensive stance. The moment he did this, the man used a skill known as Blood Cutter on him. The skill pushed Ronan back. While moving back, our boy took a stance and used his sword to cut through the technique. The moment Ronan cut through the technique, the man gathered blood in his fingertip and activated a technique known as Bloodshot. Ronan was surprised to hear the name of the technique. He quickly remembered that this was the same skill that one of the vampires used on him earlier. However, there was a difference between the vampire's skill and the man's skill. The man's bloodshot was much faster and larger. Ronan was shocked to see the scale of the man's attack. He could not believe that this was the same skill from earlier. Our boy took a stance and cut through the attack. The man smiled when he saw this. He had never seen anyone do what Ronan did. He realized that our boy was not simply blocking the attack. Instead, he was cutting through mana itself. The man revealed to Ronan that he did not have any high expectations for him. However, now our boy has caught his interest. Ronan grit his teeth and told the man that he must be the leader of the mosquitoes for him to be buzzing around noisily. He asked the man to shut up and give him the essence. The moment he said this, our boy ran to attack the man. The mysterious man smiled when he saw Ronan coming towards him. He told our boy that he likes his spirit. The man decided to show Ronan respect for being a worthy opponent. He raised his hand in the air and gathered a large amount of blood in his hand. As Ronan and the man got close to each other, we see someone enter the temple from above. The person asked the two opponents to stop fighting. Ronan and the man were shocked to hear the person's voice. When the person landed on the ground, she destroyed the area. The man and Ronan moved back in order to avoid any attacks. The man was shocked to hear the girl's voice. He was certain that he recognized the voice. Ronan was also shocked to see the person in front of him. He did not understand why she was in the temple. The man could not believe that Ophelia Denite was standing in front of him. Ophelia greeted the man who she referred to as Balzark. She told him that she is not happy to see him. Ronan asked the vampire to tell him why she came. He reminded her that he asked her to stay away. He asked Ophelia if she knows the leader of the mosquitoes. Ophelia told our boy that she knows the man quite well. She told Ronan that the vampire's name is Balzark von Bashaba. According to Ophelia, Balzark is a relative of the Shadow Duke who rules the vampire world, and he is the strongest second-in-command who supports the Shadow Duke. Balzark told Ophelia that he never expected to meet her in the temple. With a sad look in his eyes, the man told Ophelia that he has missed her. He asked the girl if she has been well. Ophelia glared at the man when she heard what he said. Balzark slowly walked up to the girl. He told her that it has been 83 years since they last met. He asked her to tell him why she is interfering in Ronan's business. The man immediately told Ophelia that such things are not important. He told her that the fact that they are now together is more important. Before Balzark could get close to her, Ophelia asked him to stay where he is. She explained to the man that she has not forgotten the incident that took place. She told him that it is an unforgettable nightmare. Balzark became sad when he heard what Ophelia said. The scene shifts and we are taken to the past. We see Ophelia crying in a pool of blood. The girl held another girl in her hands. With tears in her eyes, Ophelia took a look at the person in front of her. This person turns out to be Balzark. The man looked at Ophelia with sadness in his eyes. The scene shifts and we are taken back to the present. Upon hearing what Ophelia said, Balzark realized that the girl needed more time before she could forgive him for what he did. Ophelia explained to the man that she understands that what he did was inevitable. She knew that Balzark had no choice but to block her younger sister from hurting the Duke. When the girl thought back to the past, she realized that her sister was not in her right mind. It was as if her sister was entranced by something. Although Ophelia knew this, she told Balzark that she has not still forgiven him for what he did. She told him that he cannot take back what happened. Balzark was not offended when he heard this. He told Ophelia that he understands her feelings. He assured the girl that he was prepared to hear things like this. Our boy did not understand what was happening. He put his sword into his sheath. He wondered if the fight is over. Ophelia asked Balzark to tell her why he is working with the Blood's Hook. The girl was certain that Balzark was not the type of man that works with such a stupid organization. She was more surprised to see that Balzark was the one who lent the vampires the fresh blood essence. She asked the man if he has some business with Jaredin. Balzark smiled when he heard this. He told Ophelia that he only has one reason for going through such stress. He placed his hand on his head and revealed to Ophelia that he has an unfinished fight with Jaredin. The man explained to the girl that he coincidentally met Jaredin on the west side of the continent. He fought the instructor with a warrior's pride on the line. Balzark revealed to the girl that he has fought many strong people with strong abilities. However, only a few were quite good. He told Ophelia that he was going to have one of his best fights if the sun had not rose and interfered with his fight. After the fight, Balzark tried to find Jaredin again. However, the instructor vanished so perfectly that he barely left any traces. A few years later, Zwei and his friends came to meet him in his castle while he was suppressing his unappeased thirst. Zwei told the man that he has found Jaredin's whereabouts. He told Balzark that he will bring Jaredin to him if he gives him one of his fresh blood essence. He promised Balzark that he would turn Jaredin into a vampire and allow him to enjoy eternal battles. Balzark could easily see through Zwei's intentions. However, he did not care since it was the kids that were going to struggle. Unfortunately, Zwei's efforts was all for nothing thanks to Ronan. While looking at our boy, Balzark thought about how amazing Ronan is. Although the vampire placed a restriction on his powers, he could not still believe that our boy managed to keep up with him for a moment. Balzark realized that in the next 5 years, Ronan will become an opponent that will be able to put a sword to his neck. The man was also curious about the strange energy which our boy was emitting. He had never sensed this type of energy before. Balzark gathered his energy into his hand. He decided to have a fight with our boy. The man immediately took away his energy when he saw Ophelia's face. He did not want to hurt the girl for the second time. He took out some blood and gave it to Ronan. The blood took the shape of a rock when it got into our boy's hands. Balzark told him that it is the fresh blood essence which he wanted. Ronan was shocked to see this. He reminded the man that the item is very rare among vampires. Balzark turned around and told our boy that most vampires will probably never obtain the item even if they work for their entire lives. He told Ronan that he gave it to him because he is a future prey that he has set his eyes on, and because it is a deserving present for his friend that he has not seen in 83 years. Ophelia was shocked to hear this. The man gathered his energy in his hand and sent an attack at a wall. He explained to Ronan that he is sensing the same energy he has from the wall. He told our boy that it might be beneficial to him if he checks the wall. Ronan was shocked to hear this. The moment the man said this, his body began to slowly fade away. He told our boy that he hopes he is stronger the next time they meet. He revealed to Ronan that he wants to have more fun next time. The moment he said this, his body turned into petals and disappeared in the air. Ronan was annoyed to see how Balzark was flashy till he left. After the man left, our boy turned to the wall. He wondered about what was behind the wall. Our boy believed that he might know what it is. The scene shifts and we are taken to Jaredin's tower in the academy. The instructor was shocked to see Ronan holding the fresh blood essence. He asked our boy to tell him how he was able to obtain the item. He asked Ronan if he is really giving him the item. With a smile on his face, Ronan told Jaredin that he worked hard to get the item. He told the instructor that he will be astonished to hear what he went through to get the item. Before our boy could say more, Jaredin grabbed his hand and fell on his knees. He thanked Ronan for giving the item to him. As the man remembered his wife that was dead, tears came upon his eyes. He thanked our boy for helping him. Ronan smiled when he heard the instructor thank him. He went on his knees and told Jaredin that he did not even give him the chance to brag. While Jaredin was crying, we see Balzark appear on a building next to the tower. The vampire watched the man as he cried. While looking at the man, Balzark said that there is no fight more boring than a fight with someone who has lost his fighting spirit. He said that he only came because he was curious to see how his old rival was doing. It turns out that Balzark was talking to Ophelia, who happened to be behind him. The man told the girl that he does not plan to do any other thing. He asked her not to be worried. Ophelia told the man that she knows he will not do such dishonorable things. She explained to Balzark that she simply wanted to thank him for helping her friend. Balzark was shocked to hear this. The vampire smiled and said that he has made a huge advancement in only 83 years. He felt like he was supposed to be thankful to Ronan. He explained to Ophelia that he would like to stay forever. As his body slowly faded away, Balzark told the girl that he hates the fact that he has to return. He revealed to Ophelia that there is an evil group causing some trouble among vampires. He explained to her that the group was the one that led to the creation of the Blood's Hook. With a smile on his face, the man asked Ophelia to contact him whenever she needs him. He called the girl his eternal rose and told her that he will always look forward to her call. The moment he said this, his body changed into petals and disappeared into the air. After crying for a while, Instructor Jaredin took out Sarani's mana and the fresh blood essence. The man began his 144th experiment. Jaredin explained to our boy that it will take some time before he can see any result. Although he said this, Ronan could tell that the wait gave the instructor a reason to live. While looking at his wife in the tube, Jaredin told our boy that something has changed about him. He told him that he sensed a change in him as soon as he met him. While looking at the mana around our boy, Jaredin explained to Ronan that the unknown energy that has been cutting his curse has gotten much stronger. He asked our boy if he experienced a breakthrough while fighting the Blood's Hook. Ronan realized that he skipped a lot of details when he was explaining things to Jaredin. Our boy told the instructor that he was simply lucky. The scene shifts and we are taken back to the temple. We see Ronan pass through the wall which Balzark destroyed. Inside the new room, our boy saw something familiar. He immediately understood why he felt drawn to the item. Ronan could not believe that another divine statue that belongs to Senial would be in the temple. The statue was emitting a unique mana. Ronan walked up to the statue. Upon seeing how hidden the statue was, our boy realized that even the Blood's Hook did not know that they had such a statue in the building. Ronan wondered if the temple was formerly an historic site for Senial worshippers. The moment our boy got close to the statue, it released a blinding green mana. Ronan quickly covered his eyes. To his surprise, the divine energy of Senial began to flow into his body. Our boy could not comprehend what was happening. The scene shifts and we are taken back to the present. Jaredin grabbed Ronan's hand and told him that he does not fully understand his breakthrough. He asked our boy to see the situation as a fortunate incident. He explained to our boy that his mana vessels have widened and his energy has been strengthened. The instructor revealed to Ronan that it will soon be much easier for him to handle mana to a considerable extent. Our boy was surprised to hear this. Jaredin did not believe that he needed to talk too much. He asked Ronan if he can also feel the change in his body. Our boy explained to the man that he can tell his senses have improved compared to before. Ronan took a look at his sword. He wondered if he will soon be able to use aura instead of simply imitating it. 4 days later, we are taken to Marvas. It is known as the City of Entry. It is located in Lamera Mountains. In the city, we see the residents doing their best to get supplies for refuge. We also see that the soldiers of the Imperial Army are heavily armed. Ronan and his teammates arrived in the city on their horses. Upon seeing the situation of the city, they realized that Shelifin was right. They realized that a wyvern has appeared in the area. The reason why Ronan returned to his hometown in Lamera Mountains is because of an unexpected piece of information he received from Shelifin some days before his sister's moving day. Shelifin revealed to our boy that the monsters around the mountain have gone into a state of frenzy and are acting unruly for unknown reasons. He told Ronan that the damage has not reached Nimbutin, and some of the Grancia family knights have already been dispatched. Unfortunately, this is not enough. According to Shelifin, wyverns have been spotted flying around the mountain area. Our boy was shocked to hear this. He could not believe that wyverns were also part of the monsters. Shelifin explained to him that even powerful mercenaries avoid wyverns. This is because of their extraordinary flying ability and the deadly poison that they have in their fangs. The insane swordsman told Ronan that they cannot guarantee Irel's safety if a pack of wyverns attack the city. Due to Shelifin's opinion, our boy decided to move his big sister a bit earlier than he planned. While riding his horse, Shelifin grit his teeth in anger. He could not believe that the monsters would ruin Irel's moving plans, which has been perfectly set up. With a look of anger on his face, the insane swordsman told Ronan that he will end the bloodline of every monster in the mountains after they safely guide his sister. Our boy was shocked to hear what Shelifin said. He asked him to stop spouting nonsense. He told him that they need to split up. Ronan asked Shelifin to meet up with the knights his family dispatched. He told him that he and Asel have something else to do. Shelifin was surprised to hear this. He asked our boy to tell him the reason why he wants to split up. Ronan explained to the boy that he wants to check the area to confirm something. He told him that something about the situation is making him uncomfortable. With a horrifying look on his face, Ronan asked the insane swordsman to not hit on his sister because he is not around. He assured Shelifin that he will kill him if he finds out about it. Shelifin began to blush when he heard this. He told our boy that he is being absurd. He assured him that a knight of the Grancia family would never behave in such a way. With a pretentious smile on his face, Shelifin told our boy that he will meet up with his sister since he has something to do. He told Ronan that he cannot delay Irel's departure because he is a knight. Shelifin was extremely happy that he will be getting some time alone with our boy's sister. Ronan glared at the boy as he spoke. He did not completely trust Shelifin at all. Shelifin immediately began to ride his horse at full speed. Ronan could only worry as he watched the boy move forward. After Shelifin left, Asel asked our boy to tell her about what is making him uncomfortable. She asked him if the situation is strange. Ronan asked the girl if she does not recognize this pattern. He asked her if she does not find it strange that peaceful monsters are suddenly acting up and large-sized monsters are revealing themselves to people. This was the same thing that happened in the Grand Cappadocia and the Vadian Mountains. Asel was surprised to hear this. She asked our boy if he believes that the mastermind behind the incident is also Nebula Clagier. Ronan rode his horse forward and told the girl that it is simply a guess. He told her that they need to investigate the area where the issue first began. Ronan was eager to carry out the investigation. He knew that he was the only one who could sense the special mana which the members of Nebula Clagier exude. At night, we see a large amount of goblins and ogres gathered in an area. We see a man with red hair sitting on the shoulder of the tallest ogre. The man wore a white garment like all Nebula Clagier members. The man noticed that he had finished subjugating all the ground monsters in the area. With a smile on his face, the man said that he wanted to bring punishment to all the non-believers in the area. Unfortunately for the man, he could not do this because he had to follow the orders of someone known as Lord Varon. The man could not go against the order because it was given to him by someone who would soon become an executive. While the man was thinking, he noticed that the monsters were acting strange. He did not understand why the monsters were acting weird. It was as if they were terrified by something. The man did not believe that this would be possible because the monsters have been brainwashed, so they should not be able to feel any emotions. While he was looking around, the man saw the monsters looking into the forest. While they were looking, something holding a weapon came out of the shadows. This being released a horrifying aura that made all the monsters tremble. The man was horrified to see who was walking towards him. He immediately recognized the giant scimitar behind the person. The being was a pitch-black tiger that is so black that it looks like it is wearing a shadow. The man could not comprehend why the tiger was in the area. The tiger asked the man, who he refers to as Nebula Clagier, if he has been hiding well. The man could not comprehend what was happening. He did not understand how the black tiger found him. Before the man could say anything, the tiger appeared in front of him and ripped his head off his body. The man could not even react to the attack. When the tiger landed on the ground, he threw the man's head away. The monsters were shocked to see what happened to their master. Before they could run away, the tiger tore all of them apart by simply swinging his hand. As he watched the monsters fall to the ground, the tiger said that he will hunt down the people who are too scared to show themselves. This tiger's name is Jaipa Turgung. He is a sword master. On their way to check the site of the accident, Ronan and Asel came across a town whose gates were locked. Ronan was surprised to see that the town was already under the control of the army. At the front of the gate were two beastmen who appear to be guards. Some merchants were trying to talk to the beastmen. Ronan was surprised to see that a beastman unit was guarding the gate instead of regular guards. One of the beastmen asked everyone to return. He told them that the gate is off-limit to everyone except authorized people. He asked them to take another route or stay where they are for the day. He revealed to them that the order came from the commander of the elite Imperial Army. He explained to them that Sir Jaipa Turgung is currently subjugating monsters. Our boy and Asel were shocked to hear that Jaipa was in the area. Our boy immediately remembered that Jaipa is the commander of the strongest elite unit of the Empire. He's the one who defeated Neighbor Rose, and Rose is the best swordmaster in the Empire. He is known as the Sword Saint. Asel could not believe that the Sword Saint would actually come to the mountains. She asked Ronan if the situation is actually quite serious. Our boy explained to the girl that it is impossible for the strongest elite unit of the Empire to come to the mountains because of a mere monster rampage. Ronan immediately realized that his suspicion was correct. He was certain that the rampage had something to do with Nebula Clagier. Our boy turned his horse around and asked Asel to get ready to use her telekinesis. He told the girl that they will leap over the walls and investigate the nearby forest. Ronan assured her that they will definitely find traces of Nebula Clagier in the forest. In the next scene, we see three wyverns flying in the sky. The monsters had a magic circle on their heads. The circle was used to control them. On top of one of the wyverns, we see a woman with blue hair wearing a white garment. It was the same garment which members of Nebula Clagier wore. While in the air, the woman noticed that she had lost contact with the members on the ground. She remembered that the members were ordered to be on standby until the operation begins. The woman became nervous when she noticed that she could not contact the members. She wondered if a variable had appeared in their plan. She realized that she had to take some measures in order to take care of the variables. The woman quickly removed this idea from her head. She remembered that the wyverns were the most important part of the operation. She believed that it would be stupid for her to needlessly get involved in any issue that will damage their forces. She was certain that Lord Varon will never forgive her if the mission fails. She decided to move to the route which was chosen. She assured herself that she would be able to keep the wyverns under her control to a certain extent. She knew that she could not create any more variables that would disturb the plan. While the woman was thinking, Ronan and Asel found her. Immediately, he saw the wyverns. Our boy ordered Asel to begin the operation. While it was flying, one of the wyverns sensed something. When the monster looked down, it saw a huge boulder coming at it. The boulder directly hit the monster. It screamed out in pain. The woman was shocked to see the boulder. She did not know how it got in the sky. As expected, the boulder was sent to the sky by our girl Asel. While the monster was struggling to fly, Asel ordered the boulder to explode. Immediately, she said this. The huge boulder exploded and pieces of rocks were sent flying. One of the huge rocks passed through the wyvern's head and crushed it. The woman was shocked to see what Asel had done. She could not believe that Asel was able to control such a large rock easily. She knew that only the chief magician of the magic tower was capable of such a feat. While using her magic to control the boulder, Asel secretly used it to carry Ronan to the sky. The moment our boy got close to a wyvern, he was surprised to see how big it was. Ronan was happy that he had found a perfect opponent to test his sword aura on. He quickly gathered mana into his sword. The wyvern was shocked to see our boy near it. Before it could react, our boy swung his sword and released an aura that helped him behead the monster. Our boy was shocked to see how powerful his attack was. He realized that real sword aura was much different than the imitation he had been using. The range and power was on a whole different level. The woman was shocked to see the head of her wyvern falling to the ground. She did not understand what was happening. While she was looking at the monster, Ronan landed on the wyvern she was on. Our boy told the woman that he already knew the place where the wyverns were going. He told her that there is only one place the monsters can go without being noticed. With a smile on his face, Ronan referred to the woman as an idiot and revealed to her that he is a native of the city. The woman was annoyed to see our boy. With an angry tone in her voice, she asked our boy to tell her who allowed him to interfere with her organization's plan. Immediately, she said this. She stretched out her hand and created a magic circle. Before she could fully activate the spell, Ronan cut off her arm. With an evil smile on his face, our boy apologized to the woman. He told her that he simply wanted to cut off her wrist. He told her that he made a mistake by cutting off her arm. Immediately, he said this. The woman noticed that her arm was gone. When she fell on the wyvern, she began to scream in pain. With tears in her eyes, the woman called our boy a crazy bastard. While she was shaking in pain, Ronan walked up to her. Our boy was surprised to see the woman squirming because of her hand. He realized that the woman must be the lowest-ranked member in the organization. Ronan knew that such a weak person could not pull off the entire operation by herself. He asked the woman if there are other members in other places. While our boy was talking, the woman was screaming in pain. She tried to heal her injury. Before she could do anything, Ronan moved his sword close to her head. He asked her to shut up. He placed his leg on her body and reminded her that a lot of villages have been ruined because of her. He could not believe that she was crying simply because she lost an arm. He asked the woman to stop shouting. He told her that she needs to answer his question properly. With a deadly look in his eyes, Ronan asked the woman to tell him what her organization is up to. Before we continue the video, I made some research in order to confirm something. I was able to find out that Acel is actually a boy. I sincerely apologize for the mix-up. The fault came from the translators. Now that we have cleared this up, let's get back to the video. While shaking in pain, the woman grit her teeth in anger. With tears in her eyes, the woman told our boy that he must be joking. She referred to herself as the Torch and told Ronan that someone like her who has been chosen by the Starlight will never ruin such an important mission with her own hands. The moment she said this, the woman released a large amount of mana from her body. She told our boy that she will not ruin her mission for a dirty non-believer like him. Ronan was surprised to see what the woman was doing. He asked her to tell him why she is releasing her mana. The moment our boy said this, we see a wyvern above him. The wyvern was also under the control of the Torch. It quickly flew towards the wyvern which Ronan was on. While questioning the woman, our boy noticed that he was being covered by a shadow. When he raised his head up, he saw something shocking. Ronan was shocked to see a giant wyvern above him. He did not know where the monster came from. The wyvern growled at our boy. Ronan did not understand what was going on. He did not know how he was not able to sense the monster's presence. Our boy quickly realized that the wyvern was so high up in the sky that he could not sense its presence. The Torch began to laugh when she saw the look on our boy's face. She told him that it is already too late for him. She revealed to him that he is looking at the best wyvern she caught. The monster opened its mouth and moved closer to Ronan. While watching the monster move closer to them, the woman told our boy that someone like him will get swallowed by the wyvern. She asked Ronan to simply give up. Before the wyvern could reach our boy, someone attacked it. The woman and Ronan were shocked to see this. The person's attack tore the wyvern apart in one clean slice. The person turns out to be the huge black tiger. The Torch immediately knew the person in front of her. While shaking in fear, the woman asked Jaipa to tell her why he is here. Ronan was shocked to hear the tiger's name. He could not believe that he was looking at the Sword Saint. Immediately he killed the huge wyvern. Jaipa saw our boy and the woman on the red wyvern. He referred to them as two bastards. While in the air, the tiger took out his claws. He swung his claws at the wyvern. Jaipa's claws took the shape of a huge energy attack. Ronan was shocked to see this. The man's claws tore the wyvern apart. Our boy could not comprehend what he was seeing. He could not believe that the Sword Saint took down a wyvern by simply swinging his hand. While falling to the ground, Ronan grit his teeth. The entire situation did not make any sense to him. Before he could reach the ground, Jaipa grabbed our boy. When they landed, we see the area covered in dust. When the dust cleared up, we see Jaipa holding Ronan by his neck while standing on the woman's body. As the tiger slowly choked our boy, he tried to resist, but he was not strong enough. Jaipa asked Ronan to answer him carefully. With a golden glow in his eyes, Jaipa asked our boy to tell him what he is. Ronan did not answer immediately. He still tried to escape the grip of the Sword Saint. Jaipa explained to our boy that he cannot sense the hollowness of the religious fanatics from him. Ronan was annoyed to hear this. He called Jaipa a damned cat and asked him to not put him in the same category as the dirty rats. With a horrifying look on his face, Ronan asked the Sword Saint if he wants to die. Jaipa was surprised to see that our boy still had the courage to threaten him. Ronan imbued mana into his sword and swung it at Jaipa. He asked the tiger to let him go. The Sword Saint saw our boy's sword moving close to him, but he was not fazed. When the sword hit him, Ronan was able to get out of the tiger's grip. While trying to feel his neck, our boy grit his teeth in anger. He knew that Jaipa was strong, but he never expected the difference to be so large. Ronan could not believe that the Sword Saint did not even bother to block his attack. Jaipa took the attack head-on like it was nothing. Ronan realized that he was facing someone who defeated Nebiros. Even without fighting him, our boy knew that there was no possible way he could win. He knew that he could never defeat the Sword Saint. However, this did not mean that he was willing to simply let Jaipa beat him up. Ronan realized that he needed to wait for Jaipa to let his guard down. While he was thinking, the Sword Saint took a careful look at him. Jaipa called our boy a warrior. Ronan was surprised to hear this. He did not understand what the man was saying. Jaipa raised his scimitar and told our boy that he will greet him. The Sword Saint walked up to our boy. With a horrifying look on his face, Jaipa asked Ronan to raise his sword. Ronan became nervous when he heard this. Jaipa raised his scimitar up with one hand and told our boy that he will attack in the middle. He asked Ronan to do his best to block his attack. The moment he said this, the Sword Saint swung his weapon at our boy. Ronan was shocked to see the tiger's weapon coming towards him. Ronan managed to block the Sword Saint's attack. Jaipa commended our boy on his defense. He told Ronan that although he is lacking a bit in strength, his defense was flawless. Jaipa told our boy that his movements are quite familiar. He asked Ronan if he is Nebiro's disciple. Our boy was annoyed to hear this question. He introduced himself to Jaipa and told him that he is from Philion Academy. He asked the Sword Saint to tell him why he is curious about Nebiros. He asked Jaipa if he is interested in becoming Nebiro's disciple. Ronan used his sword to push Jaipa's scimitar back. Our boy told the tiger that Nebiros is out of his league because he is a person who swings his sword at a weak student. Jaipa was surprised to hear this. He called Ronan a bold man. He told him that he is as bold as his master. The Sword Saint apologized to our boy for taking his greeting too far. Jaipa explained to Ronan that one decisive confrontation is worth more than 100 words. He asked our boy to understand him because he is also a warrior. Ronan was annoyed to hear this. He charged at the Sword Saint. He called Jaipa a damned cat and asked him to also receive his greeting. Before our boy's sword could touch Jaipa, two more beastmen appeared behind him. A beastman who appears to be a bear grabbed Ronan's neck, and the other beastman who was a hyena used his sword to stop Ronan's attack from reaching Jaipa. Our boy was shocked to see two beastmen warriors next to him. The hyena beastman asked his commander to tell him what is wrong with Ronan. He asked the Sword Saint if Ronan is also one of the crazy fanatics. This hyena is part of Jaipa's unit. He is an hyena beastman and he is the leader of 3rd Squad. His name is Ver. The bear beastman is also part of Jaipa's unit. He is the leader of the 2nd Squad. His name is Vedi. Vedi told Ver that he is asking the wrong question. He reminded Ver that Ronan is pointing his sword at their commander. He told the hyena that they can resolve the issue themselves. The moment he said this, the bear sent our boy flying. Our boy quickly took control of his body. He carefully landed on the ground before he could crash. When Ronan raised his head up, he saw something shocking. He saw Vedi in front of him. The bear was about to strike our boy with his claws. Vedi called Ronan a fanatic and asked him if he is ready to die. The moment he said this, he swung his claws at our boy. Ronan disappeared from the bear's front. Vedi was shocked to see this. He was quite shocked to see our boy behind him. Ronan got ready to attack the bear. Vedi became excited when he saw this. He realized that our boy was not an ordinary human. Before the bear and Ronan could clash, someone appeared in front of them with a sword to their necks. The person turned out to be another beastman. The beastman asked Ronan and Vedi to stop fighting. Our boy was shocked to see the person in front of him. He did not sense the person's presence. The beastman asked Vedi to tell her why he is fighting a battle that has not been approved by their commander. She asked the bear to tell her why he is acting reckless. The beast man, who turns out to be a female lion, asked Vedi if he will only get his act together after he has been disciplined. This beast man is a lion. She is the vice commander of Jaipa's unit. She is known as Nimia. Jaipa asked Vedi to stop moving. He informed his subordinate that Ronan is not an enemy. He explained to the bear that it was simply his turn to receive our boy's greeting. Vedi was shocked to hear this. He could not believe that Ronan managed to take his commander's attack head-on when some members of their unit cannot even face it. He asked the Sword Saint to tell him how Ronan is able to take on his attack. Jaipa told his subordinate that Ronan has to be skilled if he is Nebiro's disciple. Vedi was horrified to hear this. He could not believe that he fought Nebiro's disciple. The bear could not believe that he fought the disciple of the woman who single-handedly destroyed their unit. Vedi remembered Nebiros as the monster-like previous Sword Saint. The bear used to believe that Nebiros was a dragon in human form. He grabbed Ronan's hand and apologized to him. He told our boy that he is short-tempered. He explained to him that he usually starts fights occasionally. Vedi begged our boy to keep the fight a secret from Nebiros. Ronan was surprised to see Vedi begging him. He wondered about how bad Nebiros must have beaten the bear for him to be so scared. Jaipa asked his vice commander if she has taken care of the situation. Nimia assured her commander that she has dealt with everything. She told him that the monsters running amok have been taken care of. She explained to the Sword Saint that they have also captured the people who are suspected of being fanatics. The moment she said this, we see a large amount of beastmen jump out of the forest. Our boy was surprised to see some beastmen in the sky. Immediately the beastmen landed. Nimia told her commander that the capture has been completed. While Ronan was looking at the beastmen, Jaipa walked up to him. The Sword Saint decided to officially introduce himself. He told our boy that he is the commander of the elite beastman unit of the Empire. He explained to Ronan that he is working as the leader of the cult hunting unit in charge of exterminating members of Nebula Clagier hiding in the Empire. He told Ronan that he is working under the Emperor's command. He introduced himself as Jaifa Turgung. Ronan was surprised to hear about a cult hunting unit. The scene shifts and we are taken to Nimberton. The people in the town were shocked to see soldiers marching into their remote town. With a flustered look on her face, Irol told someone in front of her that she does not understand the situation. She asked the person to explain things to her. As expected, the person with the knight turns out to be Shelafin. Irol asked the idiot if he is Ronan's friend. Shelafin referred to the girl as Lady Irol. He apologized to her for startling her. He explained to Irol that he was in a hurry to form a knight order to respond quickly to the issue. He told her that he could not send a message in advance. He asked her to forgive him for his rudeness. The idiot went on his knees and referred to himself as Knight Shelafin. He told Irol that he came to help her move on the honor of the Grancia family. With a bright smile on his face, Shelafin asked Irol if they can start packing. The scene shifts and we see Ronan thinking about the cult hunting unit. Our boy was certain that such a unit never existed in the past. He wondered if the Imperial Palace took action because of the members of Nebula Clagier that he caught. Although Ronan was not surprised that the unit was created, he never expected the Sword Saint to be the one leading the unit. Our boy asked Jaipa to tell him how he was able to find the members of Nebula Clagier when they are so good at hiding their identity. Ronan told the Sword Saint that interrogating the members using their seal no longer works. Jaipa was surprised to see that our boy knew about this. He never expected Ronan to have such a high-level information. He asked our boy if Nebiros was the one who told him about it. Before Ronan could respond, our boy hears someone call out to him. He immediately recognized this voice. When our boy turned around, he saw a cell being carried by a beast man. With tears in his eyes, the boy begged Ronan to save him. Ver informed his commander that he caught a cell while he was suspiciously roaming around. He asked his commander if he can get rid of the boy. He explained to his commander that Acel has been crying without rest. With a shaky tone in his voice, Acel reminded the beast man that he told him that he was looking for his friend. The boy begged Ver to not eat him alive. Jaipa asked Ronan if Acel is his friend. With a look of disappointment on his face, our boy told Jaipa that he is. Later in the day, we see the members of Nebula Clagier who were captured in front of Ronan and Jaipa. Nemia decided to report the information that she has gathered while she was hunting the members of the organization. The lion informed her commander that Nebula Clagier has been brainwashing the nearby monsters and causing chaos sporadically. However, all they have been doing is merely a decoy. According to the vice commander, the true goal of the organization is the center of the mountain. Immediately she said this, Jaipa realized that Nebula Clagier's true goal is Romera's mountain road. Romera's mountain road is one of the Empire's main transport routes. Nearly one-third of the Empire's goods are distributed there. In other words, the destruction of this place is no different than pulling out one of the pillars of the Empire's economy in one fell swoop. After understanding their intentions, Ronan immediately understood why Nebula Clagier would try to target the place using monsters. The only thing our boy could not understand is the method they will use to make the monsters bring down the mountain. Ronan moved close to the torch and placed his hand on his sword. When our boy took out his sword, the woman became nervous. With a shaky tone in her voice, she asked him to tell her what he is trying to do. Ronan explained to the woman that the mountain road is as heavily guarded as a place can be due to its importance. He told her that the place cannot be easily destroyed simply because they brought in some monsters to cause a disturbance. Our boy was certain that Nebula Clagier was already aware of this fact. He moved his sword close to the woman's neck. With a horrifying look on his face, Ronan asked the torch to tell him what she is planning. The woman was quite terrified to see the look on our boy's face. She smiled and asked Ronan if he truly believes that they are scared of death. The moment she said this, a bright golden light came out of her face. The woman called our boy a filthy non-believer. Ronan was shocked to see the woman releasing some energy from her body. It wasn't just the woman alone. The other members were also releasing their mana. Our boy was shocked to see the mana of the members coming together to form a huge ball of energy. Before losing her mind, the torch called out to the star in her head. She begged the star to forgive her for failing to fulfill her calling. She told the star that she and her teammates will gather every last bit of their souls and use it to burn the filthy non-believers who dare to oppose the arrival of the stars. The moment she said this, we see a bright light shine. In another part of the forest, an old man and two other members of Nebula Clagier were able to sense the energy of their comrades fading away. The old man told the other two that their comrades have made a noble sacrifice. He explained to them that it is too much for ordinary cult members to buy time against Jaipa's unit. The man said that he feels sorry for the sacrifices made by their precious brothers. The other two members next to the man referred to him as Lord Baron. One of them told him that it would be better to wait another day to carry out their plans since it is too difficult to stop Jaipa's unit. Baron told the men that they will give Jaipa enough time to reorganize his unit if they wait for another day. If this happens, it will be more difficult to fulfill their noble calling. Baron informed his subordinates that they cannot delay their plans. The moment he said this, the old man took out an object and placed it on the ground. He told his subordinates that they will begin at the waist of Romera Mountain in order to give a harsh punishment to the non-believers. Immediately he said this, Baron activated the item. A huge magic circle appeared beneath them. According to the old man, this detonator is a masterpiece crafted by the great inventor Lord Alabrige. The man personally inscribed 30 layers of magic into it. After absorbing mana from the ley lines, the 30-layer amplification spell will act as a detonator and obliterate the surrounding area. Baron informed his subordinates that they need to protect the device from their enemies until it has absorbed mana. The old man told the men that their enemies will sense the abnormality that will occur in the mana flow. The two men assured their lord that they will carry out his orders. The man with beards is the previous commander of the Cernite Order. His name is Evan. The other man is the previous chief mage of the Green Magic Tower. His name is Blewa. Evan told Baron that he heard that he will be taking over their deceased branch leader after the mission is over. The deceased branch leader is Brigia. Evan asked the old man if he has received the blessing. With a smile on his face, Baron informed the man that he has received the blessing. He explained to him that people normally receive the blessing after being officially appointed. However, since their mission requires the blessing to protect oneself from the explosion, the leader granted the power to Baron. The old man explained to his subordinates that he cannot yet compare his power to that of Brigia. He assured them that with his blessing he can take care of any variable that arises regardless of its difficulty. The moment he said this, Baron sensed something coming towards him. The old man quickly turned around and activated a spell. The spell created a shield that blocked the attack. Although he managed to block the attack, it still destroyed some parts of the surroundings. Baron informed the person in front of him that he is surprised. He told the person that he must have pinpointed their exact location because the mana of the ley line is flowing in their direction. The old man told the person that it does not make sense to him since the item just began to absorb the mana. Baron asked the Sword Saint to tell him how he was able to find them. Jaipa asked the man if he truly believes that he can escape his eyes. The Sword Saint revealed to Baron that he already figured out their location the moment he stepped his feet into Romera. Jaipa pointed at the old man and told him that he was simply waiting to see what his final trick will be. The Sword Saint referred to the old man as a prey who is blinded by delusion and arrogance. He asked Baron to keep resisting to the end. The scene shifts and we are taken back 10 minutes into the past. We see the Torch and her fellow members getting ready to blow themselves up. Jaipa realized that the members of Nebula Clagier were going to use a self-destruction magic that uses mana as its catalyst. The Sword Saint grabbed his weapon and asked Nemia to stand back with the others. Before the Sword Saint could do anything, Ronan rushed to attack the suicide bombers. Jaipa and the others were surprised to see this. The moment he got close to them, our boy used his sword to attack the huge energy ball in front of him. As expected, Ronan easily cut through the spell. The woman was shocked to see this. She could not believe that their final attack was rendered useless. Before she could do anything else, she noticed that Ronan had already cut off their heads. Ronan referred to Torch and her colleagues as a sly bunch. With a look of anger on his face, Ronan told the woman that they deserved to die for playing tricks. The last thing the Torch saw was our boy's angry face. Jaipa was shocked to see what just happened. He noticed that what happened was not as simple as two powers colliding with one another to cancel out the magic. The Sword Saint was certain that Ronan just cut through mana itself. Our boy placed his sword into its sheath. He informed the Sword Saint that Nebula Clagier is not a simple cult. He explained to him that the members of the organization may flee and plan for the future, but they will never end things this way. Ronan assured the Sword Saint that Nebula Clagier is still planning something else. Due to how serious the issue is, our boy was certain that there must be an executive-level official with the other members, or a very powerful individual who is controlling the situation. Our boy walked up to Jaipa and told him that he must find a way to chase after the cult members since he is the vanguard of the cult hunting unit. With a serious look on his face, Ronan assured the Sword Saint that he will help him win the Emperor's favor if he cooperates with him. Jaipa glared at our boy when he heard this. The scene shifts and we are taken to the present. Baron was surprised to see that he could not sense the mana until the attack hit him. In other words, Jaipa's attack did not contain a single ounce of mana. It was simply wind pressure caused by sheer strength. Baron had heard a lot of things about the Sword Saint. However, what was standing in front of him was much different. Jaipa was a monster in his own league. The old man told his subordinates that they have a very esteemed guest. He asked them if they can stall for a while. The two men stepped forward when they heard this. With a serious look on their faces, they assured Baron that they will do their best for the mission of the star. The moment they said this, they released their energy. Blois imbued his mana into Evan's body. The man became strengthened. Jaipa realized that the two men were a combination of a high-level knight and mage. He found the combination to be decent. The Sword Saint realized that if he had brought his unit with him, the people in front of him would have been good enough to be their training partner. The moment he thought of this, Evan rushed to attack him. He swung his sword at Jaipa when he got close to him. The Sword Saint easily blocked the attack with his hand. With an arrogant look on his face, Evan asked himself if he is getting guidance from the star. He told Jaipa that he cannot believe that he is in a fight that puts the honor of the Empire's best swordsman on the line. The man told Jaipa that there is no greater honor for him as a fellow warrior. The moment he said this, Evan began to attack the Sword Saint more fiercely. With an insane smile on his face, Evan asked the Sword Saint to show him the skills of the strongest. The Sword Saint simply stared at the man while he blocked his attacks. Evan swung his sword with more strength and told Jaipa that he will have the honor of standing with some people if he is able to defeat him. The moment he said this, the Sword Saint broke his sword. He crushed the idiot's sword with his bare hand. Evan could not comprehend what he was seeing. Jaipa asked the idiot if he called this fight a fight with his honor on the line. The Sword Saint could not believe that someone who relies on an evil power would have the guts to spout such nonsense. Before Evan could even take a step, Jaipa used his hand to take off his head at a frightening speed. With a serious look on his face, the Sword Saint asked the idiot to not taint a warrior's honor. Blois was shocked to see what happened to his partner. He immediately realized that he was next. Before the man could put up a mana shield, Jaipa swung his hand and tore his body in half. Before the attack could hit him, Baron used his shield to protect himself. The Sword Saint raised his leg up and used it to hit the shield. The shield did not break, however. It got pressed to the ground. While his leg was on the shield, Jaipa noticed that he recognized Baron. He asked the man if he has been hiding in the fanatic cult all this time. The Sword Saint reminded the man that he is a fugitive wanted for the death of thousands of residents of a western village called Athen, where he conducted a black magic experiment decades ago before vanishing without a trace. Jaipa referred to the old man as Athen's bloodshed baron. The insane man smiled when he heard this. He told Jaipa that it is an honor for him that he remembered his name. He explained to the Sword Saint that it has been a long time since he abandoned the disgrace of the past. He explained to the Sword Saint that he is currently a devotee of the star. Jaipa told the man that he does not care. The moment he said this, he broke Baron's shield. The Sword Saint informed the man that the side he is on is irrelevant to him. He told Baron that it does not change the fact that he is a target for extermination. The moment he said this, Jaipa stretched out his hand. Before the Sword Saint's claw could touch Baron, he smiled and released his blessing of the star. The blessing pushed Jaipa back. The Sword Saint was surprised to see the mana in the air. Baron informed Jaipa that he never expected the men which he carefully selected to not be able to stop him for a moment. The man told Jaipa that he now understands how important his title is. With a terrifying look in his eyes, Baron told the Sword Saint that even he will not be able to break through this grand authority granted by the star. While laughing like an insane man, Baron informed the Sword Saint that he is nothing but a mere mortal crawling under the stars. While the man was talking, Jaipa took a look at his hand. Baron raised his hand and asked Jaipa to tell him how he feels now that he has witnessed the greatness of the star for the first time. He told the Sword Saint that he is truly curious about his opinion. Jaipa grabbed his weapon and told the man that he is simply a joke. The Sword Saint told Baron that he is still trapped in empty illusions even while they are setting each other's lives on fire. Baron was surprised to hear this. While releasing a ridiculous amount of murderous aura, Jaipa informed the man that he will kill him for this reason. With a horrifying look on his face, the Sword Saint referred to Baron as a prey who has been blinded by delusion. Jaipa covered his weapon with his energy and fired an attack at Baron. The old man immediately strengthened the blessing. He was shocked to see how massive the energy of the strongest swordsman is. Jaipa's energy towered over him. The Sword Saint's attack destroyed the surrounding and basically changed the landscape. Unfortunately for the tiger, Baron's shield was still standing. With a nervous look on his face, the old man turned around. He was shocked to see how Jaipa destroyed the area with just his sword chi. He knew that the Sword Saint would be strong, but he never expected him to be on such a different level. Baron realized that Jaipa had the martial prowess that was on par with a certain set of people. The old man smiled when he thought of this. He raised his hand up and told the Sword Saint that his sword chi is nothing but a petty trick in front of the blessing of the star. While the magic bomb was absorbing mana, Baron asked the Sword Saint to tell him what he will do. He reminded him that the bomb is still absorbing mana as they speak. With an evil smile on his face, the old man advised Jaipa to retreat and plan for the future. He assured the Sword Saint that he will be able to escape the range of the explosion since he is alone. Baron informed Jaipa that every other lowly thing in the area will turn into ashes along with the mountains. While the man was talking, Jaipa remembered that Ronan told him that it is basically impossible to destroy the shield. He could not believe that it managed to neutralize his attack. The Sword Saint realized that this blessing can pose a significant threat to them in future if they do not adequately prepare for it. Jaipa stepped forward and released a part of his energy. He told Baron that he wants to see how far he can go against the blessing of the star. The moment he said this, he took a stance. The old man was shocked to feel the energy Jaipa was releasing. The level of oppression exceeded that of the previous attack. Baron realized that the Sword Saint was about to use his aura. He laughed when he saw this. He could not believe that a mere beast was struggling desperately against the sky. He told Jaipa that he truly respects him. With a crazy smile on his face, Baron asked Jaipa to show him the power of the strongest being on earth. He asked him to go all out. Immediately he said this, Jaipa raised his hand. Before the Sword Saint could use his attack, someone called out to him and asked him if he is crazy. The person turned out to be Ronan. Our boy asked Jaipa to turn down his attack. He told the Sword Saint that he will blow up the entire mountain range even before the bomb explodes. Baron was surprised to hear this. Ronan asked the Sword Saint to not forget their original goal. Immediately he said this. Jaipa took away his energy. He turned around and asked Ronan to tell him why he is just arriving. He told our boy that he is slower than he looks. While breathing heavily, Ronan informed Jaipa that it is his first time hearing this. He asked the sword saint if he does not know that he is just too fast. Our boy told the tiger that he can stand back now that he has seen the blessing of the star for himself. Ronan informed Jaipa that he will not be able to do anything to the old man no matter how incredible he is. Baron was surprised to see what was happening. Ronan explained to the sword saint that the situation is already quite urgent. He asked him if he is going to act stubborn. Jaipa told our boy that his judgment is correct. He told him to take care of things since he is better suited for the situation. Baron could not believe what he was seeing. He could not believe that a little kid was speaking arrogantly to the sword saint. Ronan walked forward and told Baron that he is grateful. He took out his sword and explained to the old man that he already understands the situation thanks to his loud voice. He told Baron that the goddamn disturbance will be over once they kill him and disarm the magic bomb. With a smile on his face, Ronan asked the old man if he is really an executive. He explained to him that although he has the blessing, he is not half as strong as the crazy rotten dead wrench called Brigia. Baron asked our boy to tell him how he knows Brigia. With a horrifying look on his face, the old man asked Ronan if Brigia was killed by a lump of blood like him. While his body was trembling, Baron told our boy that someone like him is not allowed to insult Brigia with his filthy tongue. The moment he said this, several tentacles came out of his body. The old man asked Ronan if he wishes to be torn apart to death. Baron's tentacles had their own set of eyes and mouths. He explained to our boy that Brigia was a renowned believer even in their church. She rose to the position of branch leader through her strength, and she was regarded as one of the most esteemed believers. Ronan was surprised to see the old man's tentacles. Baron was annoyed to hear that some lowly bastard with such an insignificant mana would dare to harm a noble being like Brigia. Immediately he said this, he attacked our boy with his tentacles. With a look of anger on his face, Baron asked Ronan to stop his blasphemous lies. He called Ronan a bastard and a non-believer. He believed that our boy must have witnessed Brigia's death. He asked Ronan to tell him every single detail of her death. The moment the tentacles came closer to him, Ronan smiled. He told the old man that he will have to tell him the truth in person if he is curious. Immediately he said this. Our boy disappeared in front of the tentacles. He rushed to attack Baron. The old man was surprised to see how fast Ronan was. He realized that our boy has some level of skills. He told Ronan that he is good enough to be his aide. He explained to Ronan that it is impossible for him to beat Brigia with just his sword. He knew that there was no way our boy could catch his boss off guard. Baron told Ronan that it would have been impossible for him to even touch Brigia's blessing. The moment he said this, Ronan tore his body apart. The old man could not comprehend what just happened. Our boy turned to him and revealed to him that Brigia was also yapping like him. Immediately he said this, he used his sword to destroy the magic bomb. The bomb released some sparks and its magic circle disappeared. Ronan told the old man that his boss died just like this. With a cold gaze in his eyes, our boy asked Baron if his curiosity has been resolved. While his head was on the ground, Baron looked around. He could not believe what was happening. He never expected Ronan's blade to be able to pierce through his blessing and cut off his head. He realized that Ronan has a power that transcends rules. The only other person that had this kind of power was the leader of their organization. Baron looked at our boy. He wondered about his true identity. Before he could say anything, Ronan tore his head apart. Jaipa walked up to our boy and asked him if he killed the old man. Ronan explained to the sword saint that this is the best thing to do. He reminded him that ordinary believers of the cult tried to blow up themselves. Our boy told him that an executive would probably do something much worse. He explained to Jaipa that they need to be smart and careful with their actions. The sword saint commended Ronan on his smart judgment. He told him that they can't get blinded by their goals. Jaipa told Ronan that he feels bad that he was not able to properly go against the blessing of the star. He assured our boy that he would have gotten a clue if he had fought Baron one more time. Ronan reminded the sword saint that this is his hometown. He told him that he would have destroyed the town. Our boy reminded the sword saint that he ruined the area with just his sword chi alone. He asked him if he has thought about what will happen if he uses his aura. Jaipa took away his weapon. He told our boy that he will satisfy his curiosity next time. He asked Ronan to let him know if he needs anything. Our boy was surprised to hear this. He asked Jaipa to explain what he means. The sword saint revealed to our boy that the emperor said that he should reward anyone who helps in punishing Nebula Clagier. Jaipa asked Ronan to let him know what he wants. He assured him that he will give him anything within his ability and the Empire's coffers. Our boy was extremely happy to hear this. He told the Sword Saint that his offer came at the perfect time. He explained to him that he needs someone as strong as his soldiers. He told him that the most precious person in the world will soon arrive at the imperial capital city. The scene shifts and we see a bunch of knights leading a carriage. We see Shelafin next to the carriage. Ronan's elder sister was the one being escorted. As they marched forward, two knights talked about how things are much calmer than expected. One of the knights said that he believed that they were going to fight a monster army because Shelafin asked them to be prepared. The other knight agreed with him. He was thankful that things were actually going smoothly. The knight turned around and asked his colleague if he knows who Iril is. The knight wondered about how high-class Iril is for her to be guarded by them. The first knight said he does not know anything about Iril's status. However, she seemed to be an important person to their young master. Shelafin trembled as he rode next to Iril's carriage. With a nervous look on his face, the idiot asked the girl if she has felt any discomfort during the move. He asked her to tell him if her ride is uncomfortable. He assured her that he can obtain another carriage immediately. Iril was surprised to hear this. She told Shelafin that the carriage is more comfortable than her house. She asked him if he is not tired from riding a horse all day. With a smile on her face, Iril invited Shelafin to ride in the carriage with her. The idiot was shocked to hear this. With a bright smile on his face, Shelafin quickly accepted the offer. Immediately he did this, he turned around and declined it. He told Iril that he is currently carrying out a very important mission. He told her that he is happy to hear that she is comfortable. He asked her to tell him if she needs a break. Shelafin assured Iril that he will find a place for her to stay. The moment he said this, his horse and the horses of the knights began to panic. Shelafin was shocked to see this. He grit his teeth and looked forward. He realized that something is coming towards them with an insane amount of energy. The boy jumped off his horse and ran forward. He ordered his knights to prepare for battle. He asked them to prioritize Iril's safety at all cost. He took out his sword and reminded the knights that the Grancia honor is on the line. Immediately they heard this. The knights took out their swords. Shelafin was shocked to feel the energy of the thing approaching them. He was certain that this thing was not a wyvern. He did not know the kind of entity that could release such an overwhelming power simply from approaching them. He wondered about what was coming towards them. The moment he got close to the entity, he used his sword to block its attack. It turns out that the entity is Jaipa. The Sword Saint attacked Shelafin. The attack shook the entire area. The knights and the horse trembled from the energy that was released. The Sword Saint smiled when he saw this. He told Shelafin that he has been surprised several times today. He had heard rumors about Shelafin. However, even the rumors were underestimating the sword genius. Jaipa referred to Shelafin as the rising star of the empire. He told him that his defense was incredible. The Sword Saint realized that the next person that will take his position is either Ronan or Shelafin. While doing his best to hold on, Shelafin asked Jaipa to tell him why he is pointing his blade at the Grancia flag. The Sword Saint explained to the boy that he was simply greeting him. He asked Shelafin to not be nervous. He told him that a single attack is more valuable than 100 words for warriors like them. Immediately he said this. Someone asked him to stop spouting nonsense. The person told him to only use the greeting in the north where he lives. Shelafin immediately recognized this voice. When he looked up, he saw Ronan on the Sword Saint's back. Our boy stepped down from Jaipa's back. With a smile on his face, he commended Shelafin on his efforts. He told him that they came to support him. He pointed behind him and asked Shelafin to not be angry about what happened. He told him that they brought some incredible porters. The moment he said this, we see Jaipa's Beastman unit coming closer to them. The Grancia soldiers were shocked to see Jaipa's unit. Shelafin was also shocked to see the people Ronan brought. Our boy thanked him for escorting his sister. The scene shifts and we are taken to the capital, which is known as Valen. At the capital, we are taken to a house. Iril was surprised to see the inside of the house. She asked her brother if they will really be living in such a nice place. With a confident smile on his face, Ronan told his sister that she needs to stop asking this question. He assured her that the house belongs to them. According to our boy, the house is right in front of the academy, so they can easily meet often. It also has good security, and it is a comfortable place to live in. Shelafin revealed to the girl that he asked the craftsman who works for his family to help with the interior and installation. He told her that he asked the craftsman to use every resource available. He asked Iril if she likes the place. She grabbed Shelafin's hand and told him that she likes it. With a smile on her face, Iril told the boy that she feels like she is in a fairy tale. While looking around, Iril thanked her brother and Shelafin for what they have done. The idiot was simply happy that Iril touched his hand. Iril told the boys that she can't send them off like this on such a special day. She touched her arm and asked the boys to have some food before they go. She told them that she is quite confident in her cooking. Shelofin could not believe that Iril was going to cook for him. He had a heart attack. Our boy was happy to hear that he was going to be getting some home-cooked meals for the first time in a while. Outside of the house, we see a woman call someone a two-footed beast. The woman asked the person to explain the situation. With a look of anger on her face, the woman asked the person to tell her what he is doing here. Ronan and Shelofin were shocked to hear this voice. They were certain that the voice belongs to Nebiros. At the entrance of Ronan's house, we see Nebiros and Jaipa facing each other. The two of them released their energy. Nebiros seemed to be quite annoyed to see the Sword Saint. Jaipa greeted Nebiros. He told her that her energy is still as fierce as ever. He asked her if she can even teach students properly with her bad temper. The instructor asked the Sword Saint if he has the right to comment on her teaching method. She told him that he is not supposed to be here. She asked him to stop being obnoxious and leave. She referred to him as a two-legged beast. Jaipa told the instructor that her tongue is still quite sharp. He asked her if she has the skills to back up what she is saying. Nebiros was annoyed to hear this. The Sword Saint asked her if she has thoroughly reflected on her past defeat. He reminded her about the day he took her title as Sword Saint. The instructor was shocked to hear this. Jaipa's squad members became nervous when they heard what he said. Nebiros placed her hand on her sword and released her energy. She told Jaipa that she can let him witness her power by himself. Immediately, she released her energy. Everyone in the area began to tremble. Some soldiers noticed that they could not even move. The soldiers immediately recognized this power that paralyzes the entire body. Nebiros' energy took the shape of a giant snake. This skill is known as the Lamenting Snake. The snake wrapped its body around the Sword Saint. Jaipa was shocked to see that even his body was stiff. He was shocked to see this because Nebiros was not even releasing her full energy. The Sword Saint wondered if the instructor has gotten stronger than before. He grabbed his weapon and called Nebiros Snake Woman. He told her that she always keeps things interesting. He covered his body with his energy and told Nebiros that he will give her what she wants. The moment he said this, he let out his immense energy. A bright light shined when he did this. Before they could do anything, someone asked them if they are out of their minds. The two of them were surprised to hear this voice. They quickly looked up. The person asked them to tell him why they would fight in front of someone else's house. The person turns out to be Ronan. Our boy was being held back by his sister. He wanted to fight the two powerhouses for causing a commotion in front of his house. With a look of anger on his face, Ronan asked them if they know whose house this is. He assured them that he will kill everyone if something happens to his sister. The scene shifts, and we see our boy confront the two of them. With a look of anger on his face, Ronan asked them to tell him why important people like them are behaving like children. He asked them if they know what almost happened just now. While yelling at the top of his voice, our boy asked the two if they are not ashamed. Nebiros and Jaipa did not say anything. They could not defend their actions. Jaipa admitted that he was actually riled up. He told our boy that he made a scene because of some snake woman's provocation. He apologized for his rude behavior. The instructor was annoyed to hear the Sword Saint refer to her as a snake woman. The Sword Saint explained to Ronan that his squad will be leaving now since the move has been safely completed. He walked past our boy and told him that he hopes he becomes a stronger warrior the next time they meet. Immediately he said this, he and his squad members disappeared from the compound. Ronan was relieved to see that Jaipa and his squad finally left. He never expected the Sword Saint to cause such a ruckus. Our boy turned to his instructor and asked her to tell him why she came to visit him so early in the morning. Immediately he turned around. Nebiros released her energy. With a horrifying look on her face, Nebiros asked Ronan to explain everything. Our boy was terrified to see the look on her face. She asked Ronan to explain without leaving out a single detail. Our boy realized that he messed up. The scene shifts and we are taken into a room in the house. We see Ronan and his master having some tea. Our boy explained everything to Nebiros. The instructor was surprised to hear that Jaipa helped our boy's sister move as a reward for contributing in Romera. Nebiros never expected Jaipa to do a human a favor. She told Ronan that the Sword Saint must like him. With a horrifying look on her face, the instructor advised her student to not get involved with Jaipa any further. She referred to him as the old beast and told our boy that he is dangerous. Our boy was shocked to hear this. He asked her to explain what she means. According to Nebiros, there was a large-scale invasion by beast men 10 years ago. This invasion wreaked havoc in the northern region. The invasion is known as the Night of Fangs. Jaipa was the one who led the Beastmen tribe. Ronan was shocked to hear this. Nebiros explained to our boy that the Beastmen were just integrated into the Imperial Army due to the peace negotiations. Jaipa managed to become the sword of the Empire in this period. The instructor told Ronan that she does not trust Jaipa. Instead of fighting the Empire till the end, Jaipa put himself on the line and stepped into the negotiation table. In return for joining the Imperial forces with other Beastmen warriors, he asked the Empire to not touch the lands in the northern region. Due to the fact that his strength was highly valued, the Emperor accepted his proposal on the condition of taking an oath of blood. Most of the Empire rejoiced at the thought of acquiring the strongest swords on the continent. However, in Nebiros' eyes, Jaipa is simply hiding his claws for a short moment in order to protect his own kind. Nebiros explained to Ronan that they do not know when Jaipa will turn into a threat worse than Nebula Clagier. On this day, the oath of blood will be broken. Our boy's mouth was left open after hearing what his instructor said. He could not believe that such a thing was happening in the Empire. Ronan realized something strange. He noticed that Jaipa did not show himself in the war with Ahiyuti. Of course, it was possible that the Sword Saint had been wiped out by the church like the other strong figures. However, our boy could not rule out the possibility that other things might have happened. Upon seeing how tense the mood was, Nebiros revealed to Ronan that she came to see him for another reason. She asked our boy if it is true that he can now freely manifest sword chi. With a confident smile on his face, Ronan confirmed the information. He told her that it is nothing compared to her formidable chi. Nebiros could not believe that a useless bastard like Jaredin finally lived up to his name. She stood up and told her student that they need to start class immediately. She asked our boy to show her his growth. The scene shifts and we see a bunch of training dummies. Ronan took a stance and placed his hand on his sword. While looking at a large amount of dummies, Nebiros told our boy that the method to confirm his growth is simple. She told him that he simply needs to show her his sword chi. She explained to him that his attack must not focus on his physical strength. Instead, it must be a sword chi that relies on mana. Ronan assured her that he knows this. Our boy took a stance and covered his sword with his mana. He swung his sword and sent his chi at the dummies. When Ronan's energy got close to the dummies, it disappeared. Our boy was shocked to see this. He did not understand what was happening. He took a look at his sword to see if something is wrong. He assured his instructor that he was able to release his chi a few days ago. He covered his sword with mana and told Nebiros that he will try again. To his surprise, his mana disappeared again. Nebiros asked our boy to stop. She revealed to him that she already expected this. She explained to Ronan that he already made a huge progress by being able to imbue mana into his sword. She told him that although his progress is amazing, he has not gotten to the level where he can call this sword chi. The instructor told Ronan that what he did some few days ago was adding a bit of mana to his absurd striking techniques. Our boy was surprised to hear this. Nebiros told him that although the method was simple, it would have still been a huge help to someone as powerful as him. She explained to our boy that she was able to understand the situation after hearing the news that he killed a wyvern in one strike, even though he is still a first-year student. Ronan told his instructor that he does not really understand her words. He asked her if something is different about his sword chi. He told her that he was able to greatly improve his strike by covering it with mana. He asked Nebiros if this is not sword chi. The instructor explained to our boy that this is simply one way to think of sword chi. She told him that he simply thinks of sword chi as a condensed mana projectile that inflicts great damage to the enemy. She explained to Ronan that it is quite shallow to see mana as a mere tool for boosting his energy. According to Nebiros, the true power of mana is that it serves as a path to advance a person to the next level. The instructor told our boy that this is the reason why she wanted to see his mana. She explained to Ronan that she needs to be aware of the level of understanding he currently has regarding mana in order to figure out the areas he needs to improve in. Nebiros understood that our boy could not fully grasp what she is telling him. With a serious look on her face, the instructor told her student that luck won't always be on his side. She assured him that this difference will determine his fate one day. Ronan was shocked to hear this. Our boy thought about the overpowered figures he had met recently. He thought about Jaipa, Brigia, and Jaredin. These are people that Ronan cannot face alone. He has no chance of taking them down alone. Nebiros could tell that her student was feeling discouraged. She placed her hand on his shoulder and told him that this is simply the beginning. She assured him that he can improve upon his shortcomings as he grows. She told him that she is there to help him. The instructor grabbed our boy's sword. She explained to him that this is the time for him to solidify the fundamental aspects. She told him that other things will naturally follow. The moment she said this, she took a stance and raised La Mancha up. Ronan was surprised to see his instructor holding his sword. He asked her to tell him what she plans to do. The moment he asked this question, Nabirose infused her mana into the sword. The sword released a bright red energy. Nabirose's mana was so strong that Ronan had to use his hand to block his face. The instructor told our boy that this is the true form of his sword. Our boy was shocked to see the energy his sword was exuding. Nabirose explained to him that La Mancha is currently resonating with the energy she infused into it. This allows the sword to manifest its latent power. She revealed to Ronan that her sword, which is known as Urusa, and the sword of the Grancia Duke, which is known as Failord, were both forged at the hands of a craftsman and were born as renowned swords. However, these swords actually hid their true power. The moment she said this, Nabirose swung Ronan's sword. She told our boy that the true value of a weapon that unlocks its latent power is that it displays several times the power than it usually has. Immediately she said this, we see that her simple swing turned into a huge attack. Nabirose was surprised to see the power of the sword. She realized that the rumors about Doron creating a masterpiece was true. Ronan was shocked to see what the woman did. He could not believe that she destroyed the training grounds that had been enhanced with enhancing spells in one strike. He did not understand why his sword did not have any sort of changes when he imbued mana into it. Nabirose gave our boy his sword. She explained to him that the level of his mana was too insignificant for La Mancha to resonate with it. She assured him that his sword knows how inexperienced he is. Ronan felt like he was being underestimated by his sword. However, our boy did not feel bad. He took a look at his sword. He realized that he finally had a clear goal to aim for. He turned to Nabirose and asked her to tell him where he needs to start. He told her that he wants to show his rude sword the kind of person its master is. Nabirose was happy to see the look of determination on her student's face. She told him that he has a good mindset. A while later, we see Ronan struggling to release his mana. Nabirose explained to him that the first issue they need to focus on is his mana, which is his biggest weakness. She told Ronan that he needs to start training to maintain his mana. On the first day of training, Ronan managed to maintain his mana for 48 seconds. On the third day of training, our boy managed to maintain his mana for 1 minute and 32 seconds. On the fifth day of training, he seemed to be getting a hang of his mana. He maintained it for 2 minutes and 12 seconds. On the 14th day, we see Nabirose looking at a watch. She told our boy that he maintained his mana for 13 minutes. The instructor was actually surprised to see this. Other people would have taken several years to get to this stage. She turned to Ronan and asked him to show her his sword chi while maintaining his current state. She asked our boy if he fully understands what he needs to do. Our boy assured her that he is fine. He carefully imbued his mana into his sword. After doing this, he raised it up and swung it. He fired his chi at some dummies. The moment he did this, he put his sword back into its sheath. Ronan's chi was not visible, however. Immediately he put La Mancha into its sheath. All the dummies lost their heads. Nabirose was happy to see her student's progress. She commended him on his good work. She asked him if he now understands why he had to do this training. While looking at his body, Ronan explained to his master that he can feel something the more he trains. He told her that he can feel all the senses in his body by simply focusing on maintaining his mana. He told Nabirose that he can even enhance certain things in his body. He revealed to her that he now knows how much potential the mana in his body truly holds. Nabirose was happy to hear this. She realized that her student finally understood the basics of what mana is. The moment she said this, someone told her that she is working overtime, and she is exploiting her student even at this time. The man told her that her unusual passion for educating is still the same. The person turns out to be Jaredin. The man greeted Nabirose and referred to her as Longsword Rascal. The instructor apologized to Nabirose for disturbing her while she is busy. He asked her if she could spare him some of her time. Nabirose and Ronan were surprised to hear this. Jaredin told her that he has something important to tell her. He revealed to her that it is about the disciple which she cherishes so much. Ronan wondered why Jaredin would come all the way to the training ground. He noticed something different about the instructor. He noticed that his face looks quite fresh. Nabirose asked the instructor if he is referring to her disciple's mana. Jaredin reminded her that Ronan has a unique body, so he needs to check on him regularly. With a look of anger on her face, Nabirose asked the man if he is planning to use this as an excuse to rip her student. She placed her hand on her sword and asked him if this is the case. Jaredin became nervous when he saw this. He assured her that it is nothing like that. He asked her to calm down. He reminded her that they are no longer in a mercenary group. He asked her to put her sword away. He explained to her that he came here to keep his promise. He revealed to her that his wife, who has not shown any signs of improvement, is finally starting to show signs of hope, all thanks to Ronan. Nabirose was shocked to hear this. With a smile on his face, Jaredin told her that they still have a long way to go. He told Nabirose that he will appreciate it if she visits sometimes. He reminded her that Suanya loved her adventure stories so much. Jaredin told our favorite instructor that he came to talk about her teaching assistant. The woman asked him if he is referring to Adeshan. Jaredin revealed to her that he has been researching on Adeshan because Ronan asked him to. He explained to her that he is not yet fully certain, but he believes that Adeshan is in danger. According to the instructor, our future Grand Commander possesses a power that is difficult for her to handle by herself. Jaredin knew that Nabirose was already aware of this power and its risks. He asked her if she was keeping Adeshan by her side in order to keep an eye on her. Nabirose clenched her fist out of anger when she heard this. Jaredin told her that Adeshan might harm everyone if something goes wrong. Nabirose asked Jaredin to stop talking. She told him that her teaching assistant is not as weak as he thinks. She asked him to stop assuming what will happen in Adeshan's future. Jaredin was surprised to hear this. He could tell that Nabirose really cared for her student. He told her that he will leave the choice to Adeshan. In the next scene, we see Jaredin standing next to Ronan. Our boy told him that his instructor is really angry. Ronan remembered that Jaredin mentioned a mercenary group. He asked the man if he and Nabirose were mercenaries. Jaredin told him that they were mercenaries in the southern region. He revealed to him that he and Nabirose were well-known figures. He explained to Ronan that he and the woman did not have the best first meeting. According to Jaredin, he and Nabirose were commissioned to eliminate each other. The grumpy instructor vividly remembered this day. The Nabirose of this time was truly the embodiment of death itself. The fear which Jaredin felt back then could not be described with words. Jaredin told our boy that his instructor is now more humane than before. Ronan could not believe that his current hot-headed instructor is actually a much calmer form of Nabirose. At the end of the fight, Jaredin was brutally defeated by Nabirose and was about to lose his life. Fortunately for him, he was saved by Suanya, who was a resident in the area. Suanya took care of Jaredin with dedication while he was nothing more than a walking corpse. Over time, they naturally became a couple. As if their fight happened thanks to fate, Jaredin became something of a comrade to Nabirose. Of course, the only reason he was able to maintain his relationship with her was entirely due to Suanya's pure and innocent nature. It was also due to Suanya that Nabirose began to hate the grumpy instructor. She was angry at his incompetence. She could not believe that he was not able to protect his wife and his stupidity for not being able to let her go. Even though she was angry, Nabirose kept Jaredin's secret till the end. It is also because of her consideration that he could continue treating his wife until now. Jaredin explained to our boy that if Suanya is able to wake up, Nabirose will eventually open her heart. While staring at Nabirose from behind, Jaredin revealed to Ronan that although Nabirose acts like this, she is actually a very affectionate woman. The next day, we are taken to a building that belongs to the magic department. This is the main hall of the Hall of Truth. Inside the building, we are taken to the Black Magic Laboratory. Ronan told Jaredin that he had no idea that there is a place even more drearier than his lab. He asked him if they are allowed in this place. Jaredin asked our boy to manage the place even if it is dreary. He revealed to him that he wants to make use of the high-end equipment that is only available here. This equipment is known as large-scale mana extractor. It is the ultimate magical tool capable of drawing out the true essence of life form within living beings. Jaredin explained to Adeshan that this is an item that people who struggle to understand their own mana like her would be willing to invest an entire fortune just to use it. Adeshan was surprised to hear this. The instructor pointed at the magic circle and asked Adeshan to stand in the middle of it. He told her that the time has come for her to face the secret of her hidden power. After the future Grand Commander got in position, Jaredin asked her if she has prepared her mind on her way here. The girl told him that she did. Upon hearing this, Jaredin decided to start. He put his mana into a huge orb. The moment he did this, Adeshan released a dark and scary energy from her body. With a scared tone in her voice, the girl asked the instructor to tell her what is coming out of her body. The energy which Adeshan was releasing spread across the room. When some monsters in huge tubes felt Adeshan's energy, they growled. Ronan could not believe that his commander was already exerting this level of influence, even when she has not gotten any abilities. Our boy was reminded of the woman that commanded the army in his past life, the woman who reigned as the Iron Lady that dominated the battlefield. Adeshan possessed the strongest force in the Empire's history and the worst power of all. The girl asked Jaredin to tell her why her mana has such a different color. Upon seeing the color, the instructor became convinced. He revealed to Adeshan that she has shadow mana. The girl was surprised to hear this. She revealed to Jaredin that she has once heard about it from Ronan. She told him that she knows nothing about this mana. Jaredin explained to her that anything about shadow mana is confidential. He told her that it is difficult to find someone who knows about it in the academy. He turned to Ronan and said that he is also curious about how he knew about the shadow mana. Our boy asked the man to not focus on trivial things. Jaredin said that there is not a lot of information on shadow mana. According to the instructor, the shadow mana typically has a dormant period. It ranges from a few years to several hundred years within the body. Even if the power manifests, most people are not able to handle it and cease to exist. Adeshan was shocked to hear this. The man told her that she should be able to sense it even if it is a small amount that leaked out. He told her that she can feel that the power is fundamentally different from the mana everyone normally uses. Even to those who cannot handle mana, shadow mana has the ability to grant them power that is equivalent to that of a sword master. Shadow mana can turn what is deemed impossible into reality. It is a power that transcends logic and reason. The problem is that this power manifests unexpectedly, even when the users themselves least expect it. The user is usually unable to control this strength and eventually goes berserk. They engulf the area around them in a horrible disaster. In the end, they will consume all the energy and even burn themselves. Jaredin asked Adeshan if she still wants the power after what she heard. He revealed to her that he can put a restraint on her so that the mana never manifest. He told her that he can also find a way to remove the shadow mana out of her regardless of its cost. Adeshan was surprised to hear this. Jaredin asked the girl to make a wise decision. He revealed to her that the Empire never really cares if those that manifest shadow mana can control it or not. He told her that the ending has never been good for the users of this mana. With a serious look on his face, Jaredin asked our girl if she is prepared to handle the shadow mana, which is a double-edged sword. When Adeshan heard the instructor's question, she remembered the things that had happened to her. She recalled how brave her mother was and how Ronan always cheered her up. The girl explained to Jaredin that she is actually quite scared. She told him that she remembers something important that someone told her. With a smile on her face, she said that the person asked her to not worry and give it a shot. She said she cannot be weak-hearted. Ronan was surprised to hear this. He realized that he was the one who gave his commander this advice. Adeshan assured the instructor that she is ready. Jaredin was happy to see the look on her face. He believed that it was expected for Nebiro's assistant to have this much fighting spirit. The man placed his hand on the magic orb. He told her that he will begin now. Immediately he said this. He imbued his mana into the orb. Adeshan began to release a red mana from her body. The girl was shocked to see this. The red mana gathered above her and formed an orb. She turned to the instructor and asked him to tell her what she is looking at. Jaredin explained to her that this is the manifestation of the mana she has accumulated. Before further explaining, Jaredin decided to guess the situation Adeshan was previously in. He told her that she must have assumed that she has no talent or mana at all. This is because no matter how hard she worked in this aspect, she could not reach the tip of her classmates' footsteps. Adeshan was surprised to hear this. She asked the man to tell her how he knew. Jaredin told her that it was actually quite obvious. He explained to her that shadow mana is a power that goes beyond the laws of the world. Such a power could never remain dormant. According to Jaredin, the shadow mana must have been endlessly clashing with the mana she had built up. This was what interfered in her growth. Jaredin was shocked to see that Adeshan actually managed to gather this amount of mana even though she had shadow mana in her body. The instructor told Adeshan that her accomplishment is admirable, but she will need to part ways with it. The girl was surprised to hear this. She asked him to explain what he means. The instructor told her that the problem she has is that both energy keep interfering with each other. The solution is to get rid of the useless one so that the shadow mana will be the only thing remaining in her body. Jaredin turned to Ronan and told him that he and Adeshan have a pretty interesting senior-junior relationship. One of them is whining about the fact that he cannot gather mana, while the other can't get rid of mana. Our boy felt weird when he heard this. He understood why Jaredin said this. He asked the instructor if he is saying that it will take the future commander 5 years to use the mana. The instructor commended him on his observation. He called Ronan a prodigy student. According to Jaredin, once mana has settled, it is not easy to get rid of it. Right now the mana seems separated because it was manifested. However, once it stops, it will return back into the body. Our boy asked the instructor that if there is a way to get rid of the mana at once and begin to use the shadow mana. He asked him if the quick removal of the mana will cause a major side effect that will damage the body. Jaredin told Ronan that there will be no side effects because the body will simply return to the point where she had no mana. The instructor asked our boy to tell him the reason for his question. Before the man could ask more questions, Ronan took out his sword and cut Adeshan's mana. Adeshan and Jaredin were surprised to see this. The instructor noticed that the mana was destroyed. Our boy placed his sword into its sheath. He said that the solution was simple. With a smile on his face, Ronan told his instructor that they cannot wait 5 years for Adeshan to resolve her issues. Immediately he said this. The shadow mana rushed into Adeshan's body. The energy was quite much. The girl fell to the ground and lost consciousness. When she woke up, she saw Ronan's head in front of her. Our boy was relieved to see that she was all right. Adeshan was surprised to see herself lying on Ronan's knees. She asked him if she passed out. When she raised her head up, she saw the test subjects growling. The girl was surprised to see this. She asked Ronan to tell her why test subjects that were asleep suddenly went berserk. Our boy informed her that they are behaving this way because of her. Jaredin explained to her that the shadow mana went out of control after the existing mana disappeared. The test subjects were reacting to the shadow mana. The man congratulated her on the success of the process. He explained to her that the foreign lump of energy that settled in her heart is none other than a pure shadow mana core. He told Adeshan that this is a new power that she needs to cultivate from now on. The girl told him that she can feel something heavy and cold which is different from mana. Jaredin told her that the energy has gotten too excited because her mana has been removed. He told her that the core will eventually return to the size of a handful of sand. He asked her to take her time to figure out the ability she gained after materializing the shadow mana. He raised his hand and decided to calm the test subjects. Ronan stopped him before he could do anything. He asked him if he could allow Adeshan to do it. Our boy asked his commander to try telling the test subjects to be quiet. The girl was surprised to hear this. Ronan assured her that it is possible for her in her current state. Adeshan decided to give it a try. She asked the test subjects to be quiet. The test subjects immediately went back to sleep. Jaredin was surprised to see this. He could not believe that Ronan was right. He realized that this was a mind control ability. According to the instructor, a person needs an enormous amount of mana and a magic tool for simple brainwashing. He could not believe that Adeshan performed this feat by uttering a few words. He realized that the girl awakened a more dangerous ability than he expected. Ronan was already aware of the power that Adeshan possessed. The girl gained domination over thoughts. It is a power that absolutely imposes and makes any living target obey the caster's will. If it was only going to be used to make people obey, it would have been a useful tool for issuing commands. However, if the scope of this power is reduced to the scale of an army corps, it would create immortal puppets who are immune to even death. Adeshan did not hesitate to use this ability. She used this ability to make an army corps attack Ahiyuti by blowing themselves up. The giant was not fazed by the soldiers' attack. The commander and the other soldiers watched as their comrades blew themselves up. Ronan was behind the woman. When his commander turned around, our boy asked her if there was truly no other way than this. With a serious look on her face, Adeshan said that this is the only way to lead them to victory. She ordered Ronan to dedicate himself to the last battle. The commander told him that this is the sole reason that they are both alive. Our boy did not like what he heard, but he knew that she was correct. The scene shifts and we are taken back to the present. Ronan thinks about the fact that his commander had no choice but to become the woman of iron. Our boy clenched his fist out of anger. He wondered about what he would do when he is also faced with this situation one day. He wondered about the choice Adeshan would make. In the next scene, we see Adeshan and Ronan walking back to their class. Ronan talks about how the day has been eventful. He was happy to see that his Grand Commander awakened her power. Jaredin has promised to train her. With a smile on his face, our boy turned around and asked Adeshan about how she feels. He told her that it must be awesome that she is a step closer to her dream of becoming Grand Commander. Immediately he said this, he noticed something odd. Ronan realized that Adeshan was worried. He asked her to tell him what is wrong. With a scared look on her face, Adeshan stared at her shadow mana. She explained to our boy that if her power keeps growing, its influence will eventually reach people. She asked Ronan if it is actually okay for her to have such a dangerous ability. At first, the girl was excited that she obtained a new power. It felt like she was getting closer to her dream. Adeshan explained to him that she is scared after seeing the true nature of her power. She told Ronan that she might use innocent people as puppets and sacrifice them under the pretense that it is for the good of the majority. This kind of thing can become the new norm for her. Adeshan revealed to our boy that she is scared she will become a monster who will do anything for victory. Ronan was shocked to hear this. He realized that his commander has already understood both sides of her ability. In his previous life, Adeshan's plans were always close to perfect. Her outstanding judgment saved the lives of countless people. She became the light who guided them to tomorrow, but at base, there were soldiers who had been dominated by her ability. Even Ronan couldn't deny that the soldiers were sacrificed in the process. Although he knew what could happen, Ronan knew that he had no right to tell her that her path to becoming the Grand Commander is wrong. While he was thinking, Adeshan asked him to stop her if she ever uses her ability the wrong way. With a smile on her face, she told Ronan that she feels like she will have the power to overcome the situation if he is by her side. She told him that what she experienced today confirmed it. Ronan smiled when he heard this. He asked Adeshan to not regret what she said after she becomes successful. He assured her that things won't end with him pushing her off a cliff. The girl was shocked to hear this. She asked him if he is serious. After that day, Peace found Philion Academy for the first time in a long time. Adeshan and instructor Jaredin officially began training her shadow mana. At first, the girl struggled to even restrain a single bird, but now she can control 5 at once. Soon, she will be able to try it on bigger beasts. Braum has been doing his individual training like always. Ophelia, whom you can't find during the day, has been having lots of fun teaching Sita blood magic. Sita gathered his mana and fired an attack at a dummy. The attack crushed the dummy's head. Ophelia was shocked to see this. She could not believe that Sita perfectly executed Bloodshot on his first try. She raised him up and called him a genius. Sita seemed to be very proud of himself. The vampire wondered about what she was going to teach him next. She wondered if she should teach him a large-scale combat spell called Blood Cutter or a spell for mass destruction called Blood Mist. Although her passion for teaching was a bit excessive, Ronan did not particularly hate it. Our boy has also been training with his favorite opponent. He and Shullafin pressed their swords against each other. With a smile on his face, Ronan told the future sword saint that he has gotten slightly faster. He asked him if he has been training behind his back. Shullafin noticed that Ronan's attacks had gotten more elaborate. He asked our boy if he has been receiving special training from Nebiros. Although they had both gotten stronger, the two of them did not want to accept the fact that they were equals. They began to attack each other more aggressively. Maria realized that these two battle junkies have been fighting for hours. She wondered if they are not tired. She told Acel that the two of them should just go to a battlefield if they plan to keep this up. Acel laughed when he heard this. With a smile on her face, the girl said that this is Ronan's charm. She turned to Acel and asked him if he agrees with her. With a shaky tone in his voice, the boy said that Ronan has always been strong and impressive, even back in their hometown. With a nervous look on his face, he asked Maria if she prefers someone as reliable as Ronan. The girl laughed when she heard this. She could not believe that Acel was jealous. She placed her hand on his shoulder and told him that he is adorable. She told him that he is still the best. Acel began to blush when he heard this. He told her that he is not talking about that. Maria turned around and reminded him that they need to work on their teamwork training. She told him that they have to show our boy their power in the next duel. She referred to him as Cutie and asked him if this is a good idea. Acel gently told her that it is. In the next scene, we see Ronan at a professor's office. While looking into a tea, our boy told the professor that he was curious about the reason he called him. He told the person that his prediction was right. He revealed to the professor that his senses are opening up just from the scent of the tea. He told the person that the tea is similar to what he had at Saranti's shrine. Ronan reminded the professor that he said he wouldn't waste a single leaf until he succeeded at cultivating it. Due to the fact that the professor made him some tea, our boy asked him if he has cultivated the leaves. With a smile on his face, Professor Varen told our boy that he was able to do it thanks to him. Varen is the Special Adventure Club advising Professor. He explained to Ronan that he would have never known about the existence of the herb if he hadn't given him the present he received from Saranti. He told him that he is so happy to be able to help so many people in the future with the leaves he has cultivated. Our boy clapped for Varen. He told him that he is happy to hear this. He explained to him that he wanted to repay him for taking care of all the accidents they had during their club activities. Varen was able to do this because he is the advising professor of the club. With an evil smile on his face, Ronan asked the professor if this will repay him for all the accidents and the few accidents that will occur later in the future. Varen became nervous when he heard this. He revealed to Ronan that there is another reason why he called for him. He took out a paper and told our boy that they have finally received a reply. The reply came from the place he wanted to visit to learn more about his curse. The place Varen is referring to is the Mage Tower of Dawn. The professor gave Ronan the paper and told him that they have approved his visit. Our boy was happy to hear this. He revealed to his professor that he has been itching to visit. Varen asked him to be careful. He explained to him that the Mage Tower is probably unsettled right now because of the unfortunate accident that occurred recently. He revealed to Ronan that he will not be going alone. He told him that the plan is for the postponed major magic honor students to go along with him on a field trip. In other words, one of Ronan's classmates will be going along with him. The scene shifts and we are taken to someone's room. The person was writing that Adeshan loves her. This crazy person wrote this several times. The girl turns out to be Elizabeth. In the next scene, we are taken to the airship taking people to the Magic Tower of Dawn. The airship is known as the Western Wing. Inside the airship, Elizabeth saw someone she did not expect to meet. She asked the person about why he is there. The person turns out to be Ronan. Our boy realized that Professor Varen was right about top students coming on the trip. He told the girl that it has been a long time since they last met. He asked her if he should just call her Ari the same way Adeshan does. Elizabeth was annoyed to hear this. She reminded him that she warned him never to use her nickname. She told him that only Adeshan is allowed to use the name. She asked him to answer her question. Ronan told her that the airship's destination is the same as his. He revealed to her that he has some business to attend to at the Magic Tower of Dawn. Elizabeth was surprised to hear this. She found it weird that a student of the martial arts department would have some business at the Magic Tower of Dawn. She believed that such a thing would be more suited for Asel. Ronan reminded her that his circumstances is a bit complicated. He revealed to her that he actually gave Asel the offer to follow him. The boy told him that he wants to focus on training with Maria for the time being. Ronan found it weird that Elizabeth was sitting alone. He asked about where the other first-year students are. He told her that Varen said that a few students of the magic department would come. With a smile on her face, Elizabeth said that it is obvious that she would be alone. According to her, the Magic Tower of Dawn is highly regarded for their fire magic. Only 10 students out of the practical flame magic were given the opportunity to go for the tour. Due to the fact that she is ranked first across all the grades in the magic department, Elizabeth was given the opportunity without any stress. She said that it is a qualification that other first years wouldn't even dare to dream of. With a confident smile on her face, Elizabeth said that she is enjoying the first meditative tea that she has had in a while. Ronan laughed when he heard this. He told her that she is actually just an outcast with no friends. With a smile on his face, he asked her to chat with him as they travel. He revealed to her that he is actually also alone. He told her that he will hang out with her. He asked her if she is excited. Elizabeth was annoyed to hear this. While yelling at the top of her voice, she asked Ronan to get lost. While looking at her classmates, Elizabeth said that they are quite frustrating. She could not believe that they were bantering when the entrance of the noble Magic Tower of Dawn is just right ahead of them. The girl expected her classmates to use the time they have to think of a question related to magic. She said that she can't help but to take a deep breath when she sees them talking. She told Ronan that she does not like trying to get along with the bums. She asked him if he agrees with her. Our boy told her that he does not completely agree with her. Elizabeth was not surprised to hear his answer. She believed that it was natural for someone she acknowledged to think this way. She told him that he is the only person whom she acknowledges in the academy apart from Adeshan. Elizabeth told our boy that he has been having a very impressive run recently. She could not believe that he was able to go toe-to-toe with Shelifin in front of everyone. He also helped Jaipa with the cult's terrorism attack, and he successfully took down a lot of cult members. She explained to Ronan that the Akalusia have taken an interest in him because his achievements are reaching the royal palace. The moment she said this, Elizabeth realized something. She asked our boy to tell her when he plans to give her an answer to her invitation. She reminded him that it has been several months since she made the invitation. She asked Ronan if he is trying to feel out her family. She told him that it will be an amazing opportunity for him to join her family. Ronan could not believe that Elizabeth was yapping after saying that she does not need anyone to chat with. He knew that he cannot say he is still feeling the akalugia out after all this time. He decided to change the topic. He told the girl that he has something important to ask her. He asked her to tell him why she likes Adeshan so much. The girl became nervous when she heard this. She asked him to tell her why he is asking. Ronan told her that he is just curious. He explained to her that the result of Adeshan's efforts are just starting to show. He found it weird that someone like Elizabeth would like a repeat student. Before getting her new abilities, Adeshan was not talented. She was barely even an ordinary student. Our boy believed that Elizabeth must have seen something in his Grand Commander for her to like her so much. With a gentle smile on her face, Elizabeth told our boy that Adeshan has always been different from everyone. Elizabeth met Adeshan when she was just admitted into the academy. She was looking for the library for research materials, but she got lost after wandering around. The first person to kindly approach her and show her the way was Adeshan. While walking with her, Adeshan told the girl that she saw her performance during the admission test. The Grand Commander was shocked to see how Elizabeth dominated the stage. She could not believe that a brand new first-year student is already so good. With a smile on her face, Adeshan told Elizabeth that she cannot pick up her jaw every time she sees the fight. Elizabeth was not interested in what our girl had to say. She had already heard the praise so many times. Everyone always adds something after complimenting her. They say things like the bloodline of the Akalugia family is different or the innate talent of the family is unique. Although it sounds like a compliment, the intention behind it are so lowly. The girl did not like the fact that people break down everything she has achieved solely to the good luck she was born with. They try to rationalize her life as if it is nothing. To her surprise, Adeshan told her that her fight was really admirable. She said that she is curious about the amount of effort she put in to get to this point when she is so young. With a smile on her face, the Grand Commander turned around and told the girl that she cannot begin to fathom how hard she worked. Elizabeth was shocked to hear this. Our girl realized that the student next to her must have gone through so much alone. She told her that she does not actually understand everything she is feeling. She asked Elizabeth to come talk to her anytime she is having a really hard time. She assured her that she will listen to her. She explained to Elizabeth that she might not be able to help her, but she will consult her as a senior. Elizabeth could not help but admire the girl in front of her. She told Ronan that the excitement she felt that day cannot be explained with words. Like a crazy fangirl, Elizabeth said that the biggest reason she likes Adeshan is because she is the most beautiful woman in the world. Our boy was shocked to hear this. Elizabeth explained to him that Adeshan has jet black hair that is as smooth as silk. She has a tall, slender frame that radiates elegance. While looking like a crazy person, the girl said that no one will ever compare to Adeshan's beauty. She said that she is feeling entranced just by thinking about the Grand Commander. Ronan could not comprehend what he was hearing. He realized that she was behaving like Shullafin. He did not know why geniuses act like crazy people. Our boy decided to ignore her crazy self. He knew that his relationship with her will be of great help to Adeshan someday. While he was thinking, Ronan sensed something. He quickly stood up and asked Elizabeth to stop talking. He asked her to take out her staff. The girl did not understand why Ronan was agitated. She asked him to tell her what happened. Our boy told her that there is no time to explain. He told her that something is coming. He grabbed her and moved to the top of the airship. Elizabeth was annoyed to see that he lifted her like a bag of flour. She told him that he does not have any chivalry towards a lady. Ronan ignored her and asked her if she has enough telekinetic power to fly a person. He asked her to get ready because something is coming. Elizabeth did not know what he was talking about. She asked him to tell her what he has been referring to. She said that she can only see the cloud. The moment she said this, she saw a huge fireball moving towards them. The girl was shocked to see how large the fireball was. She fell to her knees. She did not understand why a spell only used in air interception battles was here. Ronan placed his hand on his sword and reminded her about what he said. He took out his sword and began to run. He told her that he will leave the rest to her. Elizabeth was shocked to see this. She did not like the fact that he was doing as he pleased. She raised her staff and activated a spell known as Invisible Hand. Immediately she did this. Her mana covered him. Our boy jumped off the airship. He managed to stay in the air with Elizabeth's telekinesis. The moment he got close to the fireball, he covered his sword with his energy. He tore the fireball apart. Unfortunately, smaller fireballs managed to pass by his side. Ronan was shocked to see this. He never expected for there to be so much debris. He realized that the airship will be severely damaged once the fireballs touch it. Before the attacks could hit the airship, they exploded. Our boy was shocked to see this. Elizabeth asked him to stop making such a weird face. She could not believe that Ronan did not expect her to be able to take care of this much debris. The girl used her magic to create several fire arrows. She reminded Ronan that she is Elizabeth Akalugia. Elizabeth used the fire arrows to destroy the remnants. Ronan was happy to see this. He commended her on her power. He was happy to see that the girl wasn't only good at bragging. While screaming at the top of his voice, he called her Airy and told her that she is amazing. Elizabeth was annoyed to hear her nickname. She reminded him that she asked him to stop using it. Ronan returned back to the airship. He was relieved that they managed to get past the attack. Ronan found it weird that the Magic Tower of Dawn would use such an attack for a welcome ceremony. He believed that it was too much. While looking at the Magic Tower's building, our boy wondered about what was happening inside. While he was thinking, a large magic circle appeared above the building. Someone spoke through the magic circle. The person asked them if they are all right. The person explained to them that they have confirmed an order to shoot down an airship from their magic tower. Ronan realized that the person was using wide-area communication magic. The person explained to them that it was never their intention to shoot. He said that it was an incident that nobody could have predicted. While the person was talking, we see someone looking at the airship from the window of the tower. The person speaking assured the students that they have taken every safety measures that they could take. He asked the students to be at ease and to land their airship. He told them that they want to apologize and explain everything to them in person. The airship landed and the students stepped out. The students did not know who fired the huge fireball at them earlier. They did not understand why something like this would occur at the Magic Tower of Dawn. Most students were more curious about who took care of the fireball. They wondered if it is okay to continue to stay at the Magic Tower. While they were talking, Ronan and Elizabeth stepped out of the airship. Elizabeth found it disappointing that one of the 5 great magic towers caused such an absurd incident. She said that she will make an official complaint through her family if they do not receive a reasonable explanation. Ronan assured her that he understands her anger. He asked her to let them hear their host out. He revealed to her that he might have an idea about what happened. The scene shifts and we are taken to the past. We see Ronan and Professor Varen talking. He asked Varen if the reason he has not been allowed to visit the Magic Tower of Dawn involves Nebula Clagier. The professor nodded at him. According to the professor, after the Academy attack incident and the Grancia family infiltration, the entire empire has been trying to track down the cult. While the investigations were going on, the Magic Tower of Dawn carried out its own internal investigations. The Magic Tower managed to root out 3 members of Nebula Clagier. However, things did not go as planned. Before they could arrest the cornered cult members, they used self-destruction magic to blow themselves up. Fortunately, the magicians who were there reacted quickly. There were no casualties from the incident, but around 1/5 of the land near the tower got destroyed. Although the magic tower had now stabilized, Varen still advised our boy to be cautious. He told him that he does not know the reason why the cult infiltrated the magic tower, but since their plan failed, there is a chance that they will still return. The scene shifts and we are taken back to the present. We see Ronan standing at the entrance of the tower. Although it was just a guess, our boy believed that Nebula Clagier must have been involved in the attack aimed at the airship. He did not believe that something like that was just a coincidence. Ronan realized that he needs to make the first move if he notices anything suspicious today. While he was thinking, the gates of the building opened and someone ran out. The person apologized for making them wait. He also apologized for the attack aimed at their airship. The man explained to them that the master of the Magic Tower of Dawn is currently away. He introduced himself as the substitute. He said that his name is Aun Filera. Aun is the vice magician of the Magic Tower of Dawn. He begged the students to forgive him. Ronan was shocked to see the man. He never expected to meet him here. In his previous life, the most famous person in the entire empire when it came to fire magic was Aun Filera. He is also known as the Heat Bird. Our boy did not expect Aun to be from the Magic Tower of Dawn. Aun explained to the students that he wants to give them a proper explanation about what happened, but they have not gotten a lot of information. He revealed to them that they have actually acquired the mana impact that they assume belongs to the culprit in the room with the launching mechanism. He told them that they are currently checking the mana impact with all the members of the Magic Tower. He assured them that the culprit will soon be arrested. Aun bowed his head and explained to them that they will repay them for the other damages they have faced in reparation. He assured them that the magic tower will strengthen their internal security and ensure that there will be no deviations from the field trip plans. He begged the students to let go of their anger. The students had no choice but to calm down. A magician as great as Aun was begging them. Even Elizabeth was surprised to see that a magician of such a high caliber was apologizing. Seeing how sincere he was, the girl decided to let go of the matter. Ronan was certain that Aun is a trustworthy person. During the battle against Ahiyuti, Aun was at the front lines trying to buy time for everyone. He fought as a vanguard. In the battle against Ahiyuti, where one's life is on the line, Aun lit his body on fire several times to save his comrades. He did this until his own life became ashes and flew away. He never hesitated to use his power. Ronan believed that it was impossible for such a noble man to be part of the cult. He decided to look somewhere else. Aun moved close to our boy and Elizabeth. He identified them as the people who blocked the attack from earlier. He bowed his head and told them that their magic tower is greatly indebted to them. He could not believe that the two of them were still students. Aun called their names and told them that he wants to thank them from the bottom of his heart as the substitute tower master. Ronan was surprised to see that Aun knew his name. He believed that it was natural that he knew Elizabeth because she is an Akalusia. He did not know how Aun knew his own name. With a smile on his face, Aun asked our boy to not be surprised. He told him that he has heard of him from the academy. He asked the two of them to follow him. He said that he wants to express his thanks and tell them something else. The man took them into the building. He took them to a place filled with thousands of books. Elizabeth was quite shocked to see this place. Aun explained to them that this is the center of the Magic Tower of Dawn. With a smile on his face, he said that this is the main hall of the Magic Research Building and the place they research their magic. Everyone in the hall was running around. They all seemed to be busy. Aun explained to them that the place is a bit chaotic because of the situation. Immediately he said this. We see some magicians running to check on the state of other magic tools. While looking at the mana which the magicians were exuding, Elizabeth said that she now understands why the Magic Tower of Dawn is among the 5 great magic towers. She could not believe that some of the mages were in the 4th circle while others were above the 4th circle. These are magicians who can enter a real battle at any time. Even Ronan could tell that the mages were not average. The problem he had was that the atmosphere was not exactly welcoming to them. The mages were wondering about why the incident happened. They believed that it was because the Tower Master left again. They wondered about when he was going to return. Some of them asked each other if it is okay to let outsiders in, especially when someone just went missing. The mages gossiping reminded themselves that they are not supposed to disclose this information because they could get in trouble. Ronan did not know what the mages were talking about, but he could tell that he has gotten involved in something troublesome. While walking on the stairs, our boy wondered if he can truly lift his curse in this place. While they were walking, we see a mage staring at them from a corner. The mage was talking to a doll. She referred to the doll as master and accepted some orders from it. With a scary look on her face, the woman promised to light some embers for her master with Elizabeth's death. Guys, we have come to the end of our video. If you guys want more of this recap, let me know in the comments section. Don't forget to like and smash that subscribe button for more recaps. See you guys later.